well, we've seen one apiece right now. Both Time Spirit have gotten to a strong start for themselves, and so having first pick again for the side of Vision here, just like we had in game number 1, are they going to fall into that trap of trying to call Spirit's bluff again? They did that with the Ember Spirit. This time around, I feel like there could be a little bit of back and forth or toying, not necessarily with that hero though.
I think Vision want to steal SF actually. I think that's the hero that they're focused on with the Darkseer van. And that's a cool concept because the first 2 games where we're talking about Ember Spirit, but now they're like, wait, Shadow Fiend is the actual problem, guys.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment, and it's another testament to how these finals shift and change over time, priorities move, and I do like that Spirit banned the Earth Spirit. I think this hero is just too stupid, and they gave it a try. I think they experimented in a sense, saying, can we beat even this hero? And they lose, and like, okay, that's fine, we can ban it. We had sort of space here. We decided that this ban is sort of free, so let's see if we can get an extra free one in there and beat this hero.
Yep, absolutely. We have, however, seen Team Spirit beat Shadow Fiend today, right? They did it earlier today. In that game, they did it with a Terrorblade. I think here they're realizing that either we have to pick the TB now, which we absolutely don't want to do, because then it's going to be playing as a ton of counters. So, or it's going to get banned out, so we might as well pick a carry that we actually want, or a hero that we actually want, that we know can match up well against the SF.
Yeah, ambil poinnya sekarang lah.
I do think that they place a lot of importance in the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend matchup, because when they opened the game number 2 with that SF, one of their bans was the Nature's Prophet, and whilst at the time I looked at it, I thought it was just maybe taking it away from Satanic. I actually think it's deeper than that. They really do believe in that carry-to-carry matchup being favorable to Nature's Prophet now.
Yeah, it's another ranged hero that sort of gives you the similar turret thing of you have heroes that can go in and now you stand and hit, but it's got the extra added wrinkle that Nature's Prophet is a very fast hero. Against these ranged heroes that need a little bit of time to get online, so not only does he have the ability to stand and fight you, but he can keep you on you early, take your tower, and add the momentum on top of the scaling. And so I agree. I think it is a sort of game read counter that they believe in, and I think it makes sense.
It's also a hero, I would say, if you just look at these 2 heroes objectively, you put them in a demo lobby, you let them hit each
other. Itu headsetnya Pi, harganya Pi yang mereka pakai Pi,
right?
15 juta.
For Spirit, how do we amplify this? How do we amplify it either through gold, by like getting him ahead with these quick moves that Quinn talks about, or what heroes we pair it up with in order for him to be able to outscale the SF? Because something
15 juta gue juga nggak tahu sih itu kenapa dipakai.
And the support bans would have fit the build that you're talking about. Like Clockwork and Undying heroes that can get on top of SF, dive him with things like Tombstone, that enables
kan beda Bang buat kenyamanan.
Another hero that comes to mind is Tusk.
Tapi udah tua, sakit juga pantat gua.
A little bit during this TI.
Sampai minta beliin Angel.
So I was also really confused. The arena screens were showing NTS, and I think it was maybe X numbers. I missed it very briefly, but a lot of Chinese superstars in the crowd getting amongst the grand finals hype as well.
I mean, if it's happening,
dari ulti KOT lah.
Dota event of the year, it's so incredibly spread.
Karena mereka ambil ini kan poin.
When you've been in the finals, it has that extra layer of meaning. You put yourself in their shoes, you know what it's like. And I think anyone who's had something so important to them, big, and something that your emotions are tied to, knows
Ben Magnus,
Ben Hitler, so much gravity.
Ambil apa nih?
Absolutely. But back to the draft, they banned the Underlord.
They
take Miro's advice here. I mean, this hero just seems like it provides too many
things. It
provides late game damage, it provides so much crowd control, and I feel like there's no other offlaner quite like it at the moment. That is so stable. Really, it seems like as long as you pick
kawan gue itu sih yang waktu itu lagi berani banget, sampai masuk auranya ke dalam gua.
And it always has high impact just through its spells.
Yeah, it's a great realization. I think it was definitely a problem for them last game, and they sort of go back to the strategy they took in game 1, which is doesn't have too many heroes he's been playing. He's been leaning on the Willow a lot. We had good success.
Pemain pro tuh suka banget pada ngambil hero buff ya, buff dari jungle, dia ambilin buat war.
Ducalis and Enchantress will keep coming out. There were moments last game where I thought he clutched really hard. There was this one fight where he got the last second stomp with his Centaur creep that killed Gyatoro, that started the cascading effect.
I mean, this is one of his most comfortable heroes. I think back to when Ducalis first popped up on the scene, he was playing a lot of Enchantress. This was his go-to guy.
Apa sih saya orang nggak, Raffi on stream tapi nggak itu. Nggak ada camnya, nggak bisa error, makanya gue gangguin. Klasik apa? Klasik ngawi, bro. Bro, klasik ngawi, bro.
Most of the really popular position 5 heroes are banned out. So that leaves you take away the S.
Draw itu, ECM ya? Draw itu. Draw.
Outshine by the other heroes, but when you take them
away, lu tau nggak yang bikin headset ini desainernya by siapa?
And when there is like
yang bikin
this
desainer
dynamics
Boeing,
going on in
bro.
the final, it
Jangan
kinda
salah,
shifts your
pakai harga yang
priorities,
mahal,
and
bro.
it takes Eng from an A tier hero to an S tier hero because it blocks
Boeing
off
pesawat, bro. Gue
another
juga
S tier
kaget,
hero
bro.
and the Ember.
Anjir.
There's also sort of an interesting dynamic going on that because the Slark has proven to be just unbeatable for Ember Spirit, now it's shifted to where first pick, having the last pick in that second phase, you have the advantage because Team Spirit can't pick Ember Spirit here, even if they wanted to, because you will get responded with Slark. And so now Team Vision gets the choice. If we want Ember Spirit on the last pick of the second phase, we can just take it, and it's already a great looking Ember game for Vision.
I think it's absolutely genius. Like they pick this Enchantress, they try to cut off any possible angles that Spirit pick it early on. They still have the threat of Slark open,
Satanik
so
lah.
Spirit can't pick it now.
Atau
And
mid
then
nggak
on
sih?
18,
Dibalikin saudara sama
you can
Aks.
secure that Ember Spirit for yourself if you want to, following it up with a Slark ban, maybe even a Huskar ban if you're scared of that, probably not, but you can cover your hero.
The Tusk to me is very good because I think you need some way to prevent this Nature's Prophet from getting bursted by Slardar Shadow Fiend. Like they're presenting this problem similarly to last game where it's
Tapi memang TI
damage. Nature's Prophet can buy a Manta.
memang TI itu udah paling seru 16 ke bawah ya Pi ya.
Game plan is Slardar jumps in, you burst. Okay, now you've got Call
Itu 18 ke bawah lah, 18 ke bawah TI. Ya seru, yang juaranya Eropa Cina. Meta game-nya juga berubah tiap TI.
And like you said, we need some sort of steroid, something to change the man fighting dynamic
sekarang
of
udah.
the heroes, and we feel like this is what it is.
Hah?
For sure. I also think the task was being talked about when the Nature's Prophet came out, because if it wasn't given to Team Spirit by Vision, there really aren't any archetypes that substitute for it except the Tusk. You need something that can dive the Shadow Fiend. You need to be able to just bring pressure to him whenever it's possible, and Nature's Prophet is a hero that can connect to any Tusk setup.
Yeah, so think about, if you look at Vision's draft and you think about how do these heroes come together, there's a lot of amplification going on, right? There's Satanic on his SF, who self-amplifies by having his lasting presence, which provides minus armor on everyone. You get Slardar adding to that, you have Pango adding to that, and then on top of that, Enchantress could take a Wolf creep, and suddenly you're providing additional attack damage to everybody in the area. So this is kind of like the idea that they're going with is that nothing is going to be unkillable, no matter how much armor you stack up. You're never stacking up enough armor to get past this.
Yeah, I also think this Pangolin pick is actually better than the Ember would have been because it gives you an opportunity to break Spirit's response to your jump. So the Slardar jumps initially, now you've got a Pangolin who can jump the backline, roll around and make this Tusk and Axe as life hell. So it's not easy to just play Ember, who until you get an Axe, which is much later down the line, it's not as easy to disrupt the backline. So Vision realizing that and saying, okay, we see what you're doing here, and this is our response to that.
Makanya kan si Winter udah di ban juga kan. Winter kotor buat ngabisinnya.
2003 ya Toro bro.
In a way, that dynamic can function the same way for Team Spirit, right? Where there are double jump heroes in
Kapan kita masuk situ ya, Pi?
but also two jump heroes in Axe and
Itu Egi sudah mau penuh Pi, lihat Pi. Egi sudah mau penuh itu Pi, tulisan Pi. Udah mau penuh itu lingkarannya, siapa? Berapa lagi tuh? Oh masih banyak slotnya deng. Oh masih satu putaran lagi, ada 4 slot lagi. Berarti kalau 4 slot lagi 2030, Dota tutup bro 2030 bro. Udah habis bro di Egis ya.
Soalnya gak bisa ngisi lagi namanya ya.
Iya, lihat tadi kan, tinggal 4 slot lagi yang sebelah kiri tuh.
Altering things. I know Team Spirit is a team that's very good at recognizing potential problems in the early game and swapping things around, getting creative, moving their heroes
Joker nggak sih midnya?
to get kills so that they're enabled to reach their
Kalau kata Pango berat ya sih, kalau TS.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Spirit side, what they got.
Karena mau ambil Axe, itu.
If you think about it,
harusnya sih ambil Ember ya kalau TS ya.
There's a lot of ways to slow down the SF to allow for the Nature's Prophet TP, or like Mira said, have Tusk connect from the gate, which also sets up for the Nature's Prophet. So
mestinya ngambil Pi, kenapa sih Pi? Vol'jin nggak pernah dipakai di TI Pi, gue bingung dah Pi.
And I think what's cool here for Vision is they're saying
group stage masih banyak, masih ada gitu yang ngambil Vol'jin.
So how do you prevent them from?
Tapi kalau udah main event nggak ada gue pernah Vol'jin main. Hero ade-adean kali Pi ya. Betul ade-adean Pi.
Menurut gua Vol'jin
a good laning phase. Because even if this Ember comes out, which traditionally was pretty good against Pango, it's not that punishing.
Yeah. It's very true, and also because they have the Slaughter SF.
Cuma Vol'jin ODG aja Pi.
Some of the heroes that we've also traditionally see against a Pangler, something like a Huskar or a Lina, you don't really want these heroes because yes, you may win the lane, but 5 minutes later you really wish you were another hero, and it's also not particularly Laurel's favorite type of that's a Marcy.
Wow, ngambil Marcy, bro.
Actually, one of my favorite heroes. It's not what we see very often recently. Is Mira said he's been puppified, but I think
Tapi kayaknya carry Marcy, Bi.
it is a pretty cool pairing with Slara because
Carry Marcy mid SF offlane itu. Offlane apa? Pango. Enggak.
I mean, you're seeing
Atau support Marcy, iya bisa jadi support Marcy.
It is on the side of Vision, and it's
Dia
zero
bisa
pick,
bikin
zero
semi ini,
ban.
bro,
So again,
itemnya,
this is
bro,
one of
nanti,
those
bro.
things that falls back similar to when we saw Disruptor come out for the side of
Mila bakal Team
I love
Spirit.
This is the
Semi carry.
creativity that you need to be bringing into a grand finals.
This changes the dynamic of the Spirit's safe lane in a very big way. Because before, whether you were laning against
Lion
the
nggak?
Slardar or the Pango
Nggak mungkin
Flex,
ya?
your Nature's Prophet
Nggak
is
dong.
gonna have a good time.
Zeus kah?
Zeus
Zeus?
right-clicking them, free
Tuskar
farming. You bring in
udah pasti
Marcy, and all of a
support.
sudden Slardar becomes
Dark Willow
a
udah pasti
killer threat.
support.
He's not just a hero that you can beat up. He will be on top of you. The second you have level 2 rebound, there's not that much you can do on Nature's Prophet when you get connected on.
Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for I think now the Tusk has
Midnya
to
tapi
be in
bisa
that
jadi
safe
Dark
zone, right?
Willow
The
sih,
idea
Bel.
then is like you're gonna have to use that snowball to dodge that stun, and that way try to like
Rom.
battle out the lane.
Roy roll blade ganti midnya.
Berarti NP mid.
NP mid iya.
Yeah, so they just fully
TB, bro.
Atau
pakai TB.
Incredible TB
udah,
game.
TB.
Talk about minus armor. Well, TB is the
Tiga
tiga
selama turnamen tuh. 75% WL-nya.
So a lot of your strategy, the way focusing.
Coachnya Papi, bro. Wali Vision, bro. Lucu banget, Pi.
Has been
Iya.
pretty hard.
Udah nggak mau.
I just assumed TB was banned.
Game
Like, I
pertamanya
just didn't even think
parah
about
banget.
the
Cocok di situ
existence
ya.
of this hero. It's honestly an amazing pick because if
Dia
you think
Ya
about it,
pengalaman dia udah cocok jadi pelatih lah dia memang udah. Dia Kuroki.
and the way you usually beat
gitu loh,
TB is
Bel.
by heavy magic.
Kayak
damage.
Oh, iya.
kenal
This
dia
is a
pro player
very good
banget
Terrorblade
gitu kan.
game. Laura
Iya,
is
masih rambut
also-
gondrong
he
banget,
is a
anjir.
little bit of an
Iya.
unknown. I
Kayak-
haven't
kayak
really
nggak
seen
cocok
him
jadi
play that
coach
much. I wouldn't say it's like
penampilannya,
he's a typical Nature's Prophet guy.
Informasi
But the
berarti.
things that we
Iya.
talked about earlier on, they still exist. The draft can still do the same things.
Pelatihnya Tim Spirit juga bekas kaptennya Tim Spirit.
Because he gets at level 6 a bit faster, he can connect it a little bit
Mira,
more.
Emi
He's
Posca
not
ya?
as concerned about his own
Iya,
game,
Mi
so
Posca.
see really cool things happening for both sides.
I think Laurel's the type of player that will do what you
Tapi
need
banyak
him
yang
to
bilang,
do, and
TI
Team Vision
di
have
Bali sih lucu
learned
sih
that
katanya.
today. With
Kapan lagi?
Bukan TI, bukan TI. Major. Itu parah sih.
This is really
Kapan
cool
lagi,
to
bro?
me, and I think Team
Nonton
Spirit have absolutely secured the
Major, nonton
scaling
turnamen
in this
Dota.
game.
Yeah, the shoes on the other foot.
ngebir.
Last game, Vision could just chill and farm.
Pi,
and I think
kursinya,
this
Pi,
game
pakai
secured
kursi
that
apa sih?
with also the potential to play the
Yang
lane as
kursi
well.
yang
So
di
I
sewa
think
apa namanya?
it's been a great
Rambut
punch
nikahan?
from Aposhka in this game. This is a massive
Kursi
fight.
Tiffany, Pi.
Yeah, I probably would have said the
Parah.
last pick TB. I
Turnamen
really
Dota,
like the
Major,
Vision draft, and I would have put maybe
internasional.
like 65 to
Kursi
35,
Tiffany,
but after that, I think it's a
VIP-nya.
lot closer to 50-50.
I love hearing a good 50-50
Parah,
split
bro.
on a draft. More importantly, I love hearing from our coaches. That Terrorblade had us in a little bit of a head scratch as to how it got let through, but I wonder exactly how Poppy
Apa
felt
kayak
when
gitu
he
kan
showed
banyak
up.
ya di kursi lokal Indonesia yang
Thank you
bagus.
so much. Yes, I am here. The king himself, Mr. Puppy. Such a pleasure to see you here on the main stage.
Papi, bro, what the fuck, udah tua, bro.
9 class out of his cage. He is playing the meme heroes again.
Mana Ardan?
Where did this Marcy come from? How do you have the balls to pick
Ardan
up
mana Yume
on the
Ardan?
main stage of TI?
Itu di atas.
9 class has a lot of balls.
Oh, ada Ardan.
That's all I can say. Fantastic. Was this his idea or yours?
Oh, lagi pada itu ya di
Completely approve.
FC ya.
Okay. I was about to say maybe you were distancing yourself from that, but no, you fully support. Whose idea was it to let the Terrorblade through?
They already had Furion, and we basically guessed if they're going to swap this Furion somewhere, they're going to just lose their team fights everywhere. So we're not afraid.
Okay, not afraid. It was actually pretty interesting to see.
Kalau saran gua, Pi, saran gua, mending lu beli, mending lu beli voice chat dah.
How those games went so far?
Voice chat.
Not
Mumpung belum hilang, iya.
Drafts 2 games in a row.
Voice
This
chat
time
apa?
I think we have the edge.
Voice chat yang itu, voice support, tapi lu nggak mainin voice chat ya?
Voice mod.
Ya. Voice chat yang kayak gue yang mama, yang horror
Wheel.
gitu. Chat wheel, iya, chat wheel, voice chat lagi. Chat wheel, iya.
Right. Thank you so much,
Voice
Puppy.
chat,
An absolute pleasure to see you again on the stage. We'll throw it to our
Ini apa, Eng? Parivision apa, Eng? Eropa ya?
Mari masuknya Eropa.
Masuknya itu ya, Eropa ya? GU. Si Spirit apa? Rusia kan? EU juga?
Rusia.
Oh, Rusia ya?
Kayaknya geografiknya
Kayaknya
bodoh.
masuknya iya masuknya apa ya?
And when you've got something like a super hard carry to play around, right? Sure, you don't use that sidekick, you don't notice the bodyguard as much as it once was, but it still can be a very strong tool for something like a Shadow Fiend. These turret heroes, even though we don't see Marcy, definitely can see some type of potential from it.
Oh, masuknya cheese. EU atau cheese masuknya. Sama sih. Eastern Europe.
Too fussed about banning the Terrorblade because they considered, well, if they do go for this Spirit, it's going to be this Nature's Prophet mid, and that might leave some openings that Vision can punish. Do you think they can, or do you think the fact that there is a Terrorblade and it is a very good Terrorblade game might fight them back?
It could. It definitely could, but Vision also very strong at being able to play versus these type of drafts and just knowing when to just always take the team.
Jadi gue kemarin kan nonton yang gara-gara kita ngebahas kurir Dota, Pi. Jadi ada kurir Dota yang saking langkanya, Pi, dia bisa 4 efek Pi satu kurir, Pi. Iya. Harganya 5 miliar, Pi. Bak itu, bak item, bak token itu yang gue bilang yang kita kemarin ngebahas kurir Dota itu. Iya, ini dibaknya 2 kali, jadi bisa 4 efeknya. Efeknya 2, tapi warnanya bisa 2, jadi total 4.
That's what it would have to be. If they do try to go for these kills onto Yatoro,
itu kan kemarin Yatoro pakai itu tuh.
Apa? We're seeing the lane switch ups, right? Instead of having the Marcy with the Slardar,
Buff item hero
down there now, they put the Marcy up top with the Shadow Fiend. It's a strong pairing as well to be able to protect.
Yeah, and they've done this a couple of times, right? Vision on their run here at the International between the supports. They have that flexibility, and I think last time they made that switch up, it went pretty well for them.
It did, and it's a lot because they end up leaving Notice alone. Ducalis gets that level 3, and he starts sandwiching on the mid wave. And Laurel, right? Nature's Prophet playing versus Pango. You definitely can't be done.
Not me. Raze comes in.
He's healing. He's healing.
He should be all right. I mean, can 9 class get in range for another dispose?
Can tree plant?
He can't quite grab him.
Can't see him, bro. Nice play there from Not Me. Now able to beat back onto him, even though there's that movement speed advantage from the Marcy. Not Me with a little branch play. Actually, is able to use himself a knife there. Nice.
Look, we'll see. Of course, what Satanic is ready to do on the SF. Last 2 games, he's been watching Yatoro play the hero. Sure, Yatoro didn't win last game, but still, he had a pretty good game on the SF. Satanic, he's ready to try and see if he can replicate that on his own Shadow Fiend performance.
Ada bangkai. Explosive starts to the games in particular. And that last game did have that lead. Did end up dying a couple times. You know, that bottom play from Yatoro hurt quite a lot when he died with the Aegis the first time, and then the second one around the Roche.
Iya. Satanic pakai SF.
Spirit looking to dominate them.
Kita lihat apakah Satanic akan mengajarkan Yatoro bagaimana cara bermain SF. Kali ini game akan dikembalikan ya.
Difficult to do so. At least until they sort of see a chance where Yatoro is going to be happy to pop the meta and try and force the kill.
Yatoro pakai Spirit Bear kemarin, Pi, gila. Ngeri, bro. Lagi beruang.
It does feel like Satanic's in a better position to get the free farm as well.
Londrut, iya. Di red itunya. Di backdoor, Pi.
Are they actually going to use the TP to pressure, or are they just going to wait for the level 6?
Dia Torboy menang. Game pertama menang.
Sebenarnya
see what the choice is going to be from Laurel.
Kalau ini kan di sini back player Dota. Backdoor itu merupakan dari sebuah movement yang legal apa ilegal?
Terrorblade pick, right? This insane amount of armor he's going to have in the game, absolutely going to be an element. Because as the panel touched on, looking at the magical damage, it's Shadow Fiend raises and Requiem. That is literally it, pretty much.
Enggak. Lu kecilin kali suara Ardan. Wah, jangan kayak gitu lah, Pi. Enggak, di gua normal Ardan tuh.
Iya.
Menurut Ardan legal.
Menurut gue legal, backdoor.
Legal, karena lu ngadu damage di situ. Lu ngadu damage sama regen atau what.
Menurut gue legal lah. Kalau ilegal kayak Dota 1 awal-awal yang nggak bisa dihancurin backdoornya.
Iya lah kalau itu.
It's actually a big deal that no one was able to get the refill even though he was killed.
Legal dong.
You can literally see if you pop up with the chat wheel there.
Kalau nggak ada gituan gampang banget Dota hancur towernya sekarang. Apalagi metanya kan makin banyak.
Frame perfect.
Enggak, maksud gue bukan
ini. Being healthy in the matchup versus the Nature's Prophet
player yang
these last hits.
Mau dengan cara backdoor gitu.
So top lane for Spirit can definitely see them.
Bukan backdoor ya. Backdoor kan kayak si tim siapa? Alliance kan awalnya. Tim Alliance kan mainnya kan nge-red kan. TI berapa tuh dia? 314 ya? 13?
Dia 13.
Dia 13. Itu mencegah
try and get a bit of a setup there, but not
Itu
quite
mencegah
able
buat
to
kayak si
expose
tim-tim
the follow-up
yang mau
rebound.
ngerat kayak gitu.
Kan maksudnya Bang Rapi bukan vector protection
Bukan itu maksudnya bagaimana kalau orang menang
Does have the level 2 rebound now. You actually usable. The first level of rebound is very hard to use.
Carlos,
Find him.
Iya, itu kan yang terjadi sama Lions kan?
That is a
Dia kalah item tapi dia mau menang karena dia backdoor. Waktu lawan Navi kan dia kayak gitu.
They've seen this play before from them. So
Oh movementnya ya legal sih menurut gue, bisa-bisa aja Pi. Iya.
CS though,
sebenarnya nggak ada
in fact,
creep,
they
tapi
are leaving the bottom lane.
ngancurin tower
Notice
aja
is
gitu
now
kan,
just starting to get that free farm, even though he is versus that Terrorblade.
sah-sah aja kan main Dota juga tujuannya ngancurin tower, bukan banyak-banyakan kill.
all in all, very close start.
Very close.
Yang ilegal tuh kalau lu pakai void aja sebenarnya. Vol'jin itu lah kalau itu ilegal baru.
Yang ilegal lu pakai bara tapi ngebas mulu itu ilegal tuh.
Itu rusak sih.
Gue benci banget gue ketemu player bara ngebas mulu, gen gue make kagak ada bas-basnya, rusak.
Anjir lolos.
Tidak mudah.
Udah mudah bro. Main pro player bro.
That actually saves Collapse. I was clicking
4 hero Bi di gangbang Bi.
this neutral item already. It's the Willow. The barrier actually saves Collapse there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's pretty crazy. You can't calculate for that on the side of Vision. Nice attempt to dive, but responded accordingly there from Spirit again.
9 class. Might try Faru. It's hard though with the snowball. Will always be able to disrupt the combo that 9 class will try and catch him with.
They want to dive Laurel here. No one. Doesn't have the roll, but does have the 3-3. Does have the skill points for the damage. Trying to apply some pressure here onto the tower. Laurel can drag the wave though with this tree in safely. Hefty stacks being made, Owen. Vision definitely has potential to walk in and go for some type of steal
Tapi secara komposisi gimana nih? Pick mereka.
And a rare time that I've seen this too, so it's a mechanic that I haven't seen many
Spirit
other teams abuse.
tinggal tunggu timing BKB.
The stacks with the Wrath of Nature.
Rosan kedua.
We talked about it a lot. I think
Bisa bagus.
And it builds up the damage of the ult very effectively.
like last TI, or I think it was the TI before that, we saw teams abusing this. This Wrath of Nature off of these
Kalau
neutrals,
main
means it effectively does
main led
max
udah
damage
pasti
on all the rest of the
megang
bounces
Spirit
all
sih
over the
gue.
map. So they have to
NP
calculate
solid.
that in on the side of Vision. If they do scout those stacks, I don't know if they did see them just yet.
PTB gitu kan.
SF
SF kan tahu sendiri kayak tadi tuh di LED.
Cool to point that out.
Nggak main dia.
Seeing the item build cube from Laurel right now too, it's just a drums. So he's looking to be aggressive early on is what that tells me.
Game tadi tuh SF nggak main.
Not your usual pickup from these Nature's Prophets.
Allow him to turn up and ensure that Yatoro can kind of take these early objectives.
Yeah, and he can kill buildings pretty quickly too, right? Just being able to beat on them with the treants, with the drum. Pretty cool itemization if he does go for it here. Ducalis is going to now go into that triangle, going to start scouting these stacks out, stealing some of the creeps as well, so we'll limit some of that farm. Will he get out for it?
He's coming in from Lal. He's ready to block.
Aduh nggak kena lagi.
Can he get in front of him with the trees?
Trying to get some body block, sets up for that big hit from the Nature's Wrath.
Tetap mati bro.
Will succeed.
I'm happy to see a team doing this. I think I talked to like 5 of the players during this tournament. I was like, how come nobody's doing this stacking thing with Wrath of Nature?
Lihat tuh networknya Yatoro.
Happy to see that Spirit is in preparation with that. Collapse. 9 class trying to prevent him to get the TP out. He's got the rebound.
No one's coming in to help. We'll get the call off Collapse.
Ya jelas top track lah gue mah ceritanya.
Collapse is going to try and juke it.
He's speedy.
But there's only so much he can dance around as Ducalis comes in with the slow. Collapse. He's going to run down the river. He's actually running back in at them.
He gets the
bisa-bisanya diculing.
He'll take that.
GG bro, gila.
Kalau bisa di bawah lagi, berat itu dia tuh mainnya nanti tuh.
Meantime, look at Yatoro. He's a great space, my friend. I will show up and push this tower here. Vision still farming very well, but 5 quick kills for Spirit. Yatoro turning up to these very early fights. I have these jukes. The river movement speed absolutely coming into play there. Also having the stone feather satchel with the movement speed
ngambil tower atas.
does come into play, of course.
Belum ikut pour gitu, kayaknya bagus banget.
We saw last game from Yatoro, Team Spirit scores. They know when to run back in. Doesn't matter how low they are. They see an opportunity to get something. They'll get back in on the action.
Vision, though, yes, they brought 4 heroes up there, but not moving with Noticed, which is the important one. Noticed is like, guys, I'm having a very free lane. And we do have to talk about how important Noticed was in that last game. Besides just the Fiend's Gate being, or the Pits being absolutely insane, The damage mitigation he provided in that last game was huge. This game, it's not damage mitigation, but it's damage amplification, and it's the Blink Dagger, right? It's that initiation tool for the team that he's going to have very early, which is really good versus 4 of the heroes. Sure, versus the TB, not as great because he's got that high armor, but versus the rest of them, it can be very strong to close that gap and burst them.
Very even on the gold, despite these early kills that Spirit are finding.
Titanic in this game, though, absolutely farmed. The other 2 games, he was feeling a bit more of that pressure. He made an amazing recovery on the Lifestealer.
And how have we been sort of seeing the timings of the SF versus the Terrorblade kind of matchup in these games?
In these games, in overall games, I'm not sure, but with these games with Spirit and versus Vision, they're going to show up to every single one of these fights. They just love to play very aggressive, so I imagine we're going to see both of them turn up more than anticipated than other ones do. And Satanic, he's just going to go normal build. I thought maybe we'll see some type of
FG3 nomor 5, Jalan Cikini 2, Blok FG3 nomor 5. Ya dari apa pos satpam itu tinggal lurus doang.
Not me. Get the Shadow Realm off. Got the fear. We'll be able to stop further raises. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the way to put a stop to it. That's not me. We'll get taken down here by a further raise from Satanic.
Nice aggressive moves. I wonder what 9 class is going to do overall with his build. Is there anything different nowadays? I don't even know if there is.
I think he got greedy. Surely.
Taksnya bukan axe carry, makanya gue pinjemin, Bi.
Maybe go Blink Dagger.
Phase boost, BKB, Crystallis, Daedalus, Basher. That's what I want to see.
No one. Roll connection will hit Yatoro. Nice shard. Step over.
Kan turbo ya. Turbo mah santai aja. Wanjir. Wah, mati dong.
Satanic enak banget.
Oh, Vision. They've got a really good position right now to play this aggression with this blink so early unnoticed.
I mean, you said it. Both carries looking to turn up. Vision there as a whole. They had the stuns. They had the setup.
Biar apa, Bi?
Every single time here in these early moments.
This mid game, I feel like it's going to be quite
temen-temennya.
This MVP fight and this Slarda with this early blink. Laurel, he's not going to really want to turn up too much. He's going to go more greedy route, go for the maelstrom, go for the scaling potential eventually. The window is going to be open for Vision to shut down Toro. Look for the axe, look for these kills to set the pace in this game.
And that's the thing, right? They've got so much gap close on Vision. The Slarda, the Panga, the Marcy. They're going to look to get straight on top of Spirit each and every time in these team fights.
I think he's just going to... Okay, good, he does. I was figuring he does this on the Marcy. You just go Blink because you're the save. You're like the Tusk. Yes, they go on the Shadow Fiend, you end up rebounding and then pulling it out. So I think this is the best option for 9 class to go for in this game. Panic. The trap is coming for him.
He's looking pretty dead here. Quite far out on the top lane.
And happy to see Laurel get involved now. I don't really want to see Laurel play too passive on this Nature's Prophet. Even if he's going this Maelstrom build, I want to see him turn up in fights. Sure, not in the last one, because it was a pretty horrible position for it, but I want to see him play pretty aggressive on this Nature's Prophet. Refusal, done for no one.
And they want to fight with this.
They want to strike back on this top side.
I mean, they know that Spirit just made this play up here on the top lane. They're going to see if anyone's left around. Will be not me.
No one will roll for more. Won't find the connection onto anybody else here. Toward the mid. Potential for the rune as well too. 10 seconds till it will spawn.
Baksia Mobile Legends. Yeah. Jadi roda.
Because yeah, if there's these 5v5 engagements, right? Vision have the clear advantage in the mid game.
Ada Wukongnya Mobile Legends.
Split it up though on Spirit. That's the key to their success, right? All about the split push, forcing Vision to react and taking the fights with the numbers.
Yeah, I think at the least, Spirit, they're not going to want to fight until Collapse has this Blink Dagger on top of lane now. That's the next timing that Spirit are going to try and find.
Spiritnya baru gerak kalau ada hacknya tuh baru gerak dia. Dia Spirit baru gerak kalau nunggu Axe.
Pegangan tim Spirit cuma Axe doang ini. Axe nggak main, tim Spirit kalah.
Axe tanpa dagger kayak mas-mas warnet biasa dia.
Makanya Axe Kanda mestinya udah paling benar.
Iya benar Kanda ya. Axe Kanda. Biar mana regennya ada. Biar ada benar regennya.
Gue nggak pernah lama aja yang sama dia, yang kalau nggak sih gue
So phase,
unfriend
blade
itu
mail, he's
Dotanya.
even gone for the soul ring. It's gonna take a bit of time to have that blink. So the window for Vision to make these aggressive moves is definitely there with Noticed having the blink first.
Vision, they're not afraid to fight around it. Collapse has got to be careful.
Flawless.
Tapi kalau game kayak gini aksesnya harus kanda sih.
Closing in.
Tuh kan Adonanya bilang. Adonanya bilang.
Buat nge-break Enchantress-nya.
Ya nggak terlalu impact tapi
Aduh, mati dong tim Spirit.
No way out of this for
mati lagi.
Aduh mati dong, aduh jangan dong, jangan kalah dong tim Spirit.
Selama X yang gak main, tim Spirit kalah bang.
Dan masalahnya aku ngebet DC Huku nih dan di tim Spirit dan.
Anjing. Dia ngebet.
Sumpah aku ngebet DC Hook nih. Kalau DC Hook dapat berapa presentasinya kalau menang ya dapat berapa ya? Pokoknya presentasinya 223.
Well, a quick turn it off and on again should fix that.
It's a pretty important game to see those shards too when you're playing with.
Enggak main X yang mau ngapain dia? Jalan-jalan doang.
Ini dia kenapa pakai aksi? Heran deh.
Sebenarnya X-nya bagus buat nahan SF-nya. Karena kalau si Slardernya lompat, udah pasti dihabisin sama SF-nya. Makanya ada backupan dari X-nya ntar.
Iya itu, bisa selesai langsung.
Both carries.
Lama nih, X-nya juga harus tebel. Kena Slarder.
Armornya ini ya.
Slarder juga lembek.
Kena minus armornya SF ya dan ya.
Berat harus tebel itemnya X ini.
And it does feel like a bit of a different style that we're seeing from the last two games. Right, last game we had so many kills coming into play. I feel like this one might have a bit more farming, especially from Spirit, like you're mentioning. They want to go for that hard scale. But Vision, I do feel like they're going to play pretty oppressive. Look to just close the map, restrict the tier ones.
Misalnya emang harus ngambil SF sama satu.
Much easier ways to execute these immediate jumps at this point with the Slardar on the Pango having this.
Mau balik sekarang networknya 600 bedanya.
To be able to turn the fights at this point still.
Harus main di bawah 30 nih baru menang.
Vision. See how much action they can continue to bring before Collapse is allowed to get that pickup.
Because it is a very good blade mail. Playing versus the Shadow Fiend, there is the save from the Marcy, but it's not the same exact as the Tusk, where you just have that invulnerability during it. You're still going to be on the map, being able to get hit when you do get rebound and pushed away. I'm happy to see these new heroes, though. So many different ones we're now seeing in this Grand Finals. See if the idea this time ends up working around for 9 class.
And as always, as I like to ask when we do see these new heroes, why is no one else playing Marcy? What is the risk with this hero?
It's not in the best state. It really isn't. It doesn't really have too much team fight. There's other heroes that are just better in replication, these saves and all that. This is just a 9 class special.
Ini mahal nih. Ini ya si TB Collapse nih, hitam gini efeknya.
It's just odd, it can scale. And then also, I mean, in particular for this game, right, it's a gap closer. When they were seeing the Nature's Prophet, they wanted that gap close to be able to bring the Slardar in. Even though the lanes have ended up being switched up, it still has that same potential to gap close, get on top of something that doesn't like to get got on top of, so. But as we see, some of these heroes can be a bit underrated. You know, we saw that Disruptor absolutely owned in the game. Could be some similar things, you know, if he just gets a rebound save in some of these moves, could be absolutely everything.
Yeah, we saw what last game as well, the pivot for the support axe from Root. That nearly worked out. Innovation, definitely the name of the game here in this Grand Finals.
Vision, in all this downtime, they are farming a bit harder here. Even though we're talking about Spirit, they're happy to, they're content to hit some of these creeps. It's Vision getting more out of the map at the moment here.
So then, with this Blink Dagger and done in collapse, do you want to see Spirit try to play?
They almost have Blink on Rue as well, too, so if they do get a kill, they'll have double Blink Daggers.
Mata bunga kecil.
Now, let's see if Vision is Nine Class has to hug Satanic.
Ya tadi gini gue sering ngomong ketinggalan juga.
Satanic's gonna show.
Selepas ini gue asal ngepiknya gak cocok aja kayak tadi itu game pertama aneh banget Ever Carry anjir.
Mati.
Spotted out to the side.
Waiting around the rune, they'll get a haste.
They won't jump in on this. They know that Vision's setting up for some sort of counterplay. Not me, quick with the Tumbler's toy.
What the? Insane. Did see him coming, so did have a moment to be able to press it there, but still dodging it away. Notice now also has the shard, so very big damage potential for the side of Vision in these next upcoming fights. Still easier for them to take the fights. Spirit won't hemorrhage anything though. They don't fall for the bait play that Vision was setting up. Looks like they will maybe finish off this tower with the illusion. Illusions versus illusions. Titanic wins. Tower.
Anglos can get the deny. Not quite. No. Creeps will finish the job.
Not quite able to connect. So Blink Dagger done for the Tusk. Blink still far away for 9 class. So now Spirit, much easier access to look for fights themselves as well too versus Vision. But the team fight, still difficult when they have the numbers on the side of Vision. Spirit wants to pop a target first.
Through these quieter moments, you see Satanic farming just that little bit quicker than Yatoro in this downtime.
I like watching. Look at 9 class. He's literally just hugging him, not moving from the side of Satanic, because if there's a move that comes out, he can bail him out of it with this rebound. Starting to get points in the bodyguard as well too, so that extra bonus that Satanic's gonna have.
And it is the most likely move, right? If Spirit disappear off the map, go for some sort of smoke play, you know that their top target, it's gonna be Satanic.
100%. This bodyguard, I'm going to watch to see how much it can do in this game too, because Satanic, unlike Yatoro, doesn't go the Mask of Madness, so he will have that lifesteal coming from the Marcy in the fights. See how much that actually matters.
Here we go. Spirit, ready to attempt another smoke.
Both teams keen to fight, though.
Vision, so far, have been very prepared for these sort of plays.
And no one has a full Aghanims for this next fight, too. He might be big priority number 1.
So the question is, do they kill him in a call?
They get noticed.
Kill him with the call and the blade mail up. The punch, the snowball, the control. The dunk comes a little early, but it doesn't matter. The damage enough to help bring him down.
No one.
Got the rolling thunder. Found his way over towards Yatoro. Yatoro does not have mana for a potential Sunder. Doesn't matter though, Vision, they still hold back away from the Terrorblade.
Little awkward for no one to go for the full commitment, but it's an arcane rune, so we'll just be able to roll, get himself out. Nice kill there from Spirit, finding the angle onto the Slardar there. Closing the gap on the gold. This is how they want to take the fights. They don't want to take head-on team fights. They want to kill one target first and then look for the catch afterwards.
Pangwanya tajir, pangwanya.
Slow down. Collapse now. Tied net worth with that Slardar.
Ini X-Kanda mantep sih.
Masih dibahas lagi. X-Kanda.
Mantep
Jangan
sih.
udah
Slardar nggak
bahas kayak gitu lah, ntar dipakai lagi bro.
Dan aja, memang yang ngerti Axkanda hanya pemain tertentu aja, Rael, yang ngerti Axkanda.
Iya, masalahnya 6 game kalah bro, kayak Axkanda bro. Aja bro, mau item Axe pakai Satanik kayak Axe pakai tadi gak apa-apa bro.
We won't probably see BKBs coming out from the cores in this game though. Satanic and Yatoro likely to just skip them until way later stages again. There's a lot that goes through it. Look at this Rue. Right next to the
Tapi X gitu-gitu lebih kayak dari Slardar ya. Lebih sampah kelihatan.
Nah bro.
Just catching a glimpse of him as he tries to get out. Get the blink off. But with no TP, Rue very, very dead.
TP to the mid lane for the fight as well.
Carlos has got the chase down on a not me. Shadow Realm already being used. This crown will stop Dakalis. Collapse going to come up with the call. Has the jump on towards the Pango.
Nice,
the thing comes out as well, but Nightglass takes him inside. No, he's caught in the river. Not the place that you want to be as the Nature's Prophet down there on the low ground. They just turn, kill off the mid instead.
There's an ambitious move from Spirit to go for the play. Oh my god, Collapse almost gets caught there from the Distiller. Vision's just going to go straight for the Roche. They have so much minus armor. Likely to be able to bring it down in time. 30 seconds still till NP. Meta's still on. Okay, Meta's coming back up, but Spirit, they're not in the area for this.
They can't fight right now. And they have to let these objectives fall to Vision.
What Puppy was talking about, you know, that heavy team fight advantage that Vision has in comparison when Laurel's playing this Nature's Prophet.
And especially when he's caught like that.
TPing way too aggressive in the river as well too, trying to get that
Sedangkan
catch onto this
Vision mainnya bareng sama SF terus.
Now Satanic has an Aegis to play with, and now even more so where they have that team fight advantage, where they have the second life on him.
Can look to get very, very involved.
I think this Marcy is actually going to come in really cool.
I like the Marcy.
I like it quite a bit.
We've seen, you know, not obviously at this international, but many times before in the past, 9 class show us some fantastic stuff with his Marcy.
It might not be the most crazy, flashy stuff where he's, you know, his coddle, where he's popping off, taking over the game, but he's going to make Satanic look that much better in the game.
Tapi mata gue juling anjir lama-lama.
Lu masih game memang ya?
Masih.
Butterfly
jauh
for
bro, net
Satanic
botol
also
bro
in this
ditinggalin
game.
bro.
Gonna be a big pickup. And the reason I'm mentioning the Marcy more so as well, besides just that rebound, the bodyguard, when something like an SF is playing versus Axe, who has this blade mail, that bodyguard, that lifesteal absolutely will come into play.
He won't die during a call. Maybe if Lar and Yatoro are around, but if they don't have those two punching into him, Satanic will very likely survive through the jump.
Starting to get the push going themselves. We saw a similar push that Spirit was doing in the last game, but they didn't have their full squad with the Shadow Fiend. So Vision looking to apply this pressure with all the assistants. Spirit, looks like they're not even going to try to go for the reaction. Anticipating that everybody on Vision is set up at the moment here.
Yeah, I think they know right now that the decision to fight is going to be pretty much down to the calls that Yatoro makes.
Yeah.
If Yatoro's not ready to go, they do not want to turn up.
They're going to have, very specific conditions to look for those fights. Rue has the snowball and the blink, but he is hazed, so they see exactly where he is.
And Notice is going to be able to continue the chase down in the river. Shards will block him off, but he gets around. Rue will have blink again in a few seconds. The jump's already there. Back online for Notice. They do manage to bait 9 class in the river though. And Rue lives. What? They couldn't kill him, and Rue actually having the backup coming over ready to join him.
Those are some beautiful individual plays coming in from Rue, just stalling out Notice. I thought he was going to die for sure there. 9 class ends up being the catch. Toro turns up and gets a kill. Quick little meta play for him. Butterfly now finished up for Satanic.
This is a very strong timing. I mean, having that in this matchup, you know, Yatoro is not really going to be able to fit any sort of true strike into his build anytime early.
No, he's going to have to hope for that serrated Shiv in particular around that tier 3 neutral if he can get the RNG for it. Satanic is super deep right now.
Collapse. He's got the jump on 9 class, so the backup is gone for Satanic. He's done
Tabok,
so we'll have 2 laps to play with. Notice in with the blink crush on Dalal. Slide forward for Satanic. Lal dying again immediately at the front of these fights. He is just so squishy. It seems almost impossible for him to play these team fights. He turns up, he dies immediately, Fog.
Laurel could end up being a pretty big liability.
Lu tau gak panjang nick aslinya Yatoro apa, men?
Shows up multiple times.
Bang Toro, bro.
Yatoro's meta was ending, so maybe a bit of a misread there that they should go in or not.
Gak masuk lu jokesnya.
Getting out immediately after getting a kill because the meta's wearing down.
I mean, what do you sort of do as the Nature's Prophet in these sort of situations? You just not turn up to the fight?
I'm not too sure. I see he's queuing up like 5 different items to try to think how he can fix this. He's like, BKB? Nope, that's not going to help me.
They'll still kill him.
Physical, but he does need it because there's so much control. So it's tough to itemize for this NP. Similar as we've seen some of these Linas when you're playing versus all this minus armor. Big push coming in from Vision. They're seeing a window to be able to get a Rax.
I mean, they're so strong around this butterfly timing of Satanic. It's phenomenal.
And there's no matter. The call will come out.
But notice, he's in with the crush on the 2 of them. Catches Yatoro. Yatoro pops the mantra and backs off. But no one, he's ready to roll in deep with the rolling thunder. Collapse. BKB and back away.
Panic, 50 seconds still.
Toro stepping back up onto Ducalis. They get the Enchantress. Trying to see if he can catch more.
Mati lagi SF-nya.
The surround Satanic. That's going to be Satanic.
Habis lagi. Mati lagi slidernya. Oh, dia nungguin SF.
Satanic will go for
SF ulti.
into the TP. They want to get out of this Vision. They don't want to stick around anymore.
The cat's noticed.
Kena cakep.
The chance for the TP. The dunk comes through from Collapse.
Ini dia. Comebacknya tim Spirit, bro. Kata lu pendukungnya Papi kan, Bi, makanya lu dukung Vision kan game ini. Tahu banget gua.
Vision trying to find a window to go for this push here, but they get counteracted from the buyback.
Jadi kalau tim Spirit menang pertama kali nih di time champion. Ya terus sama si
sure, for Laurel can be some difficulties, but they do scale extremely hard this game.
The greed can absolutely pay off.
Vision really wanted to get some type
itu ya, karena efeknya itu yang itunya dia tuh yang ungu-ungu itu. Iya, yang gue bilang.
20
juta waktu itu ada orang jual.
Obviously, a lot of the times it's carry and such, you're much less likely to see something like an axe pick off. But even when it's in the mid, we don't get the Aghanims being picked up.
There was a time when, who was it? It was Liquid, I think, when they had Zai. I remember he was buying this a lot, and you're just playing that. You're the anti-carry, right? Because you apply this AoE disarm onto multiple different heroes, and as we mentioned for Vision, it's all physical damage. If they're all disarmed, there ain't no damage. So pretty cool approaches if he does pivot towards that way. Cool.
Berat men, tapi men tuh chance-nya 0, berapa itu.
They're gonna have that crazy scaling.
Yeah, they believe in you Toro to carry this one and Lal to be the backup carry.
Iya sih.
Vision looking to continue this pressure here. Level 19 on
Tuker dah semua seluruh invent gue sama itu kalau dapet yang gitu.
Gila.
We had 2K lead at the moment for Vision. I anticipate that they wanted to get a bit more out of
Shit,
this
mau.
mid-game.
Saya tengil banget.
Udah jauh udah nggak ada.
Gila lu belum selesai game ini bro. Santai bro.
Lots of potential for them to also continue with this scaling. No one can continue as well. Same thing for Notice.
Udah jauh udah pasti hilang. Lu naruh di Spirit kan?
Spirit 55-45 presentasinya.
Truly in for a treat this game as well too. These teams just on such even footing. Matching each other's movements. Sure, this one, not 29 kills at the 29-minute mark that we did see last time from one team, but still very impressive little macro plays that both teams are doing.
Kira-kira berapa nanti N-nya?
Kalau menang tim Spirit $223.
No one. They'll get Brew here.
Skor ininya nanti skor akhirnya 2-1 atau 3-1.
Oh. Kayaknya sih 3-0 Spirit lah yang ini mah udah 3-1 ya. 3-1 ya si visionnya lupa gua.
It's eyes on Yotoro, right? If you can catch Yotoro and kill him at the start of the fight,
belum mulai ngeret ya nih si MP-nya ya.
Completely disappears. So that's the main thing for Vision, I would say. It's just dealing with Yotoro. And Yotoro now, cool. Actually goes for the BKB this game. I thought he would do it last game a little earlier too. He went for the MKB, went for the greed. I'm glad he didn't go that greedy this game.
Gitu.
I mean, these two item timings are going to give them a pretty good chance to fight. So we see the Axe now done on Lal.
Oh, they're very strong right now in Satanic.
8 menit bro, agak nim. Di quarter cepat. Dibawa kabur, nggak lepas bro, Satan bro, kabur. Tumbal 1, tumbal mah menang bro ini bro. Gigi bro, kena. Oke bro.
He'll still be able to slither away.
But defensive BKB, you're seeing Spirit ready to
Beng Toro bro, tolonglah Beng Toro itu.
Just a little bit of a trip up. The Axe Wrath of Nature just holding for only momentarily, but
25 tahun cowok, umurnya dia cowok, udah 10 tahun sama gue.
And have that chance to get the jump call to lock down Satanic and allow Yotoro to bring him down.
Satanic now, even though it doesn't feel great in this type of game because there's things that go through it, he does have to go for BKB as well. The control is going to start to be problematic. Spirit starting to gain quite a bit of control in this game. Yotoro did get the serrated shiv, of course, too, so he is able to bypass that butterfly occasionally.
Instingnya dia bagus.
Iya. Itu yang lu lihat mekanik asli dia waktu dia main yang dia pakai silaber dah. Wah itu benar-benar carry itu.
Pressure feels like it's building up quickly here onto Vision.
Dan dia tuh hero-nya banyak. Itu loh waktu pertama kali menang dia aja kan. Beda-beda semua hero-nya.
The BKB at this point of the build for Yotoro, having this Aghanims on Lal's Nature's Prophet, it sort of allows them to play to a timing. The Vision, I don't know if they're necessarily prepared for.
No, I don't think you anticipate this build on the Nature's Prophet by any means. It's something quite rare to see. Does feel very strong in this game versus the literal all physical damage draft of Vision. Physically have some very good answers versus now.
Just super disruptive in these team fights.
They made it through that hard moment of the lack of team fight. Now the Wrath of Nature.
That's true. That is the team fight they were missing.
Dia waktu menang TI itu yang apa role model hero terbanyak kan ya Toro.
Iya. Beda-beda mulu kan hero-nya.
Iya nggak pernah. Iya bener bilang nggak pernah satu hero 2 hero gitu nggak pernah.
He has a really strong talent at 22 that most don't take.
Jadi ada streamer gue lupa siapa ya. Moonminder bukan Moonminder siapa gitu gue lupa deh. Carry ini juga carry apa namanya carry Dota juga. Dia bilang yang waktu interview. Salah satu gue mutusin kenapa gue pensiun karena gue udah melihat Yotoro seberapa jago sebagai carry. Jadi gue udah malas main carry lagi. Jadi gue pensiun aja. Ngeri bro.
But it's into this age.
It is.
Kalau yang
orangnya
hero-nya naik doang gimana bro?
They're not afraid of a challenge. The smoke
itu mah juga bisa diraguin bro.
They've got eyes on collapse. It will be a huge jump to take the Axe out. He's been getting some pretty good calls, and there's the initiation. He'll get the BKB off. See if he can get away from the rest of the chase of Vision. Yatoro ready to hold the high ground, puts the meta. They turn towards in the field, push back Satanic for now. Yatoro trying to bring down the Enchantress first. He will slowly but surely go down off to the side, not be dealt with. But now the
Kena ikat SF-nya.
locking down the team. Yatoro steps up over towards Satanic, but no.
Wah, nggak bisa Yatoro mati dong. Oh, Sunder. Oh, Satanic nyala. Collapse masih dengan culingnya. Buyback gila Yatoro. Aegis apa sih Yatoronya?
Aegis kan Yatoro.
Oh, Aegis.
He knows the fight now, it's over. They've got to run. He'll go for the TP, he'll get away. Vision, they survive through it and they're able to push into Spirit and take the team fight.
They keep Satanic alive. It's all these little things. The bodyguard lifesteal with the Satanic as well too. Everything coming into play there.
Satanic menggunakan Satanic anjay. Ya Pi. Satanic membeli itemnya Satanic.
The Rolling Thunder was already expended. He was able to keep wailing on them, but they get the distancing
there. That
was beautiful execution from Vision. Just watch how they bail out. It's all about Satanic, right? So throw all the buffs on him. Watch 9 class sitting on the sidelines, waiting for the moves to get that save when it looks scary for Satanic for a second. And Marcy's doing the work.
And honestly, the fact that Vision were as split as they were here, it kind of works their favor. Because Spirit, you could sort of tell they didn't really know where to go for. Yatoro, he had to use a fair bit of time at the start to bring down the Enchantress. So by the time he turns up to try and take down the rest of them, they've got enough firepower and survivability to take the fight in their favor, and Yatoro, you can feel it here. He's like, guys, we can't do this. I've got to get out of this one.
Oh, and this is such absurdly high-skilled Dota. Satanic, full MKB now to have the answer for the eventual butterfly. I mean, I say eventual. Yatoro has the butterfly, and he's got an MKB as it comes out.
That's huge.
Massive for Satanic.
And they got the gen there right as well.
They did. And I think it was actually, I missaw there, apologies. Now that I saw the replay, he didn't actually end up getting the save from 9 class. I think it was Ducalis' Force Staff that ended up getting that positioning for Satanic. Or it was his Force Staff, one of the two. I didn't see which one it was.
They're ready to go again. I'm in Vision. They're like, if we could do that into an Aegis, imagine what we could do without an Aegis.
And into a high ground positioning.
They're going to feel very strong after that last play, Vision. Ready to go again.
Go smoke gang.
With such beautiful Dodo and less than just a 3K lead here at this point. Both teams battling it, duking it out. And as we said, Yatoro, he is the key to watch. He is everything for the side of Spirit in this game.
Meta is back up for him.
Looking for the angle.
That's it, showing the mid. Crush. We're gonna see Ducalis. To quickly take down the Ench. Without their Enchantress. Doesn't look like it. They respect the fact that pickoff's made. They're trying to fight 4v5.
They didn't have to expend anything either on the side of Spirit to get that kill. They've got everything at the ready. Didn't even use the meta, just used the Demon Seal to close the gap.
This is the concern as well for both sides. If you lose a team fight, the enemy, as long as their carries up, are going to be able to push so fast.
Yes, they kill these buildings insane. Some of the fastest pushing lineups I think we're going to see. Vision, as you said too.
Ada rasanya bayangannya
they're
itu.
able to take that one away. It's going to be big for the next upcoming movements in terms of map control.
Bayangan SF mau hit-nya rasanya.
But neck and neck again this game. And the pivot too, we did see right from Noticed. Going for this AC in this last team fight, you absolutely could feel that overwhelming physical. Even though it's a Terrorblade with 50 armor, you started to see those right clicks coming from the SF.
Yeah, and sort of going the other way as well. It was taking a long time for Yatoro to bring anyone down, despite how farmed he is. So once that Hydra's breath is complete, it's that's going to help out a lot. It's on the way out on the courier. A good step up to the damage output of Yatoro.
And I mean, I can't believe I haven't said this now for 35 minutes, but when I was talking about Vision pretty much being only...
Oh, notice!
So
I'll try and push it back and catch him in the sprout. He's going to be careful. Feels the Lar might have backup, so doesn't want to try and push to finish the kill. Same time, Spirit. They're looking to see if they can catch the rest of Vision split up, but no, he's already in with the jump on towards them. Commits him with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to find the Dark Willow. They've got the Yule's control on to Collapse.
Sakit Rolling Thunder.
Collapse. He has to put the BKB and step back. The wraparound Yatoro in with the Metamorphosis.
Oh, gila warnya. Cakep banget warnya Yatoro. Dimundurin. Nice.
Satanic will fall.
Gila penyelamatan Marsinya, bro.
Dari tadi.
Keren banget Marsinya.
Posisinya bagus banget ya Toro anjir.
And they were so quick to make that move. They saw some of that play that Notice went for down bottom onto Lyle, and they were like, well, we could go on them on the mid, try and force the chaos, and they succeed in doing so. At this point, there's no SF for a full minute.
Are they going to close the game?
They're going to
feel it.
The glyph was popped.
They know with the pickup for the MKB, spent the money. He does not have the money for buyback. Yatoro knows that this is their opportunity to do serious damage.
Cuek, pokoknya cuek.
Oh, and they might be able to close it out. It's 50 seconds.
And they take the building so fast. Notice, he's in with the crush.
Duh, collapse, telat.
Notice turns towards Yatoro, but he's got to be careful. They hit on. The Wrath comes through. The root's there. Notice is gone.
Oh my God, I mean, Yatoro, how does he find that angle to get on top of them there?
Wah, Yatoro gila emang gila banget orang.
Tier 4s are dropping.
No one. What a good angle here with the Rolling Thunder, catching both the mid and the carry, jumping with the crush, that's Lyle gone.
And they chase for more.
Di atas pulang.
To make a crazy move. Yatoro.
Snowball.
Let's take him out. 9 class, no one going to try and jump forward.
Tiba lagi chok slam.
Coming down. The calls there.
Mati bro.
NPD, BB NPD.
As he keeps Lyle.
Mati lagi bro.
Yatoro, he wants to go back in.
Oh, jadi mati. Oh, jadi mati. Yatoro.
Yatoro trying to stand his ground against the Slaughter.
Tabrak-tabrakan. Ih, GG banget cok. GG banget. Ih, Sunder anjir. Gila mekanik bro. Sengaja Rue ini. Iya, korbanin sengaja.
He literally just got the mana. He was sitting at 25, just picks it up to that.
Enggak, Rue sengaja korbanin.
Oh my goodness, they get double tier 4s, they'll get the rain tracks, not the melee, but forcing heavy buybacks, even no one as well expending his. Laurel.
2 big core buybacks.
Laurel did buy back in to make sure that he could protect his buddy, so that was used there. But a big hit Spirit blowing open the game.
Maybe.
And I can watch Satanic in the I mean, we'll wait for this one again afterwards, actually. Chase forward.
Just able to bail Yatoro out. Maybe if they got that Yatoro kill, things would have looked to be in a bit of a smoother spot off the defense, but not getting the Terror Blade as desperately as they tried. Collapse, keeping him safe from that initial jump from 9 class. And at this point, even though Notice gets on top of him, Yatoro's so fast, he's got so much armor, it's so hard for Notice to finish off the job. And as you say, getting just enough here to get that Sunder play off.
It was literally, look at this, he was the toggle to smash.
He needed it, yeah, the tread switch did it.
I think he had enough mana anyway without it, but it was still cool to see that he goes for the play, bro. He's anticipating these type of moves. I mean, massive from Spirit. Yatoro now level 25. It's hard for Satanic. It's hard for SF in general to fight versus a TB, but without BKB, he's just getting, he can't lifesteal.
Spirit, they're going to be ready to jump again. Satanic might not be ready for this. Collapse.
It's quick.
Oh, he's able to slide away from the range of the call.
I mean, Satanic needs more help in these fights, though, because he can't lifesteal. You're getting hit from the Scotty. You cannot turn and lifesteal with your Satanic. It's also getting robbed, of course, from the Krullas, but my goodness, Spirit looking to potentially close this one out.
Going again.
Looking for another fight.
They know that the buyback situation, it's not in a great spot for Vision. They can find a big catch. They can put an end to this game, Spirit. No one.
Careful.
Chat will dimainkan.
Gold but gold anjir.
Giving some praise there to no one. For those quick reactions.
Mulai taunting.
Iya, pemain apa TI yang veteran dicengin sama anak mudanya old man. Kan si Sumel ditaunting tuh old kata siapa gitu gue lupa deh. Sumel main di mid kemarin tuh. Sumel pakai Naix.
It's hard to say.
Sumel ngebacanya young and mid.
Forced to be reckoned with, they don't really have the best answers. Even the kiting factor isn't there. Satanic, the matchup in general, right? TB versus SF, it's heavily favored for TB once it starts getting to these points because he just has that range advantage. So I guess just all-inning, right? They have to close the gap and fully all-in for Yatoro and just somehow try to bring him down with that. But it's easier said than done. Especially now that these levels are starting to come in for him. He's got extra saving tools with the Satanic himself.
And the Yatoro might just be able to get himself another Aegis here, ready for the push. It's the third Roshan. There's going to be that refresher shard on top of that.
And always too, right? Yatoro, he can lifesteal in the fights. He can be able to stand his ground. There isn't that mitigation in the same type of factor. He also has a hard save with the Tusk potentially. He also has a Vlad's too. multiple different ways. Spirit have to bail him out now at this point.
To get that chance, of course, with the way the draft played out, you know, SF's taken early. They get to think through the whole draft, what carry-to-carry matchup they want to play with. And, you know, if anyone's going to be the master at the SF and know exactly what the SF's going to hate playing into, it's going to be Yatoro. And we're seeing that matchup get to that point now this game. The sort of weakness that might have been there because they had to make this pivot, put the Nature's Prophet mid, and go for this greedier route, they've gotten completely through that.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization from Laurel is genius, right? Just the Aghanims, and we don't see it as much anymore. It is absolutely making that difference to protect, hold targets in place. If he had gone just straight right-click build, right, they could have lost these mid-game team fights super hard. The game could have just completely collapsed for them there, so kind of being everything for them.
Talking about Aghanims,
full item.
Aghanims picked up for Yatoro.
Is that the blessing? It is the full blessing, so he's got it at use immediately.
He's ready to go all in. Has that Aegis, of course.
Itu anti-magic tuh, Bel.
Second life is there, and
Apa?
knows that there's going to be this time. They're going to want to do something within the next 2 minutes or so, whilst these 3 buybacks are still unavailable.
Oh iya, dia beli buat lawan itu juga kan, si Enchan.
Even through the one life, as we saw in that top fight,
Memperlambat heal.
ways to protect. They even have that cheese, of course, too, for the next fight. That you can just, you can pass it over to him as well.
Oh, ntar kan? Oh, ada di 3K2 dia beli.
Oh,
he has played this game absolutely flawless.
I mean, pretty much the series as well, right? Even in the loss, had a very impressive scoreline on his Shadow Fiend.
Indo udah 1,5.
Vision, you can tell they're feeling that pressure now. Satanic has yet to really grow
Termalam
the
kan,
next
Bi?
item.
Habis main minum tuh. Pas udah mau
tidur.
Enggak, sebelum bobo. Justru biar langsung habis main tidur langsung. Pas lagi main berarti minum.
Who's going to be the one to go first?
Dia bodoh, ntar abis game ini aku nyetir. Aku nonton dulu. Tapi bawa dulu. Oke, ini nggak panas. Nggak panas.
Get the call as well on towards Notice. Notice has the BKB with the punch up
Dikait parah, sadar.
Udah selesai. Bayangan yang hit siapa, yang aslinya nge-hit siapa. Gigi banget mekaniknya ya.
I mean, who is going to touch Yatoro? Who's going to go for the jump? Nobody can get anywhere close to him right now as he's taken away the rest of the base. Collapse will get the call.
Bisa gue pakai terlalu bad. PL juga bisa. Oke, gue pakai TB. Oke. GG bro, 2-1 tim Spirit bro. What the fuck, Yatoro bro. Ngeri banget ya.
Satanic couldn't attack. I think these last 2 fights, he just has to spend the entire time trying to run away from this terror.
Pembunuh banget ya, pembunuh berdarah dingin banget ya. Toro mukanya emang anjir. Apalagi waktu botak.
You can't get away from him. You're getting ripped to shreds. Yatoro, absolutely beast performance from him.
I mean, we did to hear right concerns about the fact
3-1 bro, sesuai prediksi bro.
Vision, they felt
easy,
that if
easy
$200
bro.
switch up had to happen with the Nature's Prophet going mid, that they'd have the counter, they'd have the advantage in the team fights. They just couldn't find
Easy Arcana, Rapi. Sorry Pi ya, Easy Arcana Pi.
Spirit are able to close it up.
Anjing.
Right now in this grand finals here at the International for Spirit.
Easy Arcana Pi.
It is
Sorry
exactly
Pi.
what Lal was talking about in one of his winners interviews yesterday, where he said, we can play late game. We can play it fast. We can play essentially whatever we want to be able to draft to themselves. And this time around, it really shows because we favored them each and every game into the laning phase and out of it. But this time around, it felt like, well, they're going to have more of a competition. At the end of the day, Quinn, they very
Diajarin balik bro sama Yatoro bro.
Yeah, I think this is more what traditional Spirit compared to, I think the past couple of games, like you said, have been very much about early tempo, about winning lanes, a very different look that's more suited to the new supports. But this game was classic Spirit. They've got the late game. They know they've got the late game. They've got the carry matchup, and they're chilling. They're vibing. They're taking incredibly clutch fights and outplaying people and just biding their time because the clock is ticking. Vision can hear it in their ear, but they can't do anything about it.
They're just amazing to watch at TI. I mean, Their ability to recognize what they need to do to win games has been so consistent throughout the years, but this time around it feels like they have the play to back up the vision in their mind. In this game, it was just about which carry could hit other people for longer, which team could enable the other carry to hit people for longer, and Team Spirit were able to isolate Satanic in so many of these fights, get the correct jump, and make it so that he couldn't stand his ground as SF and trunk into Team Spirit.
Yeah, and eventually the game gets to the point where we see when Yatoro is making the final push on the high ground, he is just standing there and SF is hitting him and his HP bar isn't moving because all the damage on Team Vision's side is physical. And he just doesn't take physical damage. It's one of TB's best traits. He has incredible armor and they abuse it to its fullest extent in this series.
I mean, this is that moment that you're talking about where it feels like maybe Spirit have overstepped a little bit by going straight for that throne, which is a call I love to see. I feel like it's incredibly bold, especially in the grand finals, and the TB's just standing there. He does not care at all whatever the slot is dishing.
He hit him 15 times and took 10 damage. Like,
that's generous.
Yeah, if that. Like, the Heroes late game is completely psychotic in games like this, and I think Vision, it's a weakness that it seems Spirit are exposing, that Vision, they don't like it when the enemy team has the late game. They are not doing well enough in lanes against Spirit compared to how they are against other teams. Spirit is surviving that early game. They're getting off to a decent enough start. The Vision can't run them over. And then if Spirit's chilling with the late game, then we've got some big problems.
I also feel like Puppy talks about like the team fight superiority that they're going to have as the game progresses, but Varl itemized around it, right? He bought the Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet. It gives you this huge AoE route on everything that the ulti hits. And it's just smart decisions like this that, you know, when Spirit are doing well, you can see why. They can overcome this, what they're lacking with their draft through items. They're finding ways to like make things come together even when they don't have those natural tools in the heroes.
I'm still just so impressed with what was happening in the carry-to-carry matchup because we love to see what Yatoro can bring in a TI finals. For Satanic, it's his first time, and he has been the shining light time and time again in every game for Vision. This time around, they wanted to put the same faith in there, and for the earlier part of it, it really was that narrative. It really was that story, and so just getting essentially this free Terrorblade game and getting to have Yatoro on something so comfortable blows my mind as to how he performs.
I mean, I forgot the hero, but I think even more importantly, there is a huge edge mentally over Team Vision. Because Team Vision, they've been ran over in Game 1. They almost got ran over in Game 2. And now they got carry matchup to the last pick. So when you go into the last pick, the amount of options that you have to consider. Because I think up until the TB, Spirit were the ones that had to play tempo. Spirit were the ones that had to play fast. But with the TB, they completely flipped the draft and they put themselves in a late game position.
Gue sembari nyetir juga ya, guys.
Okay, Yatoro's been exceptional, but we can see
sembari nyetir
on the graphic right now, and he played a really
great
game.
Ke Bekasi dulu, ntar kita malam mainnya baru.
Team Spirit had versus Team Vision when they got that Aegis and they were trying to pressure really early on.
Ulang tahun, tolonglah temenin gue, lu gitu lu ya sama gue ya, Pi.
That they lost to. They were able to disengage with the Marcy rebound.
Anjing, besok gue ulang tahun.
Also just added up to the Spirits on support.
Enggak lama, tinggal berapa jam lah, 4 jam lagi lah.
Team Vision. Whereas if you look at Team Vision supports, between an Enchantress and Marcy, there really isn't that much control. So there's maneuverability to work around in the team. Consistency in the high ground pushes.
I fully agree with that. I heard Puppy mention in the coach interview after Game 2 that he thinks they were outdrafted in Game 1 and 2. Well, I'd extend that to say they got outdrafted in Game 3 as well. I think Maposhka is dancing circles around them, and I think that is a big reason why this series has felt like Spirit is dominating, and Vision did win the game too, but overall it's felt Spirit's side, and I think a lot of that is due to the prep, is due to the situations they're setting themselves up in. They've got comfort, they've got late game, and it just feels like it's games that Spirit is very happy with.
To be fair, there were moments of crowd-pleasing with that Marcy. I know that when we look at the support duos, they're not really comparable in Stania, but again, it's just massive praise to be able to come out in a grand final, see what you think is going to be on paper a fantastic matchup, and pick an uncontested hero here. Almost works out for them. There are a lot of clutch plays from the Marcy still.
I mean, it is a lane class hero, but I think Puppy didn't want to say it, but almost all of his heroes are banned out. When I looked at the bans, there was a Hoodwink, and Hoodwink is not traditionally a hero that he plays. So I feel like he didn't want to go for that. He rather wanted the comfort. It's a TI final pressure. He feels like, I want to play something I know how to play. And it added to their concept, right, of adding damage to the SF. It gives him more tools.
we were seeing the uncontested heroes here, and we had 2 more on it when we started the day, but both the Disruptor and the Marcy now being picked up. It always feels like they're all free game right now, Gwen. You could pick anything for yourself.
Yeah, when you get into that zone, that TI zone of creativity, you're looking for what makes sense right now. You don't care about the meta. TI Grand Finals is its own meta. You throw everything else out the window. It's trash. We have what we have now, and that's all that matters.
And on the topic of the Marcy, she was dodged. Like, there was this idea that they wanted to Marcy Slardar and bully the enemy carry, but they ended up dodging that matchup because of the Tusk protection. So they just read into it on Team Spirit.
I love it. The reading is there. The balance is there in draft as well. But TI just keeps giving, whether it's new heroes or whether it's special content pieces coming out for our home crowd here in Shanghai.
折腾了这么久，我终于找到你了。以你的天赋和技巧，世上最会刷钱之人。够了，不要再刷了！
这是seperti ikut kompetisi kan?
光明大师，
不要再刷了，大老远赶来，让我看看你那可怜的经济吧。天哥，你觉得我是个严厉的师傅吗？那你根本不知道接下来你要面对的是什么。我已经把你那可怜的矿子清完了，再给我来10波远古，天亮之前再给我拿30步赢。我儿近日大有长进，但我只能教你打拳之道。要真正超凡入圣，你必须领悟成为强者所需的一切。为此，你必须踏入刀塔江湖。江湖路远，刀剑无眼，你得学会征服痛苦。
我的第一位大师非常的严格，他教会了我怎么样补刀，怎么样刷钱。但是这仅仅是我旅途的开始，我现在准备好去拜见我的第2位大师了。DY 大师。感谢你教了我这么多。
当然，不用客气。倒下的敌人是不会反抗你的。黑暗贤者。
DY 大师，我随您修炼已有一段时日了，是时候接受一些考验了吧
？No， 还没有到正确的时机。大地之力。
DY 大师，我已经跟随您修炼20多天了，我们到底什么时候才能开启这个悟道之门啊？
不，你还有很多东西可以学。吃桃子可以回血，然后我可以过拆，拆掉你的藤甲，然后用
Oke, tes doang.
就是这些牌，有很多东西都要学。
Ponakannya ulang tahun。
住手！这扇门后藏着世界上最恐怖的东西，它力大无穷。知道如何面对它，就等于知道如何面对世界上最大的痛苦。
Kok Cina gini sih？
你真的觉得你准备好了吗？
我准备好了。
那就去面对。
Gue sembari mute ya main lagi di jalan soalnya takut keberisikan. Oh ikan Dota anjir.
那是。他的头好方啊！
你什么意思？
你要小心啊，我的弟子。你每一次攻心，它都会10倍奉还。但若你能驾驭这种反击，你的力量就会随之增长。如果你能受得了他一直送，或许你还能跟他并肩作战。
我都说我输了，你还说几遍？我问你。
哦
啊！
哦啊！
学会跟他正面交锋吧，天哥。当他再也伤不到你时，你就能迎接下一个挑战了。
这就是为什么某某某大哥总是去别的队伍。
你什么意思？
而且他从来没有跟你组过队哦。并且他将永远不会和你一起打。我的第2位大师们，有点奇怪，但是他们教会了我如何在精神上战胜敌人。接下来我将要去拜访我的第3位大师，让我的身体变得更强壮。
把这个板当做1塔，快点给我打爆它！
是萨姆的大师。
叫我超哥，再加1块板。
说实话，你硬推这个1塔没什么用。
他说的是真的吗，超哥大师？
再说一次，我的名字叫路遥，再加1块。
你这个推完这个1塔，你也不好打钱，有必要吗？
别理他，他有毛病。还有你，太弱了。要想变强，你就给我每天早睡早起，多晒太阳。
太阳？真的假的？这太阳到底有什么用啊？装太阳能板了，晒太阳能充电，还是说你是什么植物人或者什么草系宝可梦能光合作用啊？啊？你是练武还是修仙啊？你搞个火堆呗？你现在能懂我说太阳是什么意思了吗？啊？就是你跟太阳很熟吗？而且你是去过太阳，还是说那边有你兄弟啊？啊？
你到底在说什么鬼啊？谢谢你，路遥大师。
等等，叫我 maybe。不过为师确实替你感到骄傲，你确实学到了真东西啊！
这是真东西，这是真东西，真东西，真学到真东西了。学到啥了呀？要我看不如。
Itu pemain Dota, Pi. Ini orang-orang ini.
Iya, annoying aja, bro.
Ini somnus aja sih, somnus.
如今，我想我终于准备好了，去拜见那位尊师泰斗。
站住！若你想进入万世之师的密室，你必须选出正确的钥匙。
Kan soal di Cina tuh si ice tuh.
Iya maksudnya.
15 menit kayak bola, Pi. Ini apa namanya? Kick half time-nya 15 menit.
前来拜会宗师泰斗，弟子苦练多时，恳请尊师指点。
5 game. Bisa 5 jam. Jarak 5 game. Itu mau. Iya, istirahatnya. Istirahatnya nggak ada 15 menit doang.
Me? No, that's.
Komentator ya, Bejir.
大师，
Hati-hati nih ya. Terlonggar sih. Ya. Sana. Bisa sini kalau mau diketatin nih.
大师，看到了你的进步。
Bis masukin mobil bengkel.
你的招式很棒。
Gua nggak salah kan nih?
Would you rather do this in English?
Sebenernya cuti.
我听不懂英文。
Nggak usah. Besok ada kan ada apa sih? Bukan libur.
你为何而来？
Oh.
这是一个漫长而悲伤的。
Jadi besok mau ngapain besok? Jangan bilang tahu.
RPG， 为什么没人带我上分
？Iya, itu Cina udah. Cina ulang tahun.
哎，这个是什么呀？不对呀，这
Itu mau ke tempat itu kan gaun kan?
就是我的故事。
你是不是傻？
奥瑞的补刀，奥瑞的磨练，双驱兄弟的决心，所有这一切，都是为了此刻 AME 大师，时候到了。
天哥，你已经准备好了。
经济发育
已真成熟。
钢铁
心境。
唯有烈火方能淬炼。相信自己。
妈妈，牛来。先锋4，我打你！
What a fantastic content piece coming out here for this year's TI. It is such an enjoyable moment every year where we get to see the creativeness that comes out. And Skydub getting the absolute list, long list of legends and masterful training there just for Herald 4 like the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood all the references, but I still enjoyed it mightily. My goodness. It's also cool to get to see all the sort of the Chinese pros and people in the scene from, like, I don't know, it's been such a long time we've been in Dota. So to get to see Burning and, I don't know, all these legends is very, very cool.
And hearing the crowd respond to all the cameos was incredible. They were so loud. I mean, especially for Slacks. You know what I mean? The master of all masters.
No, that was a great content piece. I had a blast watching it. It was really, really nice.
It's always really fun, and it feels like it really does do a service to everyone that's given so much of their lives, so much of their times, given us like such notable plays as well, specifically from our Chinese Dota scene. So I love it. Thank you guys so much again for putting in all of that effort, for making what it was such a fun content piece here. But at the end of the day, the one reason a lot of us are still tuning in is the grand finals. We still have not decided who is going to be lifting that Aegis. Right now, Spirit are 2 games in this one. It is Vision with 1 game for themselves. And when you look towards it, it is only 1 more game Spirit need until we have 2 3-time TI champions, a 2-time TI champion in LOL as well, and a first-time TI attendee lifting the Aegis and not me. Like, it's crazy to think you are 1 game away from getting to achieve all of that together as a 5-man.
Yeah, I think you need to be careful that that pressure doesn't affect you. I think this team is as good at not doing that as anyone, is staying strong and focusing on the gameplay at hand. But the closer you get, I think the more of a temptation it becomes. And it's a classic Kuro line of don't think about winning. And I think there is truth in that you want to stay focused on actually playing the game, not on the result that happens if you do. Because while that's cool and all, that is not relevant right now because it's not a reality.
Yeah, it's 0-0, right? You start over the game just fresh. Nothing. Dota doesn't care that you're 2 games up, right? It's not going to be more forgiving to you, or it's not going to make you deal more damage. None of your heroes change. It's all starting over from scratch, and equal opportunity for both teams here, really.
We're looking at the number of TI appearances, and it's so fun to get to look at the numbers and then kind of put it into a percentage, into a different sort of perspective. If Spirit were to win on here, it would be a 50% win rate at TI for Yotaro, Miposhka, and Collapse. That's crazy. They've attended 6, this one being their 6, and to win 3 of them would be wild.
That's insane. That's like, because the TIs that Team Spirit didn't win, they got knocked out early.
Yeah.
So it really feels like the story with this team has been, if you don't knock them out early, they're going to evolve and develop into this Pokemon that no one can defeat, you know? Just like Dove went on her journey in that content piece to become the master of all masters. This is what's happening here.
But it's not like Vision are going to go down without a fight, though, in Stadia. We saw them really bounce back in game number 2, and that's the hope I'm hoping they're holding on to, that knowing that they can stick it to Spirit if it gets to that late game.
Absolutely, and I think they've proved it time and time again throughout the event. All their matches have been 2-1s. That means you've been put in these positions before where you're only 1 game away from losing the series, and you have to clutch it out. So they know it's not a position they're not familiar with. They're very familiar with it, and I think they are just like Spirit. They're a team that learns a lot from the drafts. They can improve with every game that they play. And to be honest, the story of this series so far seems to be like, you want to make sure you have the end game win condition.
Yeah, and they also haven't had that for those 3 games. And so while they may be down and it may seem like Spirit has been doing better throughout the series, it's not that distant. Like, that's the thing about these games, is you can be losing and can even feel dominant. But when you go back and you watch the replay or you look at the draft, it's such small things change that give you such a big advantage. And you've had a bigger gap now, right? Between games 3 and, or between games 3 and 4, sorry.
Yes, you're
there
right,
is a longer break. And so that means you have more time to think about things, more time to reset a little bit, to process how you want to change your draft and come in stronger. And so I think that break helps the team that's down a little bit because you get to process things and figure a little bit more out.
I know this is such a weird question to ask, but when you go to a game number 4 and you get that elongated break, what is the process of it? Because I'm also aware that these guys have been going at it for hours, and I know that recovering is one aspect of it, but are you out there caffeinating more? Are you eating? Like, what are the other ways in which you're trying to utilize the fact that you have a longer break instead of just talking about the Dota?
I think a lot of it depends from person to person. I think because some people need to work on the draft, but that's not everyone. It's not something you want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want just enough. And so I think some people are leaning back in their chair. You have a little bit of food. You're just chilling and sort of, I don't know, you eat a little bit and you wait for the next game. And I think some people are going the other route. They're drinking coffee. They're drinking whatever caffeine they need. And they're focusing on the draft and doing the hard work. And so I think the leadership roles, maybe the No One and the Puppy, they're taking the hard road of we need to fix problems and work on things. And your Satanics and your Notice, your newer players, I'm going to steel myself. I'm going to play as well as I can for this upcoming game.
I do think that a pep talk needs to happen, though, for Vision, especially for their supports. Because something that I wanted to talk about was I do think the supports, the duos are getting diffed this game. Even in that game, too, I feel like in all 3 games, Team Spirit supports have been moving to the mid lane and outpacing Vision supports. They've been clutching the late game. They've been able to do more with what they have than Team Vision. And when I look at this, I don't really see the issues with the cores and how they've been playing. It's more so how the supports are enabling them, and Team Vision are a little bit lackluster today compared to Ruin, not me.
I mean, it ties to the hero pools and the drafts, right? We saw in this game 3, Spirit's bans are all over 9 class. None of the heroes that he really wants to play are given to him. He's forced to play this Marcy. I know Puppy said they wanted to do it. It's a cool idea. I could definitely see it work. There's potential for it, and I think honestly, any other hero than the TB, they probably put it with the Star Dart, like you said, Mira, and then they try to run over that lane. But once TB comes out, it's just, this isn't possible anymore. And that's just, I think, draft-wise, Spirit has been solving that. They're making it hard for the supports to have that impact.
I think another big factor that comes into it is these games 4s is you just have to stay mentally strong. That, to me, was the biggest thing about playing in a TI final is it's such a mental test. It's just different than every other series, and all your hopes and dreams are so close, especially now that you've gotten deeper into the series. Being able to just focus on the Dota and push all those things aside is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And so I feel for these players, and I look and see how they come into the booths and how the game starts and trying to feel how they feel, because it is, I think, honestly, it's harder than the Dota itself, is the mentality that goes into it and being strong and fortifying yourself to actually be able to play the game to the fullest of your ability.
Yeah, I do think that's where Team Spirit shines, with that mental fortification. But just to address the graphic that came on screen, they had the same kill participation in 9 class and not me. And what Aiden mentioned about the draft is very true, because if your Willow has 3-man Curse Crowns and 1 Terrorize in a team fight, and your Marcy, all she can do is rebound, there's not that much you can do. The support duos and their heroes have looked like they don't have enough. I mean, at some point, you can break Dota down simply to the more control we have, the easier the late game will be. And you could just look towards fixing the angles of control. Maybe Enchantress should be benched for the next game.
Perhaps. I mean, I think the idea with the Marcy here was just we're going to bail out our carry, right? But bailing someone out when he's in a losing matchup and he doesn't win by surviving is the issue. That really is where it's just Spirit they're geniuses, and there's a reason they're here. And it's honestly impressive that they can do that with just 1 pick.
Yeah, it feels like when you're doing the Marcy and that is the pivotal part for her, that's the role that she wants to play, you're almost saying, we don't actually really want a team fight. We might poke and we might try and all in, but at the end of the day, that isn't really our MO with what we're going for here.
Yeah, it's tough, and you just have to, you either have to pick a path and do your own thing and just pick your own heroes and say Spirit's going to counter us, and that's okay. We believe in our heroes a whole lot. That's one path, and the other route is you try to play Spirit's game and you say you're going to counter our strategy on a higher level. We're going to try to do the same thing, and I think you have to kind of pick a path, because in some ways I think they're dilly-dallying between the two. Sometimes they're picking their own stuff, and sometimes they're trying to overarching counter. I think they're getting a bit outplayed at Spirit's game, and they're not quite fully committing to the other way.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned there in regards to the previous game, they opened up with a Shadow Fiend. They wanted to build up the Shadow Fiend to be this critical point in the game where Satanic just stands there and chunks at everybody. So they enable him with an amp damage and a Marcy sidekick. But at some point, it really wasn't working out to actually get him to play. The game ended with Vitor's Terrorblade having 55,000 hero damage and Satanic's SF having 20,000 hero damage. He just was not able to stand there and hit. So maybe it's because they didn't fully commit to the idea of building up a turret in SF. Maybe the Pango plus starter together made it redundant and they needed one more enabler.
I do think there's even more credit that goes to the way of Spirit and Maposhka is because they first picked the Nature's Prophet and they go in thinking that this is going to be Toro. Nature's Prophet, right? They're not really calling this that Lal is going to be and even if they do, then they're willing to call that bluff. And it is almost an exact replica of what happened in game 1 where they're trying to call the bluff again on Lal's Miracle. He doesn't play that Slark, and even if we do matchup, he doesn't play Nature's Prophet. Well, he does. There are 7 competitive games for him, and whilst the win rate before this game wasn't necessarily positive, he's still comfortable enough to do it. And I feel like you can't keep resting on the laurels that you're going to call the bluff of Lal's hero pool anymore.
I think if you go back to the draft even, like, they ended up banning Monkey King. Like, Monkey King isn't really a hero that we've seen much. And I feel like when I was looking at the draft, I feel like they felt so good about the first 4 heroes matchups into the other 4 that they didn't really think about, is there anything that could in any possible way stomp our draft in the end? Because if you remove Terrorblade from Spirit, I don't know what they pick. I feel like no matter what they pick, they're going to be playing like the temple style. They're going to have to try to like ramp up this game. And I think Satanic is a person that is much more comfortable when he's the person being tempoed on rather than when they have to be the ones playing the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they're built in pubs. These players are playing so many of these games where everyone's running at them. They see Satanic or Yatoros in the lobby and they charge at them. You've built this incredible skill set of dodging ganks, of surviving, of getting farmed away. And the flip side is just not something that really gets built to the same degree, especially when you're a young player who's only been playing competitively for 2 to 3 years. You want to put him in his strong suit where he's been molded and formed and let him do the things that he's so ridiculously, insanely good at that's gotten him all the way to this finals.
I'm just looking at the fact that Spirit, once again, they sacrificed some part of the hair to the Dota gods, and it feels like right now the tides are turning against them when it comes to favorability because they have had that advantage now. You guys have coined it in all 3 drafts. Vision aren't looking necessarily like the team that they have in the upper bracket where they haven't dropped a single series, where they took that path into the grand finals here because they're 1 game down, and whilst they take to the stage again, there is that seed of doubt. This could be your final game of TI-15. This could be it that makes or breaks you.
Yeah, there's a feeling as you walk onto the stage of you looking at the crowd and trying to savor it, but also focusing on that mix of relishing the moment, but also the need to win. Your life is on the line here. Provision and Spirit is 1 game away from being the undisputed GOATs.
Yeah, it's so close, you know.
Udah beda era, Pi.
Udah
nggak ada player kayak Dendi kan sekarang. Yang se-fun. Dendi kan dicintai fans, anjir. Fans paling banyak dia itu, player Dota.
If they get the 3-peat, it's over.
And Quinn, you've been in a position where you're like 1 game from elimination at a TI Grand Finals against Team Spirit. Like, how do you steel yourself against the force that they are?
I think so much of it has to do with like honesty with each other. I think a lot of times, at least for us, pressure can get to you and people can start to feel bad, and you can feel that in their communication, their atmosphere, and it bleeds into everyone else. It becomes sort of this fog in the air that you can't quite see through. And so I think, I don't know, having an honest conversation, people who are anxious talking about that, and you get to the human side of it and you realize that, hey, this is a privilege, it's a very hard thing, we're all together, and we're just going to push through it and do the best that we can.
We're seeing here both Collapse and Yatoro, the potential 3-timers. The fact that they're 1 game away, and when you look at them, I mean, more now than ever before, but I feel like I can't read them. I cannot read them at all. They already have 2 of these TI rings to themselves. To add a 3rd would be insane, and all 3 as a player. No one's done that. 3 rings as a player.
I mean, it's a crazy achievement. I'm sad to see that they both have a full head of hair walking around, honestly. I was hoping somebody would have shaved their head before coming out.
Iya, ada NBA, bro. Cincinnya, bro.
They're locked into the point where they don't need to sacrifice their own hair. It's just time to get rid of Nami's beard, you know? He's the newbie. They're going to get him the TI win so long as he's able to give up.
It's crazy to think we have 14 of those beautiful pieces of jewelry there to commemorate every year that we've gotten to see a team take to that stage to win a grand finals and to eventuate the dreams of lifting an Aegis.
Yeah, that spot is just waiting for them, ready to be etched in. Their name is already in game twice when you hover over that Aegis. They're close to having their name.
Itu dramanya cuma drama 60 menit aja,
without seeing their names everywhere at this point. So synonymous with Dota.
Kalau main game-game yang lain banyak dramanya. Apalagi roleplay banyak banget drama yang males aku main Dota ini.
And the history of those players, the fact that Puppy won his first, and now at the end of all the 15,
Yeah,
the most recent TI, the potential to win it again. Part of why Dota is so great is such a rich history and so many players that have been around for so long. It makes all these series mean just that much more.
Yeah, I just find it so poetic if Team Spirit are able to do this. It's because Mipushka came back to the team as a coach. It really did feel like when they didn't have him earlier in this year, they were lacking something very deep. His ideas in Dota really are why Team Spirit became what they are. He's the one who influenced Collapse and Yatoro and turned them into the players that they are. He's the one who influenced Satanic. When he played on the stint on Team Spirit, it was Mipushka who took them and talked to him about their ideas. And now he's come as a coach. He lost the best of 3 2 days ago to Puppy. A lot of it was due to getting outdrafted by Puppy, but he prepared really hard. He's been showing up today, and he's been absolutely frying him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the strategies. I think both teams, honestly, when you look at the gameplay, they are playing well. All the players deserve to be here. They're playing at a level that, it is... Well, you have to be able to play at in order to be in a TI Grand Finals. But ultimately, when the teams are so closely matched, it's going to come down to who has those slight advantages with the draft, who has the slightly easier draft to execute, and who has more opportunities to do things in the games, and who has more opportunities to win the games. And I think right now, Mipushka is giving that to his team.
There's still full belief, though, that Puppy is able to take this extended break between a game 3 or 4, work out that maybe they're playing too much into what Spirit want for themselves, playing their game, lost themselves a little bit, because it's not over. You have this game, and you still have Satanic on your team. Satanic stood in for Team Spirit when Yatoro wanted to take a break. He ends up joining Vision. They hit top 3 last year. They at least bested this year with a guaranteed top 2. But they want to take it that one step further, and you want to be able to push it to a game number 5 to show that this Prince and King battle isn't as straightforward as everyone wants to chalk it up to be.
Yeah, this is not over yet. Vision have something to say, and they get a chance to prove it here. They bounced back once before. They bounced back in every series they played to get here. If anyone can do it, it's them. Their players are incredible, and they have all the tools.
Man, I wish we would just stop talking. So casters, please give us game, and we can just... go watch some good Dota, please, Nat.
I promise you the Grand Finals is continuing as a lot rides on game number 4.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 4.
The lobby start button, at least, has been pressed. The game start is still to be decided as we want to see what 5 heroes these guys are going to pick for themselves. What 10 we will have in our matchup, because game 4, we said it before and we'll say it again, it is a make or break. Because asked for the rematch of the Prince and the King, and you got to wonder what exactly are they going to plan for themselves here. Is it going to be another carry-to-carry matchup where you want to be able to put all of your eggs into the Satanic basket? Or will we be seeing more emphasis placed on the supports? As right now, a Treant Protector, Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Nature's Prophet, and Shadow Fiend taken out.
Yeah, it's interesting that Shadow Fiend was super heavily prioritized by both teams, getting first pick the last 2 games, and now Spirit is first pick, and they banned it out. So clearly they have another path. They don't want to mess around with these SF lines anymore. They want to find something new, a new avenue to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different game, right? They've changed basically the hero that's been so defining for this entire series in the SF. It's what made Game 1 happen, it's what made Game 2 happen, and it's also what made Game 3 happen. So we have a completely new draft in front of us. We see Lone Druid is finally banned out by Vision this time around. It's been a hero that I feel like both teams have kind of drafted around this entire time. We haven't seen him pop up, but the threat of him has been influencing every single pick that's we've seen in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think that was a really strong read by Puppy to ban the Lone Druid, because what other hero could justify banning SF in your first pick? It is the Lone Druid, and you don't want to play against these SF plus Lardar matchups again versus him. Puppy's like, nah, we see you, we're not doing it. And they end up banning Spirit.
Another big difference in this draft is that all the supports are in. We've been seeing all the supports getting
Harus
banned out.
pakai VPN, ngebetnya di bet for dot apa ya, gue lupa deh, ada deh webnya.
A lot in previous games.
Ada banyak tempat bet CS sebenarnya, tapi ada Dotanya sekarang.
So there's a lot of these things that are going on right now, and the conversations are.
Iya, dulu ada karena banyak scam, dulu tuh banyak kan bet gitu kan, cuman banyak scam akhirnya dihapus. Nah, yang ada sekarang CS, nah di web CS itu ada Dotanya.
So I honestly like this adaptation from Vision, saying we're banning supports before.
Ntar gue kasih linknya.
Give them their subs, whatever. We'll ban the cores instead. I think this is a cool change up.
Oh iya, sorry deh.
Forces a different
sorry ya.
angle that maybe Spirit has less preparation for.
Wyvern.
Again, also an IO angle that this hero has emerged as one of the heroes of TI, and when you have the Winter Wyvern on your team, you could be preparing for it as well as a soft counter to the IO.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think even in the first game when Vision played IO, I feel like they never really got to play the hero. So it's something that they might still look for down the line. I think it's absolutely a threat. Wyvern is good against it, but it's such a strong hero that you're going to need more than that.
Bondi tuh tipikal hero yang benar-benar impactnya tuh di ultinya kan.
Really heavily focused in the bans, and to me this is
benar-benar bantu ekonomi banget
good
ya.
adaptation. Saying he's been playing Hoodwink and Morris.
Belum lagi kan dia masih stun juga kan waktu ngilang.
And so we're saying we're just going to give him a hero that's not only great against Winter Wyvern, but is just a super comfort hero for him, and Vision have had a lot of success with.
War nggak terlalu ini, cuma kan ekonominya ya.
Really comfortable with the cuddle, like the Ember Spirit and the Pango. The Ember gets taken out.
Bondi tuh benar-benar kayak War jalan aja.
Care enough or threatened enough by the Pango to address it or to just let it through?
Yeah, I mean, it
itu kan kayak buat carry atau offline yang agak berat tuh dibantu Bondi.
Kan makanya tikus bro, Bondi bro main sendiri aja dia pakai tikus.
Sometimes almost immediately kills them. So there is some counterplay there with the Wyvern, but I don't think it's not enough to dissuade you from picking Pango if it's good against the rest of the hero.
Yeah, definitely still an option. All the things you said are very true. I think is with Coddle, generally you want spellcasting mids, right? You want to enable some hero that abuses the mana so you can farm faster and you can fight more, have more uptime on the map. That's one of Coddle's biggest strengths, is it allows your cores, especially your mid hero, because subs just tend to play with the mid hero, that means they can stay on the map, which gives you more attacks, allows you to defend more places because resources are such a huge part of the early game.
I feel like that's absolutely one part of it, and
the other part of kalau Bondi kan kalau war dia tuh pasti itemnya tuh item buff doang
kebanyakan. One of the strongest modern supports is that it heals. And healing works really well with any sort of damage reduction, or if you die too quickly, the heals won't come in. Coddle takes quite a while to wind up the heals, so you want to make sure you have a tanky enough draft to where you can survive the initial round of spells from your opponents with the heals that they kick in.
Very true, and healing lineups are so problematic because the Vessel Fires and Earth Spirit
karena Magnusnya collapse buat juara TIP.
Void Spirit aren't that good in the meta, and
collapse pakai Magnus gila jago banget.
Are super dead. So when you're playing
against
it, it's very pesky.
Nggak ya?
And you kind of solve it through
ya kalau lu masih buntutnya Magnus lah, skill lu.
Because can't be picked here.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. I feel like Vision never relied on this Doom previously in the tournament too. Also, Doom against all of these, like throughout history, superstar players, like we got Miracles, you know, Yatoro.
Cuman ini doang,
when they get Doomed, they're not the same player. They don't get to click buttons, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're stunned or if you're doomed and you're not allowed to press buttons, nobody, no matter how skilled you are, can play the game. So Centaur solves it, right?
Stampede away from the Doom. Also, Notme's clock has been left.
Dota 1 nggak ada meta-metaan, pakai naik sudah paling GG dah pokoknya.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go for a double melee offlane. It's not something that
Naik-nya jadi hitam ya, Pi dulu Pi kalau nge-rage
so far in the finals, people want strong lanes, they want to come in and fight you and contest the early game and not give you what you want and play a slower game. You want to start off on the right foot. So it will, you know, sacrifice a little bit of the early game if they go for the clockwork here. But I mean, we've seen how much Not Me can do on the hero. Yeah, okay. They just think he's just too good. Just give it to him.
He's just that guy.
There is still that chance though that Centaur plays mid. I'm not saying it's something that Spirit necessarily love, and Centaur is such an archetype of a collapse hero, but there is still that we don't want to fall into the trap of calling Spirit's bluff either about Lal's hero pool at this point in TI.
I'm going to call your trap, and I think you've been talking too much to Falcons.
Oh, my bad.
I really hope we don't get a Centaur mid.
I didn't say it was good, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, absolutely. And, you know, that has been their MO for this series, right? They keep tricking us and Vision.
Oh, naik sebelum dipakai lagi, bro. Ah, ini mah udah yang Bang Toro lagi yang pakai naik sini udah fix lah. Ngikutin gua, bro, orang-orang ini bro pakai naik.
Insania's putting it at 1%.
Yeah, I think I'm like the Dota right now, where it's very far to like.
Yeah, it's a very fair suggestion because that's
Vision ya? Oh iya, Vision yang.
But the reason why it works so well on Falcons is because
main sama Raffi win rateku 80.
Laurel is willing to do anything.
Ide yang baru, ide yang lama. Minus berapa ya? 300 game apa? Kacau dah kalau dia.
I mean, I feel like at this point we can't count him out, but
dia harus diledekin dulu biar jago mainnya Raffi. Kalau enggak, blow on.
Vision also seem to think that way because they decided to pick the Lifestealer. And Lifestealer is quite a high commitment hero. Once you pick it, it needs to have a good lane.
Harus ada nge-trigger dulu pokoknya kalau sama dia.
So they think it is too. They commit to this lane matchup, and it is obviously a pretty strong matchup for Lifestealer.
Kalau push offline bisa gue kalau suruh.
Okay. And with this, it seems like they are somewhat committed to it being Centaur offlane, I think. I also think Centaur mid just doesn't scale this super well against Lifestealer, so they're okay playing the lane. And this is a lane where Satanic will have complete free farm. We've seen a couple of games now where Spirit's got a lot of pressure on Vision's safe lane, and Satanic does not have the freest game that he would hope for. And so in this game, he will have a great start. And TA also has a pretty good lane, I think, against Doom. It's a classic counter because even if you Doom him, he can just blink away because it goes on the refraction, and then you haven't canceled his blink yet. So I think both carries are set up for good games, which, maybe we get the epic anime fight. That's what I'm hoping.
Joker. I do think that TA is a higher execution carry than Lifestealer, though, because she's been nerfed a lot on the lane, so she can't oppress the enemy offlaner the way that she used to, so the enemy offlaner will have more net worth than they are, and eventually, even if you can blink out, you get doomed. Dota gets really hard to play in that late game, especially when Doom gets that Congregations of the Deep with the Shiva's Guard. At that point, that hero is so absurd.
Yeah, I always feel like once Doom gets to Shiva Zags, the game is over. I've been saying it time and time again on the panel, but we never get to see it. But it is really strong end game timing. I will say TA has quite a lot of things going for her. She's one of the heroes that can't get blasted in the lane. You just press refraction the moment you see the forces. It's quite a strong matchup in that regard. They have this pressure set up with the Winter Wyvern that can provide sustain to outlast any sort of damage that Doom can do to her. So I quite like the laning matchup for Spirit. And we've talked about it in the previous games, but this laning pressure for them has been really important in order for them to win these games. So for that regard, I really like the team.
Yeah, she serves a purpose within the draft that we talked about earlier too, with healing lineups and how they're hard to break through. She's one of the high burst damage carries that can kill somebody before the Coddle Blasts keep coming out and keep piling up. I do worry about if she isn't playing tempo. If Spirit are on the back foot this game, I don't have that much faith in the hero. But if they can win the lanes like they have been the last few games, it should be fine.
Yeah. I do see one weakness of Vision's heroes that they lack playmakers, really. Doom is quite farmy, Lifestealer is quite farmy, and both their supports are heroes that want to sit behind another core who's making moves and cast spells. And so, as of now, Spirit kind of knows the archetype of mid-hero they want, and that can mean that you can pick a hero that makes that pick very uncomfortable or hard to lane or bad for any number of reasons. And it also means that, once again, TA will have a super free game because there's no way she can really die in this game, barring some, last pick shenanigans.
And there's still Pango for Team Vision. The only counter would be the Winter Wyvern, but they need that Coddle combination. They need something that can play with Mirana's aggression.
I think leaving it is fair, though, from Spirit, because that matchup against Clockwork is actually quite bad. When he presses roll, you just press cogs, and it's very hard to steer, even if you've got, some serious driver's license. And on top of that, TA, when you're rolling in, she can meld you and just keep blasting you, as she's sort of a traditional turret. So it's not the easiest Pangolier game, but the Coddle helps with some of those problems.
I mean, the other deterrent is Wyvern, right? You have the triple melee core lineup, so it's high likelihood that if you're playing Pango, you're gonna have heroes close to you that potentially could get cursed with you.
Is Void Spirit pickable for Vision, Quinn?
Depends on the mid hero. Of the supports, yes, absolutely. Neither of them has.
Joker di ban anjir.
So if you kind of dart in and out, you get on top of the Winter Wyvern, and you're very hard to pin down. It is just not a very good hero right now. We've seen it picked before. Lornoff played it once during the main stage, and it did not look super great. And so it's got to be a pretty perfect game for that hero, I think, to pull it out.
Storm Spirit. Interesting. It's a brave hero into Doom. This hero can absolutely ruin your day. You generally a Storm, of course you can keep zipping around all the time and you'll never get Doom, but that drains your mana really quickly. And this hero actually relies on auto-attacking a lot more than people realize. You kind of want to sit in the place, hit a bit, use the zip to chase someone down. You don't really want to use it to just stay invulnerable the entire time. And you can explain this a lot better than I can.
No, it's absolutely true, and I think it's a very underrated part of Storm. Storm, for all intents and purposes, is just a right-click hero, and the zip is a way of getting close and getting far away from people. So if you can't stand there and hit, then that means you don't actually do any damage, because just flying around doesn't do anything. You cast one static remnant, okay, it's a 300 damage nuke. That's not enough for a core contribution in a fight.
It is still, in a way, denying Vision being able to have a good Coddle combo from the mid in that Storm Spirit. You don't have an infinite amount of
Wah, ini
bans,
Bang
so
Abel full
leaving it
senyum
in,
ini.
picking up for yourself, even if it does feel scary.
Senyum ini aku.
It at least
Kan
makes
easy
Vision
$200
more
bro.
on top with the Sand King last pick.
The Sand King is just solving the issue of now you have a Storm Spirit, we don't have enough stuns. How do we deal with the Storm Spirit? And nothing really was left in the pool aside from
Asik, easy 233 bro, 233 bro, 233 bro.
Ini harusnya ini sih, iya 322.
I do remember no one, they obviously played top 3 at last TI. Last TI was a lot about these Sand Kings and Earthshakers and this archetype of hero mid. So he's definitely played this before. He knows how the hero works.
He's like, oh god, mid Sand King again?
That's how I
have to witness this.
Yeah, there will be a lot of trying to draw the mid lane and playing off stacks. That's so much about what this hero is about. He doesn't pressure you, but it's very hard to pressure him. And so attacking Vision's triangle, potentially fighting these stacks, could be a big look for Team Spirit. But I think this is a game that's very based off skill. I think a lot of the early game, there's a lot of potential moves for different places. This one, honestly, is a draft that I chalk much more to being even than the other games. I think Vision has done a good job at pulling it back. And this is a game that I think they should be very happy with. Honestly, I think the draft is the best so far, and it's not super easy for Spirit.
When you talk about, sorry, very quickly, talking about invading that trying to take stacks, which hero on the side of Spirit is going to utilize that the best, and you're hoping he's going to be able to take advantage of it?
Probably anyone with Centaur. If you're
Dan dia tanggal 10 tuh jalan dia.
Charge and get in there.
Iya, aku bingung aku tanggal berapa ya? Hari H aja apa ya?
Bebas, yang penting pilates dulu jangan lupa. Bisa ya. Sekarang aja pilates ya si Mamat sama istrinya.
I think it's
Bandung,
suaranya, Bang. For Vision supports to be able to enable no one Sand King and play with them because Team Spirit supports have been running mid and playing with Laurel for the last few games. And if they can get some combos going with the Impale and Tamarana Arrow, this game will be a lot more even.
15 soalnya udah pergi gua.
So there's more faith than in the earlier part of what Vision have for themselves, but then the question is, because Spirit have already claimed that they can play every type of game, every playstyle needed, is that late game also still incredibly favorable if Vision just want to sit back and play?
I think Vision has a more stronger feeling in this game than they've had in any other game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Fully agree.
Alright, that is a lot of props to Vision then, being able to take advantage of that longer break there. But we are going to be talking to Spirit's coach.
Enggak, 15-nya 15.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Maposhka. One more game to be one of the most.
Mending beres acara Bang, langsung cabut Bang.
I just want to talk to you about.
Janganlah kayak gitu. Kan mau dulu pilates dulu. Tahu ini.
Biar nggak ada lah pilates itu.
No, of course. It's
liburan penting sih. Pasti cewek abang juga setuju itu.
I can believe in our draft. I see an idea.
Kan Nami streaming lumayan loh. Kan bisa apa yang zaman sekarang tuh real streaming apa?
IRL. Isinya bapak-bapak semua ngos-ngosan cuy.
Jancok. Ardan gimana Ardan? Prediksi Ardan?
Team Spirit ini Bang.
Asik ya udah.
Draft menang banget sih anjing.
Ketahuan kau telet.
I don't know what is regret.
Well, I'm sure there are no regrets going into this series. Thank you so much. And incredible to have you here.
Gak ada damage mereka Bang di early Bang. Team Spirit.
Here we go. Game 4 time, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the grand finals of the International 2026. Spirit versus Vision and the draft. They continue to excite folks right up until the end. We're getting, honestly, maybe a couple of minutes that we have seen, but something that I didn't necessarily expect to see in this sort of situation here from these two teams. Lal bringing in the Storm, and then this pick and response. No one. He's coming in with his mid Sand King.
Very interesting approaches coming out from both sides. Lots of iconic heroes the teams do like to play with. Laurel, his Storm is one of his best. The TA, we don't see that many people playing it, but Yatoro, it's another iconic one for him. And talking about some of these supports, right? We have to mention them. 9-class, this time playing his Coddle. We did mention what he could try to do on the Marcy in that last game, but started to feel the weaknesses of it. His Coddle is absolutely amazing. And then Not Me. playing his absolutely legendary Clockwork. He has been a game breaker for so many different teams. He's just been able to do so much with this hero that so many other players haven't after some of these nerfs. So my big eyes are on those two players. Yes, the cores end up doing so much in these games, but my eyes are on the 4 positions right now.
I mean, all in all, what did these two drafts sort of say to you in terms of how the teams want to play? Are we seeing Spirit and Vision do something that they've already done so far this grand finals, or is one of these teams switching it up a bit more than the other relative to what they've played so far?
It's different drafts, but you can see some type of styles as both teams being like, we're going to have the late game. No, we're going to have the late game. But then you look this time with this Sand King last pick, it does seem like a fantastic answer to be able to get to this late game scaling, because they will have this chain stun that can come out. They have the
Ya kenapa cuy? Pindahin dong kameranya dong.
If he can get these big connections with his epis, it's going to be able to bypass the Wyvern saves,
ngadu
bypass potentially
lahir
that Centaur protection some of these heroes do, because it is that much overwhelming damage. So I quite like this pick. I'm not sure if it's going to fully end up working out, but I do like the idea that I see behind the
Gitu cucuknya Dung tuh anjing.
Looking forward to see what no one's going to be able to do on it. He is a fantastic playmaker from the mid. Something a little different from him personally in response to what we've had from him elsewise on the mid hero.
Hero will connect onto Collapse. Tanic trying to trade back and forth, playing versus this double melee as the strength hero. Double strength as well too.
We'll see what Satanic can do. Had a very solid life stealer showing earlier in this grand finals.
He's set up for success in this lane, right? He should be able to farm pretty consistent now, unless not he does some type of crazy cog play, which we can't write that off, of course, how nuts he really is on this hero. Spirits look very good in their lanes, though. Across the board, every single one of their games, they're able to secure the free farm, especially for Yatoro, in every single one of those. And this looks like one of those where he is going to get away with that free farm. Playing versus the Doom and a Coddle, Refraction, incredible versus the Coddle Blast, and then just the Meld versus that Doom. Every time he walks in, he needs to melt it.
I mean, out of all the heroes that we have, which one would you say you sort of have the, not necessarily the doubts, but the sort of question mark about that might have a tough game? From what we've learned so far this international,
I would say it would be the Storm from what we see, but the lack of stun and control could make Laurel.
That's the thing, right? It should be a good Storm game, but I feel like we have felt that in some of the other times we've seen Storm. It hasn't always gone great for the hero.
We'll see how much help he gets, because like the panel was talking about, something that Spirit's done pretty much every single one of their games is even if Laurel does struggle, they help him a lot. They'll send the double supports to be able to ensure that he gets off to a good start. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Laurel can do of piercing backlines, finding the Coddle. I think we have similar type of strategy from both of the mid laners, where one, yes, he's a right-clicking core that's going to be scaling, that's the Storm Spirit, while the Sand King, he does the same type of thing where he jumps the backline, finds the Wyvern, while Storm jumps the Coddle. So this interesting dynamic between the two that has similarities. And we're seeing this already at this point, 9 class. They're not playing to win that top lane, of course, since it is this Coddle plus Doom versus TA Wyvern. The TA Wyvern have a clear advantage. He's going to play the stacking game. So already getting those built up, it's going to be fantastic for no one.
Tapi sayang banget ya udah nggak ada trusek lagi ya. Padahal bagus banget trusek ya. Nanti
nggak ada trusek tahun ini.
Tahun mana juga nggak ada.
They did secure themselves with quite a lot of team fight this time around too.
Kayak terakhir tuh trusek tuh ya pas ini doang deh. Siapa namanya? Pas TI ini doang. Spirit yang menang pertama. Tahun lalu kan Falcon. Falcon kan ya, terus sebelumnya lagi Liquid tuh masalah.
Nowadays with the Aghanims, with the Life Stealer where you can jump inside of the TA, but in the past for some time, TA just accelerates that much faster because you get the Deso, you're setting the pace of the game, you're getting Roshan, and you're playing with a big advantage over something like Life Stealer. So curious to see how it's going to end up going down. The mana burn, it's starting to kick in. Not me. As soon as he gets the level 2 cogs, he ends up just winning lanes that aren't supposed to win a lot of time. So Collapse, he's getting a lot out of the lane.
Map of Madness,
Skadi. Ya, Skadi, Cranium, Beser.
Too much. Sure, it's annoying getting his mana burned, but still able to lane, still able to sustain, despite the fact that he's having all his mana being taken away by this pesky Clockwork.
Oh, absolutely. And looking forward to see what Ducalis is going to do. How's that mid-rotation going to look? Is he going to be able to get the connection with the chain stun for the Sand King to get the kill on the Storm? That's how they have to kill the Storm. That's really their only stun combo. So they have to get it perfectly to get that connection and to finish off Laurel.
I look towards him, but put the 6 online. Not a lot that can be done with these two.
Chakra will be there, so no one will have the mana. He'll have another stun potentially clearing out the wave. So this wave is going to shove into Laurel, which might secure no one the rune as well too. double rotations from the supports. This time it's Vision with the earlier move of these two supports. And
action. He's actually ready to go aggressive on, and Not Me has the burrow strike into the arrow. Not Me will drop down the cogs, try and get out of this.
3, 2, 1, cetak.
Extra connection. Can't go for the leap plays through the cogs. Double D wards though, Ducalis.
Barengan
Reading
kena
where
arrow
these
tadi ya?
obs are placed
Sama
from Not Me. That's two of them
Iya,
he's
mas
been able to
stunnya.
grab. It's a lot of experience you get this early in the game for something like Barana.
See in the mid, another attempt onto Lal. It's a lot of burst.
Sakit banget.
Still, always going to be quite a tough kill to find. We're in the early stages.
It's a big deal that Ducalis gets this double obs ward. He's going to be very high level on Mirana. This is a decent damage dealing support too, if you do get off to a good start. And he is crucial for this game to have that chain stun versus the Storm.
I mean, and that's going to keep this area of the map so safe for
It
Satanic,
is.
right? In a game as well where it's not going to be the easiest to gank this Lifestealer, right?
True. Trying to get aggressive here to steal the wisdom.
Going for the 7-minute play.
Perebutan kah?
Lamp should be able to hold Ducalis off this. Indeed, notice finishing off through. We'll see the try for the play. Satanic committing with the rage. Arrow onto Collapse. Look at the Who stop on the 4-6 is there onto Satanic, but no one. He's here to help out. Lal has to zip away. Cogs push it back on towards Ducalis. It'll take him down. No one claim the Shrine of Wisdom.
Clever movement there from no one. They'll be able to create the double, and they also get the first blood for Doom, which, I mean, you wouldn't really expect in this game in the lane that he's been put up against, but because he finds the Wyvern on the side alone, this Doom is now level 6. Very big deal for Vision to have this type of start into the game. The Lifestealer's free farming, Sand King's off to a good start with stacks to go back to, and Doom now at this point overperforming to what maybe he could have had.
Yeah, being able to make those plays on both sides of the map at the same time here, 7 minutes in.
Really like that move from no one. As Sand King, it's like the similar thing of the Monkey King of the old days where you just go to that, you go to that shrine, how are you going to contest him? That Sandstorm gets popped down, it's way too much damage. Panic?
Not quite able to get the call.
Bener-bener resek banget itu kalau pakai ya.
Close to threatening him, man. If they got the two connections, he's super low.
He might still be in jeopardy here.
Naik
He's
sudah.
trying to close the gap, but Satanic, he reads the movement, he'll be able to distance himself away. Oh, really? I mean, Not Me is stalking him. He's got
Tempted
another
to be a
cog.
bit greedy here, Satanic.
Cogs, can he line him up?
One.
Habis sih.
Whoop.
Gocek-gocekan si anjing.
Oh, it's close. Won't quite get it. Satanic lives. A good effort there from Not Me. The Satanic ready with the dodges.
Satanic's had practice
Itu kalau
versus
mana
this
habis kena
minigame quite
damage
a lot
berarti ya?
here.
Root. Rotations coming in from Notice.
Nggak ada damage tambahan. Kan dari mana doang deh.
Root
Kalau ada mana baru
looking pretty dead here,
damage.
caught in the Sandstorm.
This is going to be a very farm
I mean, they're building up the kills here early, Vision. And they're going to be able to keep this coming in right. We're going to expect a lot of fast plays from no
Sama
one.
kayak
Going for
modelnya
the
sama kayak
Blink
Uskar.
Dagger rush.
It's going to be such a
Kalau Uskar kan nggak punya mana, di ulti AM juga nggak bakal bisa kan.
He finishes them super quick because he has this good entry into the game. 4-4-0, he can wait to go for the epicenter afterwards to look for the plays once he's got the Blink Dagger.
Just a question of whether or not Lal's going to be able to keep up with the tempo on the Storm Spirit, a hero that in some of these mid matchups has just failed to be able to do as much as the enemy hero.
And hard for Laurel, right, to set up ganks on these side lanes potentially, because playing into the Lifestealer, it's just not an easy way to go for these type of plays. You can't just go to that lane, gank him very easily, because he's got the built-in rage. He's also level 6, so he's got the Infest now too. So, yeah, it's eyes on Laurel, how he's going to react to this type of start here from the Sand King. And damage for him.
Mal, he's going to jump in. He does not have a lot of mana. The arrow comes in.
Ya, ketangkep.
Oh, he gets baited.
He cannot make
Nggak
moves
lihat dia
like
dikira
that.
sendiri.
A very aggressive play, zipping into the river. Even if they didn't catch him in the stuns, I don't know if he would have had enough mana to break away from him. That was a move gone horribly wrong there for Lal.
These Storms have had trouble in this tournament. We've seen it time and time again. No one now even able to invade. They see a triple stack. They actually, I don't know if they saw it. He pulled the camp away as they did.
Right, if they do see that, that's going to be quite juicy here for Vision.
No one at this point. He's going to have the Blink Dagger at one of the record timings that we do see.
He's crushing it here. A very, very nice pick, it looks to be so far.
9 class will get brought down here. But yeah, the early Blink Dagger could lead to a very early kill onto Yatoro as well, too, because we are seeing Yatoro, that pacing is there, like we were talking about. Thing about the TA comparison to the Lifestealer, you do farm that much faster, since you just have that built-in cleave, essentially, from your side blades to just jungle with. But the fact that the Sand King's going to have a Blink Dagger so early, he could just go to that lane, throw the epicenter with the Sandstorm. Super effective tool versus that Refraction early. He's got it done already, Owen. This is pressure.
Crazy time.
Definitely going to be on for Yatoro in this game.
That's the thing, right? For Spirit, I feel like they've got to put everything into just protecting Yatoro, making sure that he can stay on top of the net worth, because the offensive sort of moves against the Lifestealer, that option just doesn't seem to be there with the heroes they have. So they have to prioritize just making sure that Yatoro can stay ahead.
Let's see how much Not Me can do. He does have the level 3 cogs now. A lot of times when I've seen him get level 3 cogs and level 4 cogs, he dictates and he breaks a lot of moves that a team wants to do as well too. So let's see if that's going to be the case, but no one revving up the Epi.
Scary part of the map here for Team Spirit.
Tons of pressure applied onto Laurel. They do have the Stampede in order to bail out versus some of these moves, like the panel was talking about, some limited stuns and control that can be there for Vision, but Stampede right now on cooldown. No one with this type of start too. The damage might be enough with just one stun. And the shotgun, I guess we have to say too, right? There is going to always be the refresh too, so they can get that secondary stun pretty soon afterwards. This tower's dropping.
No one threatening him with the epicenter.
Kalau dulu nggak bisa tuh saya kayak tadi tuh. Kalau di cancel udah cooldown ulting. Monyet banget zaman dulu anjir.
They're revving it up every single time. He steps up just a bit far. They will just commit for him. Not Me will be there to deter them. Try to protect at least a bit here. He's only level 5 though. Ducalis is 7.
No one. He's ready to go. They'll have the Cold Embrace to try and protect Not Me, but still a lot of magical damage coming out, and it just sets up for the arrow to connect. Low on the mana, tries to turn towards no one, but another stun.
Aduh, dikit lagi.
Space for Love to back away from no one and allow Yatoro to move in and take no one down.
He's got the Deso finished up. He actually did not get a Deso stack from the hit. That was a little weird. Not sure why that happened, but
very important move there from Yatoro. He's going to cannot afford to let Lal go down there.
He's going to be the key to watch because he does have that big advantage. Like we said, the pacing from TA compared to Lifestealer, he can turn up a lot easier. Lifestealer, when he's got the Radiance, Satanic can do a lot more. But looking at the level disparity too, they're giving Yatoro all the XP as well. He's about to be level 12. It's only 13 minutes in. Noticed? He's going to go for that drum shard build that we do like to see. Eating those Ancients, continue to get that farm. Hoping for a Black Dragon so he can get that extra farm. They're looking to punish him, but his speedy.
It's very hard to set up onto this Doom.
And I think the next time for no one, probably going to try to save this epicenter for a core kill. Because sure, he got the clockwork, but ends up paying with his life.
Okay, the move from Vision might catch Spirit off guard.
They want Yatoro.
9+. No one. Going to be there with the Burrow Strike onto the both of them. Arrow connection in onto Yatoro. He did have the refraction up already, so a bit of protection, and the Stampede's there. Gets him away. Vortex over towards no one. Lar moves in, but he's completely out of mana. No one trying to step away. Notice, gets in, drops the Doom down onto Yatoro. Ducalis jumping over the extra burst. Yatoro will tick out. He's going to try and bring down kills with him. Will manage to get Ducalis to die alongside him, but that is Yatoro gone. Vision bringing in the aggression around that top tier 1. They get away with it.
Really nice double stun. It looked close for a second there because he did get the refraction off before the initial stun and actually blocked a fair bit of that damage there, but good persistence from Vision. Slow down the TA, allow the Lifestealer to catch back up.
Satanic very, very close to having that Radiance timing, and that will allow him to start closing the gap in farm between him and Yatoro.
And he can show up to fights. He's got methods of delivery, right? He's got this Sand King. He can jump inside. He can infest. He can be that gap close as well versus the TA. Laurel, standard build, is going to be going down for the Switchblade, but he is bottom of the cores already.
He's in a rough spot.
And as we said multiple times,
we've seen we've seen this before. A very difficult hero to make work right now. Well, he's got a tough time ahead.
9+.
He's going to be able to grab him with the hook shot. Cogs connect. 9+ goes down. No one's going to jump in and try and take Rue out in return.
No one. Eating Cogs as well, too.
One of them. And that Burrow's tried back up in a second, though, with this Arcane. He'll use it to get away from them.
3K lead at the moment here for Vision. Great moves around the map, and a lot Ducalis watching his movements and the levels that he has this early on this Mirana. Level 8 already, so he's got the good follow-up, the level 2 arrow, that extra stun, extra burst, and just max Starstorm. You're seeing the damage coming in from him. Spirit trying to react, but Cold Embrace is not going to be a save this game. So much magic damage they have that goes through, and in fact, it's going to set up for some of these arrows potentially too. Noticed did get the RNG. Well, I say RNG. You're going to find the dragon most of the situations anyway. So he's got the drums, he's got the shard, he's got this built-in cleave now to increase the farm. And it's really nice to have this fireball as well too. Versus
ya sempat ini meta carry juga kan dulu. Bikinnya apa namanya? Arken itu masih universal.
I mean, Yatoro,
Buat farming itu.
how involved does he want to be now?
He has to be.
Blink Deso online. We're going to see him fight.
Yep. Has to be involved. I don't think they want to keep falling behind here at this point. He is the strongest hero for his team on the map. And he does have ways to bail himself out. With the Blink Dagger now, with the Refraction, even if he gets caught by the Doom initially, can refract and blink down beforehand. And they've got Stampede to bail him out too. But right now, Vision looking to be in a very comfortable spot in this game. And as the panel talked too, they have a great scaling draft this time around as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the net worth, right? All three of their cores absolutely on track to get that scaling going. They're very happy with this opening.
Looking for the play.
No one. Will get caught by the dust, still able to break the distance over towards Not Me with the Burrow Strike Blink. Hook shot away. Oh, will allow him to actually live. They don't want to chase any further here for the Clockwork. Happy just pushing them off the tower. And with the rotation actually from Ducalis and Satanic also joining here for this push, they should be able to bring this tier 1 down.
Yeah, Radiance is done. Not going to try to burn mana.
They're going to see if they can try and find one of these supports, but Root able to fly over to the low ground. TP attempt here from Not Me will not succeed. Satanic has the damage to finish him off and keep this tier 1 tower push going.
I'm sure Satanic's sitting there like, you know what? You can burn my mana, but I've got a coddle. So whatever. Immediately comes right back afterwards. They can get this pressure going. Map feels like it's going to be a bit dangerous here for Spirit in these next few moments. A lot easier ways that I'm seeing Vision able to set up these aggressive plays, while for the side of Spirit, a lot around Laurel. And as we've seen, I don't know how aggressive he really wants to get, because you can't just die in these stuns super easy.
Early days, but yeah, that 4K gold lead does loom over the heads of Team Spirit. As Yatoro, top net worth still on the TA. But he is going to have to do quite a lot this game.
Yeah. Especially because Noticed, well, all three cores, like you said, are having this great game. Noticed especially, I think this is the key one for me to look at, because he was counterpicked in the lane. And the fact that he's the top net worth for the team is a pretty big deal. This Doom is going to be very relevant in the game, and how tanky he can be in the front line too. If he's able to get to the Shivas, they're going to have some limited damage for him.
Only so much Yatoro is going to be able to do, and will of course have to get this BKB first before he gets the big damage items online.
Absolutely needs it this game versus the Sand King. If he doesn't go pretty much, yeah, this BKB is the next item, he will just continue to die every single time. So Vision having a very nice mixed damage, multiple different cores that are having this good game. Satanic Armlet, it's done. Starting to invade the triangle as well now and prevent that extra farm from Collapse. Collapse being a bit quiet this game. He is a Centaur, so it is much more of that farmy hero we know. Gonna go down that heart build. That does mean that the Lifestealer is gonna have a very nice target to feast off of.
Bilal, still gonna be a bit of time until we see him be able to really make the moves in these team fights. He's got a lot of catching up to do.
How do they protect him, right? That's the biggest thing. Can't just die to the burst damage that comes out with just one of these stuns from the side of Vision. Not the Aghanims, it's the Aghanims already finished for no one. Dangerous moments for Spirit.
Oh yeah, the team fight's pretty terrifying around this Sand King. Not me. He's gonna end up walking into an epicenter. A hook shot away, but Satanic looks to be there to finish him off. Maybe the Stampede will save him. Notice is gonna try and jump forward with the fire laid down on the ground. Not Me will burn.
You can see the posturing from Spirit. They're like, as soon as they see the Sand King, they're like, we can't really fight. Epi was used now. They're seeing Notice trickle a bit deep, looking to try to punish him.
Well,
unable to.
They're trying to see if they can get some sort of catch up there. Thinking about going for Noticed.
Power rune. Notice will be able to take it away.
Yeah, they won't want to do that now with the amplified damage rune on the Doom. If anything, Notice might be ready to just jump back in on them. He's got the blink up. Doom's at the ready. Play it safe, though, stick to the triangle. They don't want to force anything too much here, Vision. They know that they've, starting to build this comfortable lead across the board on all three cores.
And getting all three towers very early, too, which is all important. You're playing versus a TA. You're able to limit the map, constrict where she can farm, take away her Ancients as well, too. So Satanic, he just keeps walking into the triangle, stealing that farm, not letting the TA get to that area as well.
Who could do anything about him?
Not much.
Only Yatoro really can threaten this Lifestealer. The rest of Spirit, they just have to sort of watch whilst he gets this free farm, Satanic.
So for Spirit, I guess the timing, it's going to be that BKB from Yatoro and potentially just looking for that forced fight, or maybe forcing an objective, because they do take these objectives very fast, either that Tormentor or the Roche. Roche, of course, more important for these teams. Collapse now does have heart, very tanky, but as I said, there is percent damage in this game. The Infernal Blade is going to be very effective versus that heart. Same thing for the Lifestealer with the Feast. And again, they'll get the Shrines, so...
Well, not me.
Gagal.
Tries to hook shot away, but
Oh, jadi game cumbak gini, Vision.
go for the TP out.
Hah? Waduh.
Stop to that. It's not me. Dead again. Same time. No
Di
one.
prank kah ini sama Spirit?
Yatoro's going to look to fight back. Will kill no one off.
Massive kill. Laurel.
Klik banget.
Tenang yang masih ada Beng Toro yang tenang aja yang.
Mentor.
Ini menang bang kalau centanya bikin Aganim.
Oh iya dia pasti Aganim sih Real nanti pasti dia kayaknya.
Iya, ntar yang di Doom built-in sama dia. Dinaikin kereta.
Cuma awal doang ini, nunggu momen doang. Gua item.
Raffi sebagai pendukungnya Vision terdiam aja nih dia nih, nggak ada komentar lagi dia.
Aku masih lihat adanya. That's something that so many teams have struggled with when they end up in this position with their Storm at the bottom of the core network.
Good question, Owen.
Naiknya bukan Garu bro yang pakai bro, tolong lah. Naiknya Satanik bro yang pakai. Bocil bro, kelompok berpengalaman bro.
An aggressive jump here.
Notice is having an insane game. Top 2 net worth still at this point.
Entak sih paling repot mereka.
They're gonna go for him. Straight in. Forest strike into the arrow is all that's needed.
Ya.
Lyle continues to suffer. Not me's gonna get dove here up to the tier 3 by Satanic. As he'll tick out to the burn damage.
Seeing the struggles here for Spirit, they're starting to get Blink Daggers. Okay, Collapse does have it picked up here, but limited ways for them to make these moves, limited ways for them to respond. BKB is done for Yatoro. When they've got the 5-man up, could look to see them go for this type of fight, but again, the team fight advantage from Vision is very apparent.
There's so many ways to focus Yatoro right. When all of this net worth for Team Spirit is kind of being focused on their TA, you know, Notice is going to be going for every single time in these fights. If they can just take Yatoro out of the fights, it's going to be quite some time until Team Spirit have some sort of team fight to match that of Team Vision in these team
and Yatoro
situations.
Talking about him, they might just go on him here.
They get the jump, and with that, the Stampede is there. He's got the BKB, so we'll be able to get away from them. Notice he's going to try and chase him up to the tier 2 a bit too much. Notice will have to back off. His BKB comes to an end. He'll get punished. Spirit, no. They have to allow Yatoro to get out and to have a chance of finding a big kill in return. And they get it.
That's the biggest move so far here for Spirit. That's 2 massive ultimate shoots. Yatoro lives. They could force something here. Do they have the opportunity to push?
Iya
kan.
Enak-enak aja kan, tapi nginep karena satu lantai lebih enak kayak iya ramai jadi. Tadinya ngumpul-ngumpul di kamar kakak. Iya. Terus mami aja kan buat nyanyi ya, terus soalnya di kamar mami ya. Kita lihat di grup malah kayak Kalda ngomong next GKI. Iya, mau nggak? Mau ternyata lagi pada itu lagi.
Tapi harus tahu lagunya dari sekarang biar skip ke itu. Soalnya kalau GKI dia minta lagunya berarti kita 3 core ya.
Satanic is hot behind his trail. And the itemization, it's the same as last time from the Lifestealer. He can just go for Manta, go for AC, since he's playing versus that minus armor. It's a natural build-up for Satanic. He is very far forward right now. They might look to set up for him.
I mean, obviously feels that he has ways out of this with Rage, Infest, immediate Rage there as Collapse tries to get the jump in on him. And
they chakra him as well too, so have a Raging well. He's
going to be fine. Yeah, straight into the Mud Golem with the Infest. He'll zoom out of there. Collapse is thinking about chasing, but it's such a hard kill to go for, especially when he's on the retreat. There's going to be time for backup to be around. You just cannot commit for this kill.
Doom going to be coming back up in 20 seconds. Epi is back and at the ready here for no one. Gonna look for a fight again, no one. Not me.
Notice. Gonna try and make quick work of the clock.
Nice block. Back to business. Don't find the kill onto the TA earlier, but still looking to get very aggressive here with these timings.
Iya, Sam. Rapid. Masih 5 kilo keluar tuh. Shock.
It's back online. Notice has the Doom.
Kasih keluarnya setelah pintu kalau getong.
Panic able to just walk up and clean that one out. Gonna have the plate mill or the hyperstone for the next fight. Further set up top, Laurel. They can't go for Satanic here.
Such a tricky kill to execute.
For the majority of this game, it's gonna be that case until they do have a hard, either a silence or a hard stun onto him. The Hex, it's gonna be difficult for them to bring down this Lifestealer in most situations.
Almost just requires Satanic to overcommit and dive a bit too deep, but those sort of mistakes he doesn't really make.
Noticed plate mail now picked up for him, so a lot safer. In this lead at that 5 to 6K. Spirit. In the area around this Roche. Toro gonna start committing for that MKB. Playing versus that Radiance.
That is one of the things that might be achievable even when they're behind right around Yatoro's TA. They could try and find an option to sneak into the Roshan and take it down.
Absolutely. And they have good ways to bail heroes out. You know, if these connections aren't perfect from the side of Vision, that Stampede could be just key. How's the Shivas looking for the Doom? Getting pretty close to having that one finished as well. We're probably going to see double Shivas again since both this mid and this offlaner are so good at having it for the side of Vision.
I mean, they know as well, right? As long as they can keep their armor up and eliminate the threat of Yatoro kind of 2-shot, 3-shotting them, they're going to fare pretty well in the fights for the majority of this game.
Laurel is making a decent recovery, though, Owen. I've seen a lot of these other Storms just completely falter at this point. He's getting close to having the BKB himself. Only a couple thousand behind that Sand King, so his scaling is continuing.
And in these team fights, what's Laurel's job going to sort of be here? Who's he looking to sort of commit with under the cover of the BKB and just try and disrupt the team fight playoff?
I want to say it's the Coddle that he wants to jump, but it's not easy, actually. I'm looking at the itemization here from 9 class. He's been quietly farming on the side here. He is not an easy grab. Ghost Scepter, Force, Holy Locket. It's going to be difficult for Laurel to focus fire that one, so we'll have to see. I mean, Laurel might play more of a defensive route where he just plays where wait for Vision to overcommit, and then you're just defending Yatoro. We'll have to see what he does there.
Yatoro, the farm, continues to fly in very close to having the full MKB on top of the BKB, so he's gonna hit hard, Yatoro.
He is, but it is a lot of pressure onto him, and it's versus that Doom. So in some of these fights, he can just get erased if he's not super careful, and if they don't just use everything to bail him out. Having a pretty clear advantage, and as we were mentioning earlier, their scaling, it is very strong this game.
Collapse trying to do his best to keep up with the cause.
He's farming well.
And he's not too far behind, and he is going to be very, very tanky and can obviously go for this Aghanims pickup just to try and put everything into keeping Yatoro alive throughout these team fights. And ideally allowing Yatoro to go for the more aggressive items after the MKB, and indeed trying to get this Dragon Lance upgraded next into the Hydra's Breath. They need Yatoro to do all of the damage.
It's an interesting pickup because I think what it is, it's just trying to save the slot as well too, right? Because he doesn't want Pike. Because he just wants all that hard damage versus this triple tanky core. He needs to deal the majority of it for his team.
Yeah. I mean, I can get it. It's just going to be much more value, right, in terms of just having damage on the TA. He could pretty much rely on Rue and Not Me to pick up the 4 staffs. They're both queuing them up. So you're going to have that positioning coming in from your supports. You can trust in them. And as the carry, you can afford to go all in on the offensive build.
9 class. They set up for the kill here. Not Me. We'll just get right on top of him. Ghost Scepter's there, but the nice hits onto the side.
I mean, he's making them work for it. Backup's coming in, and Notice, he's ready to jump over to Not Me.
I think 9 class is going to be a massive issue this game. He's super farmed, and jumping him and getting him in the backlines, it just seems very difficult for this team. If he's able to get to the point where he has a Hex too, that's where Laurel and Yatoro are in jeopardy, because as we said, the catch for Vision, a little lacking.
I mean, that's...
Get a Hex.
And he's well on the way to it.
He's very
close. Got 2,800 gold, ready to start building towards that Hex. That pickup's going to be a nightmare for Spirit to deal with.
Yeah, I'm feeling some scare for Spirit in these next 5-10 minutes or so. Let's see what they can get around Yatoro with this MKB timing. BKB also finished for Laurel. They'll find these ones. It's some time since they found a pickoff.
0-1. He's thinking about making a jump. I mean, him and Notice could take someone out of the fight pretty easily. Hard to do, though, if they don't make the jump onto Collapse when the Stampede's up, as we've seen before.
They also don't want to mess up the move here, because if they do mess up a big team fight ultimate, it could just be Roshan for Spirit. So they do have to be very connected when they do get that connection from no one, to have the arrow follow up. And without the Mirana, I don't think they'll go for it. Very tense moments here in this game.
Toro has to play this perfect.
He does. I feel like the maximum deaths he can really have in this game is like 2, max 3. Because otherwise this lifesteal is just going to be able to catch up, outpace, and just have that nice matchup versus him where they have all this gap close. Vision, AC is done. Extra little small armor items also for no one. That was 9 classes Hex. Getting closer and closer. Toro, how's he getting toward that Agonist?
He's getting close.
Getting close. All about protecting Yatoro.
Yeah, Collapse. Once he has that, as long as he's not getting jumped, and honestly, for the most part, he probably won't be, unless they sort of, because they don't really have easy ways to find and sort of control the Centaur right at the start of a team fight. Collapse, he's always going to be able to press Stampede in these team fights.
He could die to the overall like AoE damage that comes in that sometimes happens
so
during
tanky.
it, but he is very tanky currently at this point, so it might be difficult for them to just break right through it, but they do have % damage on it, so that Infernal Blade, life steal hitting him, it'll build up very quickly.
I mean, maybe that's the thing. Is that actually who Notice is going to be looking for the most in these fights? Is this Doom? Are you trying to jump the Centaur to stop those sort of saves coming in with the Ags, with the Stampede?
I think he'll save the Doom probably for one of the other core 2 targets, but just hitting the other one's going to be very successful. The Roche, it's dropping.
I mean, they used the Stampede aggressively. Hook shot in from Not Me. Indeed, they'll be able to finish that, Roche. Team Spirit not able to make any sort of jump into the pit. Not Me gets caught outside of it, so Vision, they'll get a kill, they'll get the Roche, they've got the Aegis ready to play with for the next 5 minutes on Satanic.
And you deny the Roche away from a TA, a hero that wants to play with that Aegis advantage in this type of matchup. Very heads-up move from Vision.
Yang 5 kah ini?
Away.
5 lah.
This feels like a hard one for Yatoro to carry. It's not the similar one where he's this terribly, this super late game carry that has the edge over the opposing carry. The Lifestealer matchup, when he's on even footing, it's very good. You want to be quite
Tommy
ahead
juga nggak
of
bisa
the
nge-kill
game in this matchup.
satu orang, susah itu dia.
Iya, very difficult times here for Yatoro.
Yeah, Satanic has fully caught up, not dying at all in this game, having that lane freedom as well. Jump forward, notice.
Rue, it's not going to be getting away from this. Vision, super easy for them to make.
Lagi mau Hex.
Both supports gone.
Mau Hex tuh.
Nobody can really come anywhere close to Vision right now.
This might be the roughest game we've seen from the Clockwork from Not Me. He's got 10 deaths, unable to find connections with this hero.
He's going to try and jump in. No one was thinking about going back in on this with the epicenter. They won't for now. Collapse backs off with the axe.
Collis forcing the lane as well.
They've got so much time to apply this pressure here, Vision, with a 3 minutes of Aegis. Onto the tier 3 top, they'll get the fortification out of Spirit.
9 class, the Hex, it's 80 gold away. I don't know if they're going to expect, I mean, they see the items that he has, so they're going to have to anticipate.
But it's going to be brutal. It's what do you do against this Hex on the call? 9 class, he's always going to find the way to catch you.
Might be able to just pop some of these heroes before they get the BKB off, potentially. No one will be able to find an amp damage as well. Shiva's
Spirit, they're going to try and do something. It's into the Aegis. It's a risk, but they feel desperate right now.
They've got the Axe from Collapse, so eyes on him to get that workhorse onto Yatoro if he does get focused onto.
At the same time, Team Vision, they've got the Moonlight up. Sneaking around the map themselves. Getting up to the high ground here, Satanic will show. So Spirit have a decent amount of information, but can they actually fight this despite the gold deficit that they're at?
Can they access the backline? Do they see 9 class? They get loud on him.
Try and get the jump in straight away. They look towards 9 class, see if they can take him out. The curse comes out, locking the 3 of them down. No one's able to get the BKB off. 9 class, he's healed up by the Infest. Satanic keeps the call.
Masih hidup Kotel lu.
Vision, they won't lose anyone to that attempt there from Spirit.
Masih hidup Kotel.
He's on Yatoro.
Toro has any sort of help to get him out of this. Try and run, but the BKB's about to come to an end. They've got to force him from Rude to try and save Yatoro. Satanic's going to still chase on. No one catches Not Me here in the river with Ducalis. The workhorse is there. Collapse under the tier 2, but Satanic is going to dive on forward. Collapse will go for the TP out, gets out just in time before Notice comes in with the tendrils.
They try for a desperate move. They find the backline, but there's so much healing. Gets the Infest off onto him. They get the extra bailout as well, too, when he gets the Holy Locket. Look at that heal.
I mean, it's one of those situations, right, where you want to kill the Kotl, but at the same time, it's just so hard to take 9 class out at the start of the fight, even if you're getting the jump on him.
BKB was used there from Laurel and Yatoro. Don't have it for the defense now. Still Aegis on Satanic onto this high ground.
Can they push him back? The tier 3 is gone. Collapse. He's going to try and see what he can find at the side. They get the vortex on the one Satanic. The damage coming in for Yatoro. He's going to be fine. Gets in with the infest. They do catch him with the sun on the way out. That's him gone the once. Spirit, can they set up to take him down a second time? Hook shots there. Into the damage. They bring him down low. He's able to put the Manta running away with the moonlight. They take out Satanic.
And they chase for more.
They need to try and find more from the Spirit. An opportunity presents itself. They cannot let it slip away. Zip 4 from Lyle. Look at the 9 class. He's got the Ghost Scepter. Doesn't matter. Hustov, Vortex. They've got the control. They'll take the Kotl down.
Oh, they punished some of this greed from Satanic. He felt like he was unkillable, but his team started to split away. He didn't have all that backup. Great opportunity seized there from Spirit.
A big defense there. They lose the tier 3, but the barracks, they'll be protected. Spirit having a chance now to play out onto the map. A good window as well, 50 seconds almost here, without 9 class or Satanic in play.
Hit the high ground a bit.
Yatoro's tempted. I mean, he hits hard.
Very hard.
See how much Spirit can do. They lost the tier 3. If they're able to take the same, maybe even more.
That was an insane moment for Spirit too, because now you're seeing Yatoro potentially is going to have that item advantage versus the Lifestealer to be able to beat on him too. Tower dropping. Connection on the side.
They get the hook shot. They're going to be able to catch Ducalis outside of the base.
Ooh, Harl.
Another one here for Spirit.
Harl is getting the connections here with the Vortexes. 6-2 and 4 now.
Despite the deficit that he's at, I mean, he's still at a point where he's got more farm than...
Nyerap hadiah. Nyerap hadiah bet ini kalau gini ceritanya nih.
He's in with the save though. Bails Yatoro out and will be able to take him away from the dude.
They bought back on Ducalis as well too. If Spirit's able to disengage.
It's a full retreat. Everybody's getting out alive on Spirit.
Oh, the spell casting from Spirit. Absolutely beautiful.
Bet item DC hook. Bro, $500 dapat 200 kok.
They know what primary target number 1 is.
DC kok nyampe sekarang guys, 300 deh. $50 deh.
Potentially still do it in this game. Swift blink.
Pi, ada suaranya Pi sebagai pendukung Vision.
He's got that 3500 advantage. He's got that full item now over Satanic.
Do you spend up for the Swift blink or do you hope for buyback?
Cil suara lu, Bro.
Jangan-jangan dia diam-diam ini ngebet juga di pari makanya.
I mean, I like it, and just full trust in Collapse to be there with these saves. Keep Yatoro protected at all costs.
They've slowed down quite a lot of that momentum from Vision. Even though they were able to deny that Aegis away from the side of the TA, they ended up denying the Aegis away from Satanic from him getting too much out of it afterwards. Spirit, level 25 now has been hit. This 25 talent is pretty busted, 0-2. Any game is winnable when you do have this talent this early. That meld hit bash could trip Satanic up massively.
They absolutely can. Suddenly, the rage is not enough to keep you safe, and you're not always able to get that quick jump in with the infest if that bit of an interrupt comes in through the bash.
Udah lah, GG call aja lah, Vision apalagi sih yang ditunggu.
Scaling is increasing.
Find no one here out in the map. His way back to the mid, but they're going to see him. Not me. Able to get him with a hook shot. The coach is down.
Ah, itu dia masuk lar. Itu dia Yatoro.
June's going to get dropped on towards Collapse. Hex is there on Yatoro. He's been surrounded by Satanic and Dota. He'll try and get away with the big baby. But he will fall.
Jing, ke comeback, Bro.
He's going to continue to run.
What the fuck, Bro?
I think he's dead. Oh, the last team gets him.
Oh, Sentai mati.
You had said before, do you actually doom the Centaur? I think you actually do doom the Centaur. Seeing that position there, Yatoro is very aggressively postured. They doom the Centaur. He can't bail him out when he overextends.
I mean, absolutely right. You take him away from the fight and suddenly Yatoro is left vulnerable. And again, spend up for the Swift blink. 70 seconds, no Yatoro here for the hold. Vision, they might not have no one, but they have the damage here with Satanic at the front to try and take a lot away from Spirit.
They chase so far for that kill. They do get punished this time. The rack's now exposed.
I think the mid rack's gone for sure. Tier 2s are already completely gone. So the other lanes
Aduh, apa sih game ini?
They're going to stick around. At least until the TA does start to come back, because they have 40 seconds without those 2 cores.
Cemas bro, aduh what the fuck, Spirit. Jebol mid.
to the top
Waduh,
lane.
jebol top dong.
Mas Kakawani.
30 seconds still.
Alah, diam aja lu pendukung Vision, jangan rese lu, Pi. Aduh, naiknya, bro.
Udah tau Rai dulu, maksain satanik monyet.
Udah jangan greedy.
Maksain udah biarin.
But Vision just pushing Spirit away from the barracks. They'll
Nggak
respect
dapat kan
the fact
jadinya?
that Yatoro is coming back into action, though. They won't overstay their welcome. Vision, they'll fall back.
Ini tempat dia lalai itu ya, bukan ya?
Pressing forward here with that
Lama sekali.
that even net worth has this item as
Kan
well.
ini maintain ini sebenarnya udah perumahan lama, cuman mereka kayak bagus-bagusin.
Literally the last one overkills it by 4
One
damage,
more.
if I'm not mistaken there, because it was ticking for 66 per tick.
Yang mau di sepeda listrik.
Vision potentially looking to close it out if they get a big catch here.
I mean, they know very likely, right, from that last play, that buyback is not an option for Yatoro, and he's still 500 gold short of it.
Okay.
So they know there's a high likelihood that because he spent up and didn't have the buyback for that defense, that he's still in this situation where if they kill Yatoro, the game's going to be over, and we're going to be going to a game 5.
Laurel has a linkage to be able to block.
Notice, it's going to make a jump. They find Not Me first. Same time to Carlos trying to look towards the back line. Surrounded Yatoro, but there's the save. Collapse comes in. He's got to get out of the curse. Will hold back, no one to notice. They'll take Yatoro back up to the safety of the high ground.
Nice side blades there onto no one. Did use the BKB during the war curse, and can't actually attack during it this time. It has to just run away. So it's a defensive bailout from Spirit. They can't get the aggressive potential out of it there. And there's still a Doom available. Notice does have it at the ready.
Did they try and strike again?
Oh, I like this from no one too. Goes for the Basher.
Need to be family,
that extra bit of control that could potentially clip the TA or even the Centaur, right? Like when he's trying to bail him out, it might hit him with the Bash if he gets lucky. It's all eyes on Yatoro and Collapse.
Ulal! Yatoro? Collapse is going to go in aggressive on a Notice. Notice steps forward to catch him with the Hoostom. He'll get the BKB off Notice. He's going to run. They try and drop the loot down with the Linkers in there. Cold Embrace keeps well safe. He'll be fine for now.
Masih penuh lagi darahnya di
Yatoro getting forced
defense.
back to safety. He'll be able to get out with the blink. But Collapse, he'll suffer for this. Ticking down to the Doom. He's gone for 80. And Satanic, he knows without the Centaur to be around to save anyone, he can get back on the aggression.
PM situ, push. Gak ada bebek.
No BKB for 20 seconds. Oh, force aggressive.
Egg to the force. Satanic, he's stepping up. No one's in with the bar.
Anjir.
Got the bar for the take through out. They've got the stop control on Yatoro. He's gone. He's got the buyback gold available here. He'll use it straight away, Yatoro.
Lu lihat gak tadi Jul? Pas lagi diakin dia ngapain dulu tuh Jul? Tadi Jul. Pas lagi nge-hack tadi dia ngapain dulu tuh? Si Kotel deh, lu ngeliat ya? Di first stop dulu tau, di first stop dulu selalu gak nyampe range-nya. Baru kena ini. Iya, dia nge-first stop si itunya. Nggak direction-nya lagi ke musuh, langsung ditarik kan gak nyampe. Ya nah bro, seru bro. Ini dulu,
I think we're blessed with that game 5.
I think we might be. And the tier 4s are going down. Yatoro's going to try one final stand here on his own, but the entirety of his team are gone. The Burrow strikes there, catching him after the BKB into the arrow. GG's called. We're going to a game 5 here in the International Grand Finals as Team Vision.
Aduh, anjing cemas deh.
In this game 4. And my goodness, it was just too much for Spirit. Spirit, we saw them coming with a pretty good strike back around these saves from Collapse, but you saw the adaptation from Vision. Suddenly, Collapse's priority in this fight, it jumped up tenfold. Get rid of the Centaur, stop him getting these saves, and with that, they're able to take them down and force a game 5 fault.
They're forcing reactions from Spirit over and over again, and for Spirit, it's too much for them to deal with. Bailing Yatoro out.
Dia udah 2 game tuh si Lari itu 2 game itu nggak ngangkat semua tadi. NP nggak
see the
ngangkat.
world of difference in comparison of him in the Sanking. No one, he's just a deterrent. He's forcing a lot of reactions, while the other 2 cores, they're hard carrying. Noticed. What a hell of a game
Enggak.
from him on
Terus
this
sekarang
duel.
apa?
Starting it out
Storm
with
nggak
the first
angkat
blood
juga.
somehow, and then ending 9-1
Ibu
on 11.
Mirana
He
nggak
played
bisa. Solo nge-solo support itu pada nggak bisa itu.
Across the board there from Team Vision. We are
Storm
seeing an
tank.
absolutely beautiful display of Dota here in the Grand Finals, and we're getting a game 5, 2-2 now between Vision and Spirit.
You cannot ask for anything more than that. A game number 5 between Spirit and Vision. We talked about how evenly matched these two teams were, but it felt like so often Spirit had the advantage in draft. Finally, that break, that elongated break there, Vision were able to take advantage of it. They came back, and this draft we loved. We could see it. Every player was playing something they felt comfortable with, something that they were able to get ahead with, and honestly, they never really stopped.
Yeah, this is perfection. Vision played incredibly. The draft, they fixed the problems like you said, and this was honestly swung the other way.
Emas deh anjing.
The game pretty much barring the one moment where Satanic dies, I think Vision were in the driver's seat.
Ya Mas.
The big difference maker for me in this game was
Enggak sih, saya
no
makan
one
sana
playing a
penuh
lane
soalnya.
where he wasn't getting run up consistently by multiple heroes from Team Spirit early on. We had 9
Oh gitu.
They were playing around that mid lane. They pushed that tower early
Oh gitu.
on.
Tapi kan kosong banget Mas, nggak bisa di
that kill combo available to them that made the early game so difficult for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And on top of that, they had 9 class on Carl. I feel like this was the first game that we really got to see 9 class show like how good of a player he is. He got to set up the early game for them. He set up the stacks in a triangle that then enables the Sand King. He gets to enable the Doom. I mean, I think Notice had an amazing showing on this Doom. I feel like in both the games where he had a game, he has a hero that he can shine on. He shows that there is no offlane diff in the series, and I don't often get to say that when Collapse is in the game.
Yeah, it's crazy how much he has stepped up and how much all of these young players just playing with so much confidence and pizzazz in the hardest and most stressful series of their lives. It is truly incredible, and Vision have, I don't know, they took that break and they made gold of it. I think it's very easy to squander that and to talk about things that doesn't matter, but clearly they went back and they talked with purpose. They spent that time well, and they look like a whole new refurbished team.
They look phenomenal. You're bringing up the Notice Doom here, and it shouldn't be any surprise of what he's able to do on it. He has won now 5 games at this international with Doom. If he gets his hands on it, he is going to be able to take it to the safe lane. They're going to be able to take it to the carry here, and that's exactly what Yatoro felt coming up against the Notice Doom.
Yeah, when you think about it, a lot of the issues that Team Vision were having earlier in the series kind of chalked down to scaling and going to the late game, and Doom as a hero naturally solves that. Not only is he naturally solving the scaling, but an anti-carry hero versus Yatoro at TI, it makes a lot of sense. There was always the failsafe of this Doom dooming the TA the longer the game went. The fights were not easy to take for Team Spirit. And Notice is such a standout in the sense that
last game sih, aduh, jadi pengen bertaruh nih.
Yeah, and I feel like when you look at the draft, they are now on the sides of, they have all the synergies, the heroes come together. And I feel like for Spirit, they've been relying on this concept of like amping up our guy. If we have a TA, it's not just TA, it's TA with a bunch of steroids that are making him even stronger. And in this game, there just really wasn't much. Like, TA doesn't like to get saved. It's not a hero that wants to get frozen by Wyvern. It's not a hero that really, like, he wants to get his damage amped. He wants people to be held in place and for him to just one-shot them when he clicks them one time. And they don't have it this game.
I could see it pairing well when the Centaur Cock came out, right? You're able to get a lot of that damage still out whilst not having to take any damage. But the downside to that is even though Doom is a great carry counter, he's also a really good Centaur counter. It's okay. Centaur runs in wanting to try and get into close range for your carry to do that damage. Well, you just doom him instead, and then what's going to end up happening? That carry is going to kind of be left in the middle of where Centaur's taken him.
Yeah, it's a testament to how so many matchups in Dota are two-sided. Centaur is typically considered a counter to Doom because you press Stampede and you run away from the Doom. But then suddenly, what if you Doom the Centaur? Or what if you abuse Infernal Blade more and you play the fights a little bit longer? Or you have enough Disables in the Sand King and the Mirana Arrow so that even if they press Stampede while they're stunned, who cares if they're fast? I think these things, they all add up. They had great answers. And I think if you look at the past games before this, Spirit supports
bro, sedih gue bro,
so easily. In this game, they were completely shut down. There was minimal impact from Nami. He was just chain feeding on Clockwork because there's nowhere he can kill. There's nowhere he can really do anything.
And a lot of that would tie into Laurel and the hero he's playing and what kind of pressure can come off of the hero. And I do think that Team Vision and Puppy cooked with that last pick Sand King because it's a hero we haven't seen no one play this entire tournament. He used to play it a lot last year, but again, crickets from this hero. And then we see the Storm Spirit. This was honestly the perfect pick in this scenario. They lacked stuns. They picked the hero that provided that, a hero that can shut down Storm and make it so that Laurel could not do anything.
I find it kind of funny because I remember seeing Laurel in the booth. He's like going through the papers, looking at like, so what does no one play? what can he play here that can mess with my Storm game? And I'm sure there wasn't any Sand on those papers. You know, this hero hasn't really seen the light of day this tournament. So really clutch. We've seen a lot of like first-time appearances for heroes. I don't know if that was it, but Sand hasn't been picked much. And it's cool to see these coaches and these teams, they go deep into their bag and they find the right hero for the right moment rather than just sticking to the meta.
There is the inverse of that, right? Where we're seeing the Wyvern coming out from Spirit. It is first phase banned against them time and time and time again. And if it's not, they will very gladly pick it up. But seeing the impact that it had this time around, Mira, in the earlier game and what we could have, you know, we see what they see, but also that it wasn't necessarily enough for them to turn the tides.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, I look at Winter Wyvern as a hero that emerged in the meta specifically to solve Lone Druid. That's really how it happened. And while he did have a lot of good moments in this game without specifically countering anything, I think in the clip that we're watching here, he's going to save Laurel from dying a very gruesome death and enabling him to, you know, get a little bit of a getaway from no one who's been bullying him for most of this early game. With that being said, I do think Winter Wyvern, the purpose did not need to happen in this game because Lone Druid was banned out by Team Vision anyway. So if you're trading the
gimana bro?
Giving it to class, taking the Wyvern for yourself without the threat of Lone Druid existing anyway, what else does it do for you?
Lagi mau prediksi-prediksi aja kira-kira ngepiknya apa nih gitu.
I think it's a great point, and I think that's why all your heroes have purpose, because later in the draft, if you first pick this hero and now they've got a great response with it, well, you've had a bad trade. And what Aiden said before about
Dengar-dengar listrik di rumah lu udah mau jebol bentar lagi Vi lampunya.
And you want to pick TA because it's a good TA game. Well, that means it hurts your Winter Wyverns game. And so these things tend to build up that if you've had a bad pick, it will affect your later picks and either make them worse or it will hurt the first hero's game because you're picking something that's good against their heroes, not good with yours. You're split between that choice of good versus them or good with us. And you want something in between that does both. I think that's what Vision's draft does. It's good with their heroes and good against the enemy heroes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I also feel like every time you pick a hero, like you guys both mentioned, you have to keep in mind that you're also opening a door for your opponent. And in this case, Coddle is probably their most comfortable for. It's probably the best hero against Winter Wyvern, just as a 4-5 matchup. And you have to consider that. You have to get value out of your first pick despite those two things. If you're giving those two things away, what are you getting in return? And in this game, Rue plays an amazing Wyvern. Curses are on point, but it doesn't lead to much.
I could see, you know, coming back into this, really prioritizing the supports no matter what. I know that our bans ended up leading that way, but that was one of our biggest takeaways in developing the first 3 games initially was non-classes pool in a way is shrinking and he's kind of pushing to things that, yeah, he knows how to play, but they're not really in the meta. They're not necessarily things that are comfortable, even if it is something he knows how to play. So I just love switching it up and immediately taking it as soon as it was available and not even trying to call the bluff of will it be available in the second phase. We just need to look at what is doing so well because in our other games we've had Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Rubik, Keeper of the Light, Hoodwink. They've all either been banned or picked up by your opposition.
Yeah. He's a different beast on
Jadi tadi itu cuman bener-bener
we saw the difference here, Quinn.
Si timnya Spirit tuh hero jagain doang.
That is him as a player, right? He's had a small hero pool for his entire career. He plays
jagain TA doang.
And he's expanded that to his career. He's not the same player that he was. But I think whenever you're in the most stressful situations, you tend to go back to who you are as a core of a player. You're not going to play these extremities that are the new branches you've grafted onto your your root here. You're going to go back to what you know best. Well, you have the most games on. You're going to play your techies. You're going to play your column heroes that you have the most games on because you want to be comfortable. You want to feel calm and chill in these games because there's so much stress. There's so many external pressures. You don't need internal pressure on top of that.
Gak mungkin bro, tim Spirit kalah bro.
Mana ulang tahun nanti jam 12, kadonya masa kehilangan DC hook sih.
Tenang aja, relax bro, relax bro, relax. Aduh, 3-3 in my hand bro, tenang bro.
Yang ngasih kado malah Pari Vision.
Marcy.
Masih kado ke Vision, padahal Vision gak ulang tahun nanti malam.
But in this game, no one and his supports were a huge threat, and they were moving around. And we saw them for a large portion of the game, running into the triangle, running into the camps, making it so that TA can't sit and pick up net worth in that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, this was Vision's game. I think every other game it's been defined by SF, and Spirit were better when it comes to an SF game. I think that's objectively stated in the series, and SF should probably not see the light of day anymore. I would be surprised if Vision let go of the hero because I think
Tenang,
it sounds
kawan.
like they have a much better grasp of how to set up the draft in a way.
Gue juga belum
that
tentu
benefits
Vision
them.
menang, bro.
I feel like we
Tapi
can't
kalau
overstate
game tadi sih
just
udah
how
kebaca sebagai
exhausted Spirit are probably feeling
ex-pro
at this
player,
point.
kebaca lah,
You
bro.
hit this massive adrenaline high.
Game tadi rusak gara-gara si Artoro pakai Lanaya intil. Udah tahu kan dia pick Naix duluan sebelum Lanaya. Oh, dia pick Lanaya.
Yang rusak tuh,
Intil, bro.
Yang rusak tuh
And I
midnya,
really
bro.
wonder how are you going to go the distance?
Storm.
How are you going to look towards a game number 5 and ensure that
Nggak main
you
Stormnya?
put everything you
Stormnya
possibly
rusak,
can get
bro.
into it because
Nggak
of
main.
how much is on the line right now. It is
Kalau
one game
Senta oke lah,
only,
walaupun
and
nggak
it
gitu impact,
decides
tapi dia
everything that you've built up over the
bisa
last
kuat
2
nahan
weeks of
pukul-pukulannya
TI-15.
naik,
Not to mention
segitu-gitu
that,
lah.
but you
Masih
just were
kuat
one
lah buat
game
jadi
away,
tank.
and maybe you get a
Tapi
little ahead of
Stormnya nggak
yourself
bisa,
and you
lu
feel
main
you hear him
nyulik-nyulik
approach guys, right?
siapa, main
It is
hero
one
begitu.
game away, and I think you need to
Musuhnya
feel the
areanya
nerves
3,
in
bro.
his communication, and so you can only
Boom.
imagine what it feels like for the
Tanking,
players, and you lose that.
KTL.
You had a
Mau
safety
ngelok
blanket,
siapa?
and now your safety blanket is gone. You're both one game from losing, one game from winning, and I think that
Nggak
is,
jadi lagi.
I know it's a
Baru
very
bayangin.
cold place to be. It's stressful. You're out in the open. There's nothing protecting you, and I think for both teams, it's so much pressure. They're so close to their dream and so close to failure. I don't know, it's a knife's edge.
It's also the coolest game that you could possibly have at TI, right?
Yeah.
'Cause this is truly the maximum amount of pressure for both teams. Every single moment, every single play that you make could be that winning moment, and it goes both ways. Everybody has that in the back of their minds. There's nobody that's thinking to themselves like, oh, it's just another problem sitting at home playing. You know, now everything is on the line. I feel like this is truly what TI is all about. It's about that high stakes, high pressure, the prestige, all of that coming together, and now we get to see that pressure for both teams equally.
Yeah, it's people who have put a decade of their lives or longer into something, and now this may not just be the most important part of your Dota career, but to them it may feel like the most important part of the last decade of their lives. Satanic's not even 20 years old. For him, it's half of his life, maybe his entire life. This is the most pivotal moment. There's so much gravity, there's so much importance for all of these players. It's such a huge portion of their life they've dedicated to this, and it's all culminating in one crucial moment.
There's no other avenue you get to take. You don't get to rest on the laurels that it's a best of 5. There'll be more chances. There's a lower bracket that we can come up through. It is all or nothing when it comes to a game number 5. This is the last time they will walk out on.
Tapi beneran nyebat loh waktu di TI di Trusike-nya itu pada nyebat semua kan? Trusike 2009
instead of staring at it from a distance. And I could not imagine for the life of me how you recenter yourself and you have to almost put yourself in the mind frame that there's more out there and it isn't everything, even though at the end of the day there is a lot towards it.
Banyak.
The best team will be the team to do it. Not it's just as easy as that.
Dari
In this
distributor
game
langsung.
5, this is where the champion is crowned. Whoever is better.
It's awas.
We're just gonna have to
Feeling in the arena, it's electric. Everybody knows this is an iconic series. This is one of these memorable moments that will go down in Dota history. We get to be here live, appreciating that, soaking in what is an incredible game played by the best players in the world in the most tense moment of their careers.
Spirit have seen a game number 5 on a grand final, though. They've been out the other side and walking towards the Aegis, and so it still sits there that they've done it once. Why can't they do it again? And Vision sit there saying, we could be the people that stop them, stop that 100% win streak that Spirit have in TI Grand Finals.
I mean, last time they did it, they set up a trap in Game 5 for the draft. They managed to get their hands on that Magnus, and, you know, the rest is history, right? So it's probably going to look something similar again. I think they've been trying to trap Vision into playing their draft game all day today, and if they manage to do it successfully, I think probably a pretty easy game on their hands.
Yeah, it can't be understated how much of this series, how much of this grand finals is a coach-to-coach matchup as well. All of these players have played elite, incredible Dota. Every single one of them has had moments in the series that were just the reason, the game changer, the reason why their team could do it. It's going to be a matter of these traps that you're talking about, but also what the coaches talked about in terms of pep, in terms of motivation. Can they even trap? We talked about how Miposhka diffed Puppy in the draft in the first 3. Puppy came back swinging in this last one, and it's just going to be a battle of the brains now.
Yeah, and you could see Puppy on the camera before they walk out on stage 2, him giving a speech to his players, and all of them looking at him intently. They're fully focused and believing every word he says, and I think that's the kind of leadership you want. You have people who are buying in, and they say, whatever this guy's saying, I'm fully on board. What he picks for me, we're going to play it to the fullest of our ability, and you're a team, you're a succinct, you're unit, you're one fist, you're not 5 fingers.
Yep, Absolutely. Also, I can see on my screen that the coin flip has happened, and Team Spirit has won it.
Yeah, Team Spirit called heads, and they get heads there. Now they have to decide what they want to do for themselves, because for game number 4, they ended up wanting that first pick.
bro.
It didn't end up playing out in their favor. And so, again, I know all this preparation has already happened for them. They already know what they want, but they're sitting there thinking about it.
Anjir si no one cok pakai sandking
It seems to be the preferred choice. Kalau bukan sandking, bro, like a lot of teams prefer the first pick. The cool thing with first pick is that you get to build your draft. You kind of, on first pick, you are the one that's setting the pace. You're the one that's saying, okay, these are the matchups that we're getting. A lot of the times, these teams are so good that they know.
Main mulu 2 game dia nggak main dia.
2 game nggak main, bro.
2 game nggak main.
So when you run first,
gantilah dia lah habis ini lah di Team Spirit lah.
Ganti siapa nih?
That's the choice you want to be in, right? You
Ganti rapi lah mid lane kita.
You want to feel like you're in control. You want to feel like you're the one that determines how this final draft goes.
That was one of our criticisms, though, of game number 4, is that they open with the Wyvern on the side of Spirit, but don't actually build around it, because what they end up...
Gila, 5 jam bro main beginian bro. Ya 5 jam bro. Ini sih bro 1:14 bro clockwork.
It's not going to be a repeat for game 5, but it does have that little bit of how will they open again if the bands were to go the same way? How will they want to alter or adjustings to ensure that they can still have that advantage with the pick?
Absolutely.
Nggak ada pilihan lagi. Tugasnya cetak nyelamatin.
Hero, but the biggest purpose it serves this TI is that it pre-addresses Lundred and it pre-addresses Nature's Prophet. And in that game 4, both of those heroes were banned in the first phase. They didn't even exist within the draft. So you took a hero that becomes very generic in that sense if it isn't in your draft. And if you're just going to open with a hero, a swap opener for a support would have been easier to build around than that Wyvern. And I don't think we'll be seeing it in this game unless that Lone Druid is not banned.
Game Tetris kah? Game
I would be
biasanya.
inclined to agree, and I think the bans will probably also be different. I think Spirit has learned from this. They learned, I mean, obviously they know this trade wasn't good. They could definitely feel that in game, and I'm sure Maposhka sees it, and so they'll be looking for a different trade. I have no idea what the hero will be. I think it's part of what makes this final so interesting, is that it's not been so predictable what's been picked. It's not a meta where everyone agrees on the things.
Gue nggak banyak kenal di desa orangnya.
Very different trades. It's a lot of thought. It's a very creative final with a lot of expression of sort of deeper hero pools.
Moses aja gue nggak tahu siapa.
Understandings of Dota matchups, and so I think it's honestly hard to tell. We're just gonna have to wait and see what these
nggak bergaul gue mah di desa.
They've been able to utilize the breaks between games time and time again. They've always been able to put on a show for us. But right now, it's down to the final last game and our final draft.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 5.
The feeling in Shanghai right now, it will never top this. Everyone's seated, excited and elated for Game 5 in our grand final to see exactly what these teams are going to build for themselves. In either a draft and an execution that will result in lifting the Aegis, or one that walks away with disappointment. Looking at this one, Spirit, we've already talked about, has the first pick, and the bans for themselves, it's a run back of Bounty Hunters and Nature's Prophet at the moment. With this time around, it is Vision going for the tree and the Shadow Fiend band.
Yeah, it's a little different this time because Team Spirit had first in game 4 and they banned their own
Europe semua yang ngisi.
This time around, Vision are the ones that banned the SF. So
it
makes it that they can choose their pick of the litter here between the Earth Spirit, between the Lone Druid, and the Dark Willow, I believe.
Yeah, this is, they're using reserve time on it. They're going to ban the team. I really like this. I think now the key thing for Spirit is you want to pick something that doesn't open you up to Keeper of the Light. Either, I don't think they will take it themselves, it's not super good for Spirit, but you want something that is solid, is fortified, that doesn't have an immediate, easy response, because I think that is most likely what Vision is looking at on the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would even extend it further to say like, you probably want to pick something that dissuades Keeper of the Light.
Gue sampai buka Wikipedia nih, nggak ada tim Cina di playoff.
I don't think so.
So I think Vision right now they're probably
penasaran gue nggak ada sama sekali.
Tim BB deh, kayak bahasa Cina gitu bro.
Yeah, but also Earth Spirit.
Iya dia, mungkin ini timnya Cina cuman isi full rosternya ini. Roster Euro semua.
A couple of times and it doesn't work out. Like our Spirit really trying
enggak
to
Euro
Spirit's left here at a game 5.
I don't think it's calling
Love
it luck
Blow
so much.
ada orang Cina
They
doang.
found
Kenapa dia?
success when 9 class hasn't had his hero, right? And I think that is why even potentially they might pick the Coddle over it. Oh, they banned it themselves. Okay, interesting.
So then I wonder what it's going to be that prevents Coddle in some way, or that maybe that just doesn't care about Coddle. Maybe doesn't prevent it, but is fine playing against it. Because to me, that is crucial. Nothing is coming to me is super apparent. It's been a big hero in this series that prevents Coddle or is really good against Coddle. So
this is honestly one of the best heroes you can play against Coddle.
Yeah, it is.
An old school counter to Coddle because you beat him in lane, you hit so much harder than he does. You're fast, you can match him when he wants to stack camps, you can sleep him, you can kind of stop Coddle from being Coddle in the early portions of the game. Another drawback to Coddle is that he doesn't have a stun. 9 class has been buying Hex, but it takes about 30 minutes or so before that comes out. So you get a free Fiend's Grip for the majority of the game.
It also dissuades from Ember Spirit and a lot of no one's other hero pools, Pango as well. Bane solves for this. This is why this hero has just been so up there and ban priority for a lot of teams.
You literally read my mind because I was gonna ask, how does this answer?
Bentar guys, gue masuk restoran dulu guys, bentar guys.
Landing a Slock, and we don't even look towards that. It's straight up an Invoker.
Ah itu dia, Invoker siapa? Aduh, Invoker Kitchen lagi.
No one ini, udah fix itu Invoker no one ini. Gak mungkin support kan, gak mungkin lah. No one
And so I think it's a very cool pick. It's a clutch pick that just says, hey, this is good against Bane. You picked a hero, we're picking heroes that's good against that. I think that really works.
Pas keyword di stun tuh dia berhenti.
And
Itu
while
loh
it's a
jeleknya.
hero, I think not jamming the Coddle into a situation.
Bagus dia udah di nerf parah. Pas lagi skewer, kena stun dia bakal
Invoker is
berhenti.
out mid. This can be punished. Like Laurel does play Pango, and Pango versus Invoker mid is one of the rougher matchups.
Kalau pro player kan reaksinya cepet semua, makanya agak berat nge-pick
By
Matus.
having Bane on Team Spirit, they can secure it for themselves with no fear.
I absolutely agree that the Invo is great against Bane, but I fear for how the rest of the draft builds, and that's where your point about the Pango comes in. I feel like building around this Bane has a lot less vulnerabilities. The Invoker is a lot more exposed, and there's a lot more potential angles for Spirit to try to exploit here. And heroes like Pangolier, other heroes that might cause issues for Invoker, because he's quite a defining hero from the mid lane. He's not one of those heroes that moves around and makes a lot of moves. You know what kind of heroes he needs. He needs some sort of stuns. He needs Sunstrike setups. The Quas Vex angle for the hero doesn't exist right now, so he's very one-dimensional.
He gets run at very easily as well. So for example, if something like a Bane plus Mirana come out from Team Spirit, Invoker can't defend himself very well against it.
Yeah, you can see Spirit also, they don't care about the Coddle. It may have owned last game, but this is different circumstances. They banned the Dark Willow instead, saying, you want your Coddle again? Brother, take it. We've got answers this game.
Yeah, it's just high-level drafting going on right now, right? So Vision, they need to try to secure up this Invoker's game. They need to try to build around him, make sure that he can actually be that Bane counter as the game progresses and actually scale into the game and not just be countered into oblivion by the time the 5th pick comes out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, a big way you do that is getting strong lanes and getting some melee hero or some tanky hero that can sort of play in front and give Invoker space, because there's aggression coming towards mid. As soon as you pick Invoker, there's a big spotlight on them mid lane. They want to pressure you, they want to run you over because you're vulnerable early. And so for Vision, having something that protects that area, that can fend off the Bane, whether they be Vision or clutch plays or something to take off the Nightmare, anything really. There's a lot of potential answers, but you want to fortify this guy. I completely agree.
Yo, shout out, happy birthday to everyone born today. Guy in the arena celebrating his birthday, celebrating a game 5 between Spirit and Vision. I don't know if you could be any more blessed, truly.
Bener dipanis.
It's a great birthday.
Ini bagus picknya nih.
And this is a great hero versus
Bane
Bane.
ketemu Rubik,
It does all those things, and it's a very classic response.
Yeah, this hero is really good against Bane. It's also a 9-class hero. I will say he doesn't really play it that often, but I think he plays it extremely well. He's one of those people that when you give him something like this that has like some sort of clutch play, some sort of like can do some weird stuff, he usually finds the impact. I know he's a big fan of buying the shard and also lifting his allies out of danger. And here's the Pango, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lane against Invoker. It has a free BKB. Like, I feel like free BKB in Dota is so conceptually broken. That's why we've seen Lifestealer this series as well. I do want to comment though, now that this Rubik is out, a hero that kind of got forgotten about last game was the Underlord that popped off in game 2. Like, are Spirit in a position where they have to pick it here, or they just give it to Vision? Because Underlord would fit so many builds to set up for this Invoker Cataclysm later on.
It's so scary to pick into Rubik. Because this Firestorm gets amped up, it deals so much damage, it cuts through you so quickly. You go from being this tanky blob to just being butter.
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it then. You have to give them the Underlord.
That is, I'm not going to lie, it's a very scary prospect. I think it gives you incredible scaling. It gives you real ease of execution where you can sit back and farm, and if Spirit doesn't run at you, that eventually this Bane, this Pangolin, these are heroes that need to commit to fights in some way. And I think Spirit with the Mirana, it's exactly what you mentioned, Mira, but it's very focused on aggression. And if there's an Underlord coming, these are heroes that don't like being held down. They don't deal well with roots. They play well off mobility. And there is a potential serious scaling problem.
It's just how heroes can become problems, but then another problem is posed with the Doom in that last game, and then Doom shifts up in priority, and the Underlord that was banned was forgotten about, and it's just so much has been happening this TI Grand Finals. It's wild to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Underlord, I agree. It poses a lot of issues. It's great against the Pangolier. You get that global route that can set up for spells. They can set up for any sort of lift play from Rubik. Pango does have a shard that kind of protects him against it. And Underlord is yet another hero that does not have a stun to cancel the Fiend's Grip. So if they go for that, that's something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yatoro will also have the pick to counter that, so we'll be able to immediately respond, and they're not going to go for it. Axe into Bane is a little surprising to me. It's something you would typically consider as a pretty good response to Axe, because when he calls a guy, you just sleep him and have a save. So I don't know what you think, but I'm a bit surprised.
I am as well. I feel like the Underlord looked a lot more difficult to address within the draft, but it seems like Vision wanted to build around their Invoker. While Underlord would have solved a lot of issues in the game, they looked at it as, we have an Invoker in our first phase. Do we have enough setup for it? Let's just go for Axe, the greatest setup for Invoker in all of Dota.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more of a pressure laner. Yeah, I mean, it pressures a bit more lane, right? On the kind of likes to draw out lanes. He doesn't really play aggressively, tends to firestorm out the lanes, and that would open up a lot of doors for him to just kind of pick anything he wants. With Axe, you have to be quite mindful of picking ranged carries. They tend to kill themselves quite easily on blade mails, so a lot of those heroes are now scary for your Toro.
Axe is not the... I mean, there's the Lifestealer, which is... I think it's a pretty good, decent game for it, but it's not something Yatoro particularly likes. It's not in his wheelhouse. I think Satanic is much more comfortable and appreciates the hero a lot more. Classic Yatoro heroes, when I see Invoker, I think something like the Faceless Void. But I don't know, I mean, which I would love to see, but I don't know if it's good enough.
I would prefer the Lifestealer, just because of free BKB. We talked about it with Tango. You've got another free BKB. You counter Invoker. Again, Vision are saying with this Axe pick that Invoker is the centerpiece of their draft and they want to build around it, and Spirit choose to conceptually counter that with a hero that is naturally so good against Invoker.
Yeah, I think right now looking at Vision's tools, like they can stun the Lifestealer with the Axe, but what next? There needs to be some big physical damage coming out here from Satanic. It is absolutely what he's capable of, but they need to find a way to kill this Lifestealer. This hero has won, I believe, every single game that we've seen him in this Grand Final, and I think he's been quite a big problem in all the games that we've seen in this Grand Final too.
Yeah, and these are very important bans. Spirit needs to think about what gives them the scaling. They think Void does. I think that's a great ban. It would have been terrifying to play against as the scale comes out, because I think you don't want to be on a big timer. I don't think Spirit is on one right now, but things are subject to change in these last two picks, and with Grand Finals, with everything on the line, you don't want to have that clock ticking in your ear by saying, go, 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 go. You want to be able to chill and play the game at your pace.
I mean, we saw a perfect example of just that in Game 3, right? Like, the last pick of the draft, we think Spirit has to play for pressure. TB comes out, it completely flips the script. And these heroes obviously exist, right? So I love that the Void gets banned out. This hero, you know, you could say, oh, you can just run it over. It's slow. They have way too many slow heroes. But it's Grand Finals of TI. It's a completely different beast. You don't want to be in a position where you guaranteed lose if the game reaches a certain point of time.
It's just too scary. It's too scary. It's too risky. And it forces too heavy a burden of execution. I genuinely think both teams are gunning so hard for, we just need to be able to scale. We need things that are just good game matchups, because it's just too stressful to play a game like this in a game 5 where you have to run them over.
And there's the TB. It's the other beast that eventually just starts dealing infinite physical damage. Both banned out. It's also one of Satanic's absolute favorite heroes, and I think if Satanic could choose to play his favorite hero in his last game of TI, that probably would have been TB.
Yeah, another hero I think of when I think of Satanic classic heroes is the Morphling. Not a great hero traditionally, but it does have a good matchup against Lifestealer.
That's a good point, yeah.
Has He likes a lot of Kez too, and he is playing against Bane, which can be very difficult, but he does have a Rubik covering for him if he gets gripped.
I mean, so a big portion of their draft is just designed around like, hey, how do we make Bane not have high impact, right? So I feel like if you're Satanic here, you have to trust your team to take care of that Bane for you. Because that's what you've covered. You got Rubik, you got Invoker, you pick Hoodwink, you have a lot of stuns. Hopefully the Bane is not a factor in whatever he decides to pick here, because his team will cover it.
A split on the last phase bans. They're taking a Centaur and a Puck out of the pool from the side of Vision, not really knowing if this Pango is still 100% in that mid lane for Lal, despite the success he's had so far at TI on it, or if they're willing to shift it to Collapse, if a better mid laner were to present itself.
Yeah, it's smart. I think the Puck could have been pretty good here, despite the hero not having a great track record this tournament. And now Spirit's got to decide where they're putting it.
I mean, there are some heroes you can... Sorry, Insidio?
Go ahead.
Just some blind pick heroes that are comfortable are like Underlord or Tide or something. Darkseer for team fight.
Okay. So this is pretty good, but this is a hero that is also susceptible to being counterpicked traditionally. There are some responses, like the Sven that we've seen have a lot of success against the Darkseer.
It's a good Sven game. It makes a lot of sense for their heroes. Invoker loves playing with Sven. Sven loves getting Alacrity'd. And it's honestly a pretty decent matchup against Lifestealer, or it can be. But they have this time the steroids on their side, right? You have the Invoker that's going to amp up whatever carry they pick. I kind of like it. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and it also dissuades from some pesky PL or Naga Siren coming out at the very end. You have to always account for this type of hero out of Game 5, and Darkseer gives a solution.
Yeah, Darkseer definitely covers the illusion heroes. Usually you tend to want to pick some sort of strength carry core into Darkseer. All the agility heroes give Darkseer a pretty good illusion for him to use.
Wow!
You can't be doing this!
Did you see what happened last year?
Yes,
whoa. That item doesn't exist anymore. That neutral item is gone.
That's true.
I cannot believe we are seeing a Juggernaut in Game 5 here in Shanghai. This is a crazy pick from Vision and from Satanic.
Look, it's a good lane against Darkseer. You out-heal with your healing ward, all of the pressure. Every time we say, I can understand what Juggernaut does here, the hero tends to have a bad history in elimination games at TI.
But Mira, you did say one of the most broken concepts in Dota is having a free BKB. And all the free BKB heroes are in this grand final, Game 5 of TI 15.
I don't know. I mean, you're playing against Bane. I think there's a lot on Ruvik's shoulders to cover against this Bane and make it so that Satanic can play the game. Juggernaut as a hero has very good scaling. They're going to have the Alacrity plus Omni Slash combo versus the Lifestealer. You know, it does suck to get Omni Slash, but the scaling is there absolutely for Team Spirit too. I don't know. Yesterday we saw it with Boom Boys. I was like, I'm with it. It's a weird hero, but it's an elimination game, Quinn.
It's not just elimination. It's where your hopes and dreams are shattered or made. It's literally the culmination. It's the end of the entire tournament. It's Game 5, the most exciting place you could ever be for the tournament. You pick Juggernaut, but hey, you got to stick to some kind of guns.
I don't know if I can put full faith in a Juggernaut, but I can put full faith in the entertainment that we will get to see. We talked about it and saying, do you really want to be putting yourself on a timer, whether that's to finish early or stall the game out late? And I feel like there is that potential issue for Vision for this Game 5.
I mean, I honestly think, I don't know which team scales better. I like, how am I supposed to decide? When was the last time we saw a Juggernaut in like full glory? I don't know. I honestly don't know what this hero's timings are. I've only ever seen it lose lately. I don't know, Nat.
Satanic players before you have attempted this. They've tried this. They've fallen on their faces. Will you be the one to break the Juggernaut curse at TI? Will you show us what this hero is made of?
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. You can feel it. The energy in the air going into this match. I'm just excited to watch. It's literally the peak of the game.
I want you guys, before we do get to something special, tell me, Vision or Spirit, who will be the team standing out there lifting that Aegis with now both drafts playing out?
Spirit.
Spirit?
I think so too, but you know,
Spirit put faith in Jug?
I never have faith in Jug, but I have faith in Satanic and his playstyle.
Insania?
Honestly, it's as close to a 50-50 as I could say, but I go Spirit.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛前采访。 Zarx, take it over. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this man well. One of the most iconic players in the world. Going for his third Aegis. Give it up!
Dibodoh-bodohin nanti sama si Bane.
Today you face Puppy, my friend. Any words to say to the coach?
I'm not gonna say something, but definitely you see him.
Kayak naga siren tuh bagus, naga siren.
That's a big boy.
Mainnya jadi.
Of course. So I just wish good luck. I think in both teams got their comfort routes.
Bagus itu Invoker sama Hotwing kombonya kan.
No, the game will show like who is the really best team in the world now.
Absolutely. 很显然，我不能对 Papi 说一些狠话。你们也看到他的体格了，但是我想今天两支队伍都拿到了他们想要的阵容。我们现在就看看谁才是最后的赢家。From the International One till now, there is no one more associated with TI than this man. Give it up for Papi! The time for prep is over. The time for picks is over. Now the game is on the players. Anything to say to Apochka?
Thanks for not beating us right away. Game 5 is pretty good. Thanks to them, we got Game 5. He has done a really good job with his team. All the best of luck to both teams. Hope it's great Dota.
感谢没有提前把这个系列赛结束，我们来到了这个决胜局。我相信双方对方做的工作也非常的不错。最后的话，决胜局，我希望我们都能打出更好的表现。In one of the most legendary moments in TI history, can I please have both coaches shake some hands? Let's see it! Yeah, baby! 观众朋友们，现在就是决战时刻。Here we go indeed. Game 5 time here at the International here in Shanghai. And Fog, there's a juggernaut. Game 5 again. What's going on? I can't wait to see what Satanic's going to have in store for us this game. An interesting pick. It was always going to be the question what the carry selection was going to be coming towards the end of the draft. A Satanic making the call to bring in the Juggernaut. Top lane, we've already had the first blood go down here in favor of Team Vision, 9 class. Looks like he's going to live in Yatoro. He might be in trouble getting chased down here with the Battle Hunger upon him. Notice he's likely going to have him. He will. What a play. All right, couple of kills already to start this game off for Vision. But Fog, talk to me. Bringing the Juggernaut out here, especially in front of this crowd, they're going to have some painful memories about this Jug.
They sure will. But this is, you look at the draft, and you can kind of see the idea, the concept behind it, right? They're looking for this immunity, this hero that has that built-in BKB like the panel was talking about, and playing versus Pango in general, right? You rolling Thunder in, you can just get Omni Slashed. It's a theory that teams have wanted to try versus this Pango multiple different times on paper. We'll have to see what Satanic can do for it. It's incredible that I cannot believe we get a Jug in Game 5 in back-to-back finals. That's absolutely
at TI, that is absolutely amazing. And as I say, it's just going to be a pleasure to see what Satanic can do with it. It's just such a different style of carry to anything else we're seeing, right? Who else are you picking to farm a Battle Fury in 2026, Fog?
Nobody. Literally nobody. We're not seeing any Battle Furies building big up because the timing of it can be pretty difficult, but the lane, he saw his lane matchup. It isn't a double melee type of Darkseer Ion Shell pressure lane, and even if it was, Jug is pretty good versus that with the healing ward. You have ways to negate it with the spin. This is super interesting, Owen. And the matchup, the Jug versus the Lifestealer, see how that one ends up going as well, too, because times have changed. For a while, in the old school days, just like, oh, you Omni Slash the Lifestealer and he dies. Yeah, that's great, right? That isn't really the case anymore. He has ways to play around it with his Infest, jumping in and out, even being tanky enough to stand through. We'll have to see how these lanes do go, because right now, Yatoro is feeling this pressure in this lane. This top lane, 9 class and Notice, they're doing a fantastic job. Collapse also, he is feeling the pressure on the opposing side too, so the lanes at the moment looking very good for the side of Vision.
Might be able to chase him down in Collapse. Couple of hits, he's gone. So already, Team Vision up 3 kills here.
Split kayaknya panik ini nih, nggak ada suaranya nih.
Satanic off to a very hot start. Top of the CS right now here at the safe lane Jug.
I love when we see these type of crazy high execution, high damage type of lineups, right? We have an Invoker in Game 5 as well, too. We have to mention for no one, some teams have been deterred away from picking this hero because of this counter pick Pango matchup in the mid game. But no one, at least in the laning phase, he's holding his own very nicely here. 19-9 to the 22-9. In the mid game, it starts to be a bit problematic because you just get rolled on and it can be hard to just survive, but they do have ways to protect him. I think that's with 9 class. When he gets the shard, can go for this potential save. So we're absolutely in for a treat, Owen.
We did see some pretty insane Rubik plays earlier to keep the cause alive throughout the chaos that was being brought onto them.
And I specifically wanted to mention 9 class because we did say at the start of that last game, Forrest, Not Me had one of the quietest Clockwork games ever, and 9 class went absolutely ham on the Coddle. So see if he can do something similar on the Rubik this game, because he has some very good spells to steal. Has the Fiend's Grip, he has the save that he can do with the Shard as well too, even stealing some of the Pango spells. Great options. Lane's starting to get broken a bit here.
And talking about the last pick for Vision, you know, over on the side of Spirit, their last pick going for the Darkseer for Collapse. Seems like a good game for it.
Yeah, I mean, before, like, the Jog, of course, is going to be a decent counter pick, but I think what they were looking at is they're going to have to pick an Agi carry, so this wall is going to be quite effective in overall game state. So.
Sunstrike's going to connect onto it, and they've got the Bushwhack as well. As nice. No one step up, 9 class will die. So they get the trade here between the supports. Both mids are momentarily drawn away from that mid lane.
Nice Sunstrikes coming in. Time and time again, no one is finding these connections. Laurel has hit the 6. See who's going to get this power rune. Are they going to be ready for it? I mean, both supports probably going to TP to the mid lane to ensure that they do this 3v3 instant TP from the both of them. They know how important this rune timing can be. Brew, get the sleep.
They don't set up. They don't really have the angle though for not to connect the arrow here. So we'll be fine. Bushwhack can't return. It's going to allow Carlos to step up, take that Invis rune away.
Keren banget aja mainnya.
Tries for a random Sunstrike there. A nice try. Miss synergy there coming between the Rubik and the Hoodwink. The same exact timing there.
And they are keeping Lal low. Lal's going to have to be cautious. And a little bit.
And the nice thing for this Invoker...
Bottom. DeCarlos is able to wrap across back towards the bottom lane, get the Bushwhack connection. They kill off Collapse whilst he's left alone.
Oh, DeCarlos is having a beautiful entry into this game as well, too.
Just multiple different
catches. He gets the first blood at the start.
Rusak game rusak ini, anjir.
The nice thing about the Invoker this game, even though he's into the Pango and the laning phase...
Tenang, Life Stealer ini.
He's always going to have his Force Spirit to be able to go for runes or arrows. 9 class.
Well, they'll find him here with a rotation. Won't be able to dodge that swashbuckle coming in at the end there from Lal. Starting to get some kills themselves, Spirit, but without a doubt, you know, this bottom lane, Satanic, he could not be happier. Having a beautiful start to the lane. He's going to feel very safe now with the Ring of Health online. And now that he's got the level 6, that extra sort of chance to threaten a kill, it becomes a little more complicated if Collapse wants to come down here and farm.
Level 6, done. Healing Ward down, back up the full. He's chilling. This is going to be a good timing for the battlefield.
It is.
A very good timing. And he isn't playing into a Blade Mail counter, right? A lot of times when I've seen these Jugs, he ends up playing into a Blade Mail or something that just devastates him in most situations. He has to watch out for the Fiend's Grip in particular, but that's the biggest threat this game for him.
Yeah, I think that and overall, the most annoying thing for the Jug is just Spirit's ability to tank up right. If it's Lifestealer, this Darkseer gets to a point where the Omni Slashes are just not going to be doing much at all. It's going to feel kind of awkward because, again, we have to sort of go back to the fact there is a reason, right, why we just don't see a lot of Jug.
Yeah, but Satanic does like it, so we'll have to see what he can do with it. The Spirit with an aggressive move here, knowing the stacks are coming out here from 9 class because they have this axe. Laro's going to take away probably the entirety of here with the next Wash. Almost gets all of it, so Noticed won't be able to get that grab, but Noticed.
8-minute power rune, not me. Tries to step over. Won't be able to leap up to the high ground. Have to be careful there. The 3 of them were ready to look towards him.
Nice play from Rue. Sleeps a Forge Spirit to prevent it from getting the kill onto the rune there, so Laurel will have a regen for the next move. Yatoro was feeling some pressure at the start of the laning phase. Now that's been broken, but he will have a differential between him and the Jug, and I'm curious to see which one farms faster, a Lifestealer Radiance or a Jug with the Battle Fury.
I feel like it might be the Jug.
Might be the Jug.
With how quick he's going to get this Battle Fury Satanic, I think he might just be able to get ahead of Yatoro and stay ahead of him. We'll see.
Which has been very important in this series. It's been the competition between these two carries of who thinks they can outscale the other. We'll see who's right in this one. Is it the Lifestealer? Is it the Jug? I have to truly see. So the Darkseer, we've seen a lot in this tournament. Of course, but the power of this hero is pretty strong when you get into the team fights in particular. A lot of these games have been revolved around these team fight successes. So see what happens when Collapse gets in with these Ion Shells on the Pango, when he gets his Dominator and some of these auras. If he goes auras.
And talking about the off-lane selection, were you surprised about going for the Axe here for Noticed, or did you see what they're going to do? They're going to get
the setup into the call into the sunstrike. He's able to take Yatoro down, but yeah, this axe pick, going for it instead of the Underlord, which the panel felt might have also been a good pick in this situation.
They want the BKB piercing disable.
Okay.
Number one, right? I think that's what we're starting to see. You need to have at least one, maybe even two in multiple of these lineups, because if you don't, they end up having this opportunity to just rage TP out, spin TP out, etc., or BKB TP out, depending on which hero it is. So I like this pick quite a lot here, and notice he has been amazing for this team. When he gets off to a good start for Vision, he puts a lot of pressure on the map. So right away, 2 kills already in that lane. That's really solid.
In the mid, gonna get telekinesis into the cold snap. He's taking heavy damage here. Definitely Blast comes in. He's gone.
Kalau gue tuh langsung gue lempar itu, yang nggak muncul tuh kalau jadi rocker. Ditunggu gerak dulu baru dilempar anjir.
Always bring the numbers. They'll get the nightmare set up into the arrow in return here. Spirit trying to take down Jakalis, and they will get him, but they still have to be careful because notice he's swung round over to the mid as well. And they can't push for anything more here, Spirit.
I love how we see both teams just the speed that they're looking to play at. Both can play super fast. Both can play these slow paces. I like even notice just swinging over. Sure, he doesn't do anything, but just getting the potential to get involved with his team.
And these two carries, who plays better in a fast-paced situation? The Jug or the Lifestealer?
Just on paper, I would say the Lifestealer, but who knows nowadays? Let's see what Satanic can do with this type of start, because this Battle Fury is going to come out pretty much now.
It's pretty much done. So a 10-minute or so Battle Fury here from Satanic on top of the treads.
And they've slowed down Yatoro now twice. So that Battle Fury, he is absolutely going to have that faster farm pace in comparison. And do have to look at the buff-ups, right? Yes, Lifestealer's going to have the Lucky Shot procs that are going to give him this iron armor. He's going to have the Ion Shell, but this Jug is going to have Alacrity in a lot of these fights. And Alacrity with Omni Slash is pretty terrifying if he does get a connection. Good opener here right now for Vision. A 1K lead for them. Jakalis also potentially finding this creep too. Extra money for him, so kills the Dominator creep of the Darks here off plus 100 for the Hoodwink. And yeah, look at that pace of timing. Level 9 as well.
He's going to farm so quickly.
Yeah. And they've got stacks already prepped for him, if I'm not mistaken. At least a couple of them all over the place.
Build-wise,
Carl.
They're going to catch him again in the mid-combo. He's got to be more careful a couple of times now, where between 9 class and no one, they're just able to 100-0 to him. It's a scary part of the map for the Pango right now. Lal, he's getting hurt pretty bad.
These supports from Vision, they're breaking him quite a bit here. Usually we've seen Spirit be the ones to make that move around Laurel to get him back in, but these first 12 minutes, they're making the moves to enable no one. Net worth, he's now surpassed that Pango, and he's got this Meteor Hammer, so he's going to be able to whittle this tower nicely.
I mean, again, Nomi looks towards the room, but a massive burst comes through there. The Sunstrike and the Sharpshooter at the same time, taking Nomi out, and ensures that Vision...
Belum ini LS ini kuat ya.
Spirit, they'll bring Lal and Collapse back over to at least take down Jakalis in return, but again, here and there, Spirit are getting supports. Overall, Vision coming out consistently in these trades.
Some outplays coming out from supports right now on the side of Vision in comparison to Spirit. See how they want to look to get together now. Root does have Fiend's Grip available. See if they do want to look to punish the Jug, but Satanic already in a safe position. They want to get a tower. They want to have easier access into this jungle at this point. Notice is going to have a blink pretty soon, though, so they definitely need to accelerate the fact that they go for this, because Notice, with a blink this game, can go for solo kills without Blade Mail because he got Sunstrike. He can blink Blade, he can blink Call, and then the Sunstrike follow-up might just be enough in a lot of situations. And now no one. Meteor Hammer finished. He's actually finishes off the whole tower with it too. And he's smoking. He's getting involved.
I mean, Rune Law were on the hunt, but Vision, they're ready to turn and hunt them in return. Tornado into the Sunstrike, down on towards the Bane. He'll try with Rip, but Nightclass have a wraparound, finish him off here with the help of Jakalis, and indeed get that steal. Lal, he's going to jump back in aggressive with a shield crash, bringing no one down with the swatch, bringing the vacuum there under the 2, and they'll get the 2 kills. He's going to try and stand his grab with the Fiend's Grip Nightclass, but he will not succeed. Collapse, getting the triple kill. Satanic, chase Collapse down. Collapse is sort of teasing around with Satanic.
The Ion Shells can start to build up. Satanic,
with the Omni Slash already used, Satanic doesn't really have anything left in the tank to threaten Collapse, but what a turn up there for Collapse. Gets involved in the action, picks up a triple kill.
Nightclass, when he stole the Fiend's Grip at the start, he didn't have mana. He's actually asking a teammate. He's like, somebody give me something. I believe someone passed him a Lotus, but it was too late at that point. The Darkseer comes in and gets the cleanup, a big connection for Collapse. Top net worth for his team now, just very quickly.
Awareness there from Spirit to commit for that play after pretty much the entirety of the combo was dropped down onto the Bane. You know, Rude tanked it all at the start.
He did.
Vision.
Blink is done. They're looking to get aggressive here. As you said, the Sunstrike connection,
It's
will
ready.
probably be enough if he just catches anybody.
A call, a Sunstrike, and a Fade Bolt should do it. And there we have it. They get the call. Bushwhack, Sunstrike into a dunk. Notice ready to start, just kind of leading the plays. He is going to be everywhere looking for action. He will not be slowing down anytime soon.
Panic, stepping forward here. They get the sleep onto Ducalis. As their follow-up, they're going to use the roll.
If there's going to be any help, Notice watching from the low ground here, along with Nine Class. He's going to get the call. Jumps the backlines, finds the bait. Sunstrike in, Ruse out. Notice he'll start backing away. But indeed, there is no threat to the life of this Axe right now. They struggle to tackle the beef of this map.
Vision's early game, pretty beautiful so far here. The Axe, as we said, noticed when he gets these type of games, he ends up running the show pretty effectively. 4-0 now for him. He's got the connection to look for all these kills. They've got Ion Shell.
I mean, that's such a lovely steal, right? When you're playing this aggressive with the Axe, if you keep the shell onto him, I mean, already he was getting kills in these calls. Now with a stolen Ion Shell being applied to him, he's pretty much guaranteed to get kills very quickly after the initial jump.
Spirit reading this move, bringing the numbers, collapse in the area, level 12.
Yeah, Notice is playing careful. Very much senses that sort of presence of the Pango is a little bit of a bait.
They've got a ward on the side there. I believe they saw the Darkseer running in for a second, so we'll be able to back away. But still putting the pressure on. They're going to scout the stacks as well. They can steal these very quickly here just with Ion Shell. On the flip side, seeing the aggression coming out from Spirit, they're looking for no one, but he's able to distance himself. Sneaky arrow, it hits!
Very nice arrow there from Not Me, and one that no one was not prepared for at all, was maybe looking elsewhere for Sunstrikes.
Absolutely, and he did the animation cancel too. There's ways that you can do it as these Marauders. If you leap and you throw it instantly in these type of ways, you can actually get that canceled animation. What a play.
See where they go to next, Rue.
How's the Radiance? The Radiance is done, and Yatoro now has access into these Ancients as well, too. So catching back up here towards that Jug, still 1,400 behind.
Not Me attempting to get some info here under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. Don't see him.
Toro getting involved, wrapping behind.
He's ready to look towards Notice, but Notice is already away. 9 class, he'll be left for dead here.
Stolen roll, but he's dead.
Spirit.
They're accelerating. They're starting to match.
Should be able to take away this tier 1 here with Yatoro swinging over to the mid.
Oh, that is interesting. 16 minutes in, a gem has been purchased up for Ducalis.
That's one of the earliest ones you've seen throughout the entirety of this TI?
I think so. I see a lot purchased pre-20 minutes now, but it's 16. Very early. So they're really looking to control this triangle area. They're feeling like Spirit does have a lot of vision on the map, and they're not wrong.
And they're ready to go for action. As I said, I think we're going to pretty much see this just back-to-back from Notice.
Oh, yeah.
Just every single opportunity, running at Spirit, trying to set up these plays. They want to play it fast here, Vision. Notice.
Catch, though.
Put his eyes on Rue. Will make the jump. Sunstrike's in. Yatoro thinks about trying to help with a potential infest, but can't quite get close enough in time. Has to save himself.
We're getting given such a good game 5 here. Back and forth kills. The lead was going for Vision.
Well, that's an easy Omni Slash there. Leap won't save you. Not Me's gone. A freebie handed to Satanic as he is continuing to have a beautiful time on this bottom side of the map. 2-0-2, flawless farm. He really could not ask for more. And this is going to be the real test, right, for the Juggernaut. We don't see it a lot, but he's having this good of a start. Surely this has got to bode well for him.
Surely. There is going to be tankiness that has to deal with, right? The Darkseer, the wall can be annoying because it can eat a lot of these Omni Slash hits as well.
I mean, I think that's why he's going for the aggression, right? We're seeing with the build, Battle Fury, Manta, and then straight for the MKB. Wants to ensure that when he does come in with the Omni Slash, he's killing these units, killing these heroes.
And the blink right afterwards, right? So you can keep the stacks the way that the blade form works, right? You blink, you keep blade form with the Omni Slash before using it. Very powerful, very potent. Just has to be careful. Can get unlucky with the bounces since there is a Dominator. There's going to be wall illusions. They're looking to try to punish here. So Spirit trying to get aggressive here. They've got the blink on Laurel. They've got Fiend's Grip at the ready. If they find Ducalis, that would be a massive pickup because he has
get that gem. He's going to show first. Actually gets a bit of a setup onto Collapse. Lar coming in with the Rolling Thunder. 9 class. Going to try and juke everything that they're throwing at him.
Just leave him. I think Ducalis is like, there's no way I'm joining you, man. I've got the gem.
Absolutely not, especially when there's 4 heroes showing up for that play in Spirit.
And Ducalis even being extra careful.
I mean, Collapse
bukan gulung guys, Collapse
is going to continue to chase. So indeed, Ducalis, whilst he might die,
big...
Was able to make sure that that gem does not switch hands into Spirits.
I mean, big brain. Look, it's on the south side, all the way off the map. He's taking that gem all the way back to the base. So very smart from Ducalis to not lose it. That would have been devastating if he did get caught with it.
Spirit still making this move. Will manage to take the tier 1 tower away. So at least making progress in limiting the areas of the map that the Jug's going to be able to farm. Gets a call. It's going to be another pickup here that Satanic is able to get involved in. So sure, they lose the tower, but Satanic's game just continues to flourish.
And this is an interesting pivot because we don't see this as accelerated in most games. No one's going for the BKB himself. Since he's playing into that Pango, since he's playing to a lot of this magic damage and team fight, he wants to be able to actually have his body in the fights at times. Can still be dangerous for the Invoker at times, but this is a cool approach because you do need BKBs, as we're seeing. Team fight is everything in this grand finals.
And I like the change up we're potentially going to see from Yatoro as well, right? He is queuing up the S and Y. Something we don't always see the carries pick up, but in this game, you need the beefiness, as you say. Against the call, against potential Omni Slashes as well, Yatoro needs to be as tanky as possible to survive through those sort of offensive plays.
Old school item build that we used to see a lot versus this Axe when you see these matchups.
In terms of that farm speed, though, as predicted, it is going to be tough for Yatoro to keep up with this Juggernaut, especially just due to the fact that Satanic is getting involved in action. You know, 2-0-3, thanks to sort of what's been brought down to this bottom lane. And at this point, I mean, for Spirit, how do you look at identifying and dealing with this Juggernaut? What's the move you are going to look to make? Or at this point, can you not really? Do you have to look elsewhere to try and get that lead back in your favor?
Oh, you still can. You Fiend's Grip, right? Sure, it's on cooldown right now, but that's going to be the big one. So it's eyes on 9 class to get the saves. 9 class, so this is cool. I was wondering which one he's going to go for, if it's going to be the Blink or the Shard. So the Blink allows him to close the gap versus the Bane and stop the Fiend's Grip.
Get these
the Shard would allow him to lift and move someone out of position, but the Grip will continue. So he goes for the Blink instead for the most aggressive type of play. And it's not only the Fiend's Grip, right? If he gets Rolling Thunder, there is other spells that he can go for as well, too.
Pretty excellent steals for him.
Yeah. I actually
grabs this game.
I really like the fact that he went for the Blink this game. If he gets Rolling Thunder, too, just insane amount of control, and it's really just about that positioning to stop the Fiend's Grip. So Spirit, looking to get aggressive again. They do want to slow down Satanic's progression here.
Yeah, huge kill if they can find him, but Satanic in a pretty safe location, very close to the MKB, and that's when the move becomes quite scary, right? If you don't get the grab, you don't kill him. If he gets an Omni Slash off, 20 or so minutes in with an MKB on top of the Manta Battle Fury, that Omni Slash is gonna hurt.
It's gonna kill most of the targets. Maybe not Yatoro, because he is this tanky at the moment, but the rest of them, perhaps it will be. Shiva's picked up, 9 class.
And have eyes on him in the trees. Not a bad grab at all. Taking 9 class out of the action means that there's less likely of sort of these next 30 seconds where Vision's going to be running at Spirit.
Spirit's ease of execution feels a little easier right now with the team fight that comes in from the Darkseer. A lot of the team fight, it's going to be reliant on Noticed and no one at this point in the game. So we'll see if they can get this connection. Noticed will get arrowed.
Hard to close in onto him though at this two area, but I tell you what, still doing a lot of damage there with that vacuum into this. The Minotaur.
They're trying to poke the BKB, but he doesn't use it. He has Healing Word to be able to reset. Might look to strike back here. Spirit backing up, resetting, continuing this farm. And this is exactly what you want for a grand finals, though. Neck and neck.
And, I mean, does Satanic want to get involved in this play? He does have level 18. It's a big Omni Slash.
I would imagine so.
If they can get the jump themselves, Vision, and allow Satanic to just step up, get that ult off, as long as he doesn't get too unlucky with the bounces.
Gila, cepet banget farmingnya sih itu loh.
So it looks like maybe they do this type of play where they put Satanic in a risky position and be like, oh yeah, go for him here. And then that's where 9 class can go for the blink, cancel of the Fiend's Grip, get the potential steal, and turn it around. Because if he gets Fiend's Grip too, right, versus Yatoro, it's one of the best spells of control that he can get.
Keren kan? Semua yang lewat hutan diambil semua anjing sama orang. Sama temen sendiri.
Musuhnya musuh teman-temannya musuh juga. Musuh butan.
Neither team gonna run into each other for these next few moments. Collapse buys the Shard, Blink for team fight, going back for the Lotus. More and more answers they are looking for to deal with that Omni Slash, of course. Laurel just gonna go for the Aghanims. Standard build from him. How's the Yules looking for the Mirana? Getting closer and closer. Not me if he's able to find this Yules in these next few moments too. Can be very annoying for Notice. He has BKB, but if you don't use it immediately, it's going to stop your initiation in a lot of these moves.
Me?
Sneaky.
Getting some pretty good information with these Moonlight Shadows. It sort of allows them to breathe a sigh of relief every time he's sort of able to get eyes on Notice, knowing that Axe is not currently smoked up himself, trying to make moves against Spirit.
Yeah, that was nice. He saw both of them there, so knows that they aren't making an aggressive move at the moment here. 9 class very close to having this shard now finished up as well after the Blink Dagger, so we'll have multiple ways to potentially save. No one buys the shard as well too, so starting to play with that Quas farm to push these waves out, and they gave him the gem. So feeling protected, so he knows if there's any of these sentries placed down for him to play aggressively. Looking for a connection here. They have a kind of triple BKB timing on the side of Vision right now with Noticed, Invoker, and the built-in one on Satanic. For a catch.
Ooh, they know someone's in the trees. He's stepping up.
He's inching very far forward.
Doesn't quite come under vision.
Spirit, they're waiting for their next timing. The Aghanims is almost done for Laurel.
And I think Yatoro, I think he might not want to show up, honestly, until he kind of has these next couple of items done.
AC at least.
Yes, AC, and honestly, maybe even the Ags. It's just a question of when his timing is going to hit a point where he's ready to tackle the Jug.
Noticed is spending a lot of time moving around. He is 6-0 in this game, but he is spending a lot of time just moving. You're starting to see that differential in gold. He's got the Dominator farming for him, but look at that Darkseer. It is starting to pull ahead massively. He's going to be able to farm that Lotus Orb, so I feel like Spirit, they're getting away with some nice greed and some extra answers to deal with the Jug and to deal with the damage that comes out from Vision. They're just sitting back farming, as you said, waiting for that next timing.
I think, yeah, Yatoro wants time. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, I want the AC, the Ags, and the MKB before I fight.
That's a lot of gold on.
It is.
I think he'll show up before that.
We'll see. Those creeps can be tempting.
They can.
Gotta get that money.
The AC and the Ags in particular, for sure. Could be a nice one to wait for. Rue, halfway toward the Aghanims. So is going to potentially be able to get to that point where he has this Ag speed. It can be very annoying to deal with. Because the lift, it'll cancel one, but good luck covering for the other two. You have to get a tornado connection potentially. Can be hard to deal with at times.
I mean, it's just a question as well, right? We are in Game 5 here of the grand finals of the International. Both teams have been pretty good so far in this series at making constant aggressive plays. Now that we're here in the Game 5, do you think we are going to see both teams lean on the more sort of safer passive style? Like, are they really going to be able to keep this pressure up at this point of the tournament?
I don't think so. Both teams have been playing super aggressive.
They're keeping it up.
I think we're going to see them keep it up.
Here we go.
And I wonder which team is thinking about, do we outscale? I think Spirit might be along that line that they think that they do outscale.
I think they might feel that.
Right, the Jug is just a bit of a limited hero, what he can do at times.
And Omni Slash, at the end of the day, you are kind of trusting in the RNG.
You are. They know where Satanic is. He gets the blink away.
And it was such a huge catch. But indeed, a step ahead, they will not manage to close the gap and find the grip.
Satanic's farm continues to have that separation, a 3K lead over the Lifestealer. He's going to potentially be able to get this Butterfly before there's any realms of that MKB. Might have to slot it in before the Aghanims on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does.
He might have to.
Yeah, because as you say, for the matchup, obviously you want it for the items, but at the same time, the Axe does so much in just being able to avoid what the Jug wants to do to you. Sure, you're not going to be able to necessarily come through that Butterfly, but you're going to have
in fact, also, have to point this out. He is going Butterfly. Going some pretty good items for a Darkseer wall. That wall is pretty scary if they don't address it early on in the fights. Looking for Rue. He's got backup coming in.
Do Spirit want to send anything over here? Toro, he's looking to come across to the fight. The arrow connection onto 9 class. Toro will be able to quickly take out the Rue. Being noticed, he did get the call onto Rue.
Nice trade.
Nicely done. Here for Yatoro. Satanic gonna get chased down a bit by Collapse. Healing ward out. Collapse able to quickly punch and they get the connection. Thunder, it's a good bounce. Here's the Omnisat, but they bounce.
Holy shit, bro.
This
is the struggle
Holy
with
shit,
the
bro.
Omni Slash. Sometimes the bounces just don't hit right. Lal survives. And Collapse with the body block.
ketangkep sih?
If they can do something about no one.
He has to go squawk away.
He's got a BKB to survive.
Oh man,
I
these
mean,
moments.
One of the
Jug.
reasons why Jug can sometimes be a bit of a risk, folk. You press the ult, and the ult just don't hit the way you want it to hit.
And they have multiple ways to do that as well, too. With the Dominator creep from Collapse with the wall, they have 2 different ways to disengage and break that 50 seconds. That's going to allow Yatoro to close that gap in net
It
worth.
is indeed, yeah, straight over towards the Roche pit. Carlos. He's going to get set up on here by Not Me.
Off the mark there.
Still no Collapse. Definitely chasing with Shiva's guard. We'll get him up on the cliff. He's going to be caught up there. We'll turn and get the pushback onto the 2 of them. But he will not be getting down alive as Ducalis killed off on the cliff.
Spirit getting a lot of momentum now at this point. Getting the Aegis as well, too, for Yatoro. And have to point some other things out, right? Besides the Jug Omni Slash, having this massive deficit, Lifestealer as a hero, as the game progresses further and further, you're getting kills, you're getting creep kills. His HP is going up massively. He has 400
that's
bonus
the
HP as well.
As I say, especially with this build, the armlet, the SMY, the AC, Yatoro is tanking up perfectly. So honestly, even if you do get fortunate with the Omni Slash bounces,
he might live.
You're not guaranteed to kill him. No. This Lifestealer is going to survive.
Gonna have more and more armor, more and more answers too with the Lotus, with the Shivas reducing some of this damage too. Feeling concerned here, Vision. Have to get some extra connections, have to look for something with Notice. He's been trying, as we said. He's 7-0 on this Axe, but it feels like it's been a quiet last 10 minutes of him finding some of these big core kills. Spirit just playing around it, just playing for the farm, playing to get Yatoro to this position. And Brew, as we said, the Aghanims, it's very close for him as well too for that extra follow-up.
One. Him and 9 class stepping up on this top lane. Those two, I mean, they cannot set up onto Yatoro. To try and go for Yatoro, has to have this Axe around here for Noticed. And even then, with as tanky as he is, they're very unlikely to kill him in a call. And especially twice. There's 3 minutes of Aegis on Yatoro. It's going to be interesting to see what Vision do about these moments.
They need the Hex, it feels like. Invoker in particular, no one, he needs to get this finished up. They need that extra bit of control to just burst these targets down. He does have it finished.
On me. Have to set up here, no one. Hex. Leap off before the Hex. They're going to try and chase on for at the same time. Collapse. Running down to Carlos. He tries to bounce away with the sharpshooter, but he's caught beneath the cliff.
They always get a catch at the same time, it feels like, on the side of Spirit. Basher now picked up for Laurel too.
Miss Satanic, he wants to try and look for a fight. He's got this blink, has the butterfly. Omni Slash is back up.
He's got to get a big connection, and they have to deal with Yatoro twice still. It's 3 minutes still on this Aegis, so it's not an easy option to go for. 9 class wants better steals here at this point. He has Surge. It's not a bad one, to be honest with you, to be able to close that gap or even distance away for some of his cores.
Over to Yatoro at the mid. Standing strong as he eases around the tier 2 tower.
It does feel like the later and later it goes, this Lifestealer is going to be more and more problematic for the damage.
I think so.
It's really just the Jug who's going to be dealing that damage for him as the game does continue to progress. No one, almost level 20, so almost
Omninya
has
si
that 20
Jagger.
Chaos Meteors, but he's been quiet this game too, just some
Susah Omninya si Jagger.
for him.
I mean, they do have a massive sort of combo to throw down on the Lifestealer, right? If they get this call into the Invoker combo, into Satanic, getting in with a big ultimate, big Omni Slash, obviously they have to watch out for the bait.
They have to watch out for the sleep save.
It's going to be there to disrupt that sort of play. So at the same time, once they
Tadi
go
lumayan banget tuh,
they're going to
armor
look
cepet, ini cepet.
towards the support, right? They're going to try and find the Bane, take him out to start the fight. Collapse. Aeon is found. Aeon is going to protect him from a lot of the Omni Slash bounces.
Udah gitu-gitu doang.
Survive. He gets the surge off. Bushwhack is still there though. Is he actually able to run for this Collapse? He does tick out. The battle hunger finishes him off.
Can they get away on the side of Vision?
Back into the tier 2, they should be fine.
Apa?
But they bring him down.
Ionis.
The Collapse now gone.
Ionis.
Oh, this itemization for Collapse is really clever, right? Just going for this, and he almost survives all of it there. Smoke up Vision. looking to take advantage of perhaps that Aegis timing out. It's still 70 seconds.
I mean, they have to go. The fact that there is no Darks here, they've got the numbers advantage. Sure, they don't have the ult, but even so, if they're able to get some sort of lockdown and Satanic's able to blink in, come in with the right clicks, he still does a lot of damage without relying on the Omni Slash alone.
And they know there's no Rolling Thunder as well, too, so they feel like they have that team fight advantage at the moment, even without that Juggernaut. Axe, BKB is on cooldown, though, so has to be careful how far forward he goes. He's responding soon, 20 seconds.
Yeah, they want something other than Yatoro. They don't want to try and take this Lifestealer down twice.
Seeing the back line, they've got a ward down.
Class is going to get the vacuum here with the stolen vacuum onto the two of them. Sets up for the claw to burst through Rue. Yatoro, he's ready to look for the counterplay. Jumps in aggressively with the Infest into Satanic. Satanic will lay down the healing wall, but Yatoro immediately swipes that away from him. 9 class gets the blink off. They will manage to escape Vision. A quick retreat.
Almost 2 kills they're able to grab there. The vacuum catches the 2 of them, but the quick leap from the Mirana ends up protecting him. And an Infesteal now that he does have. So a further save that 9 class can potentially do here in these next upcoming
could come in pretty clutch.
It definitely can.
Just sort of have that extra sort of health to allow Satanic to maybe live through some sort of jump that Spirit get onto him and buy him time to turn, get the ults off. He's going to have it back up in 10 seconds.
It'll put...
Tapi kalau udah katalisme lo ngeselin juga sih.
Apa bikin
katalisme?
He does need some HP, it does feel like. He can get burst pretty
Iya,
quickly.
maksudnya dia nge-call, katalisme.
All aggression with his build.
Kombonya gitu, nguliknya. Call, katalisme.
Ready to make the moves here off the back of Lal.
They know Rue's there.
Gonna get the catch underneath the tier 2 tower. They'll be able to take him out before the backup arrives, but backup is on the way. Lal.
Flanking.
Dari belakang.
Ready to lead Yatoro into the action.
This might catch them off guard here. The Infest has already been used.
They have got the Omni Slash though from Satanic here, ready for Yatoro.
Ducalis thinks he knows this is coming. He actually throws a Distiller in the back line, so he's expecting a wraparound here, it looks like. Poking forward here, perhaps to break the smoke, Laurel. Thinking about committing, but into the triangle. It's scary without the fire.
Kita heboh.
Vision.
Bisa begitu, bro. Roy ngikutin anjing.
They're still gonna look for more. Noticed? Yet to die on this axe. Godlike for him, by the way.
Really been doing everything he can so far.
Stagnated for a slight moment in that earlier stages, but immediately afterwards finds these dream catches. So close on the numbers here. Jug continuing to keep slightly ahead. Only slight this time, though.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yatoro's catching up.
And I think when the difference is only slight, it does mean that Yatoro's feeling pretty comfortable in this matchup. Ready to start working into that MKB. It's Lifestealer. It's going to be a very difficult one for the Jug to cut down. As you say, nowadays, with the Aghanims, with the way you can play, with the Infest, it's a lot harder for the Jug to win in this matchup.
He's going to sell his phase boots. He's going to have the MK timing. They're going to smoke and look for a fight now on the side of Spirit. Perhaps looking to catch Vision off guard. The damage that's going to be from this Lifestealer, it could just kill the Juggernaut if he's not caught, if he's not doesn't have a save in particular from one of his allies. I mean, 9 class, he still has the Infest, so eyes on 9 class to protect this Jug.
He has to do a lot. Not only just sort of come in with the Infest play, but also try and get one of these big steals in the fights.
Sure. Or even stop this Bane, right? Because the Bane, the Fiend's Grip, the Aghanims, it is there. I believe they did see it as well. Swift Blink is picked up.
And that's huge. Swift Blink on top of the blade form, getting in there, making the clean jump, getting the ults off. It will hit hard. If this Jug is huge.
If he's alacrity as well, too, right? If he sees the target, it might just insta-kill before the save can come out, even versus a tanky Lifestealer.
But it's about getting that jump and trying to find it in a fashion that Spirit and not able to disrupt it.
So, I mean, you know, we know that the neutral item that broke the Jug doesn't exist anymore, but Prophet Pendulum is also a pretty good one versus Omni Slash. So we'll have to see if that comes into play, because Laurel has it and Yatoro, the 2 ones that they want to burst, have a way to mitigate that damage.
I mean, they're both so incredibly tanky.
Looking for a fight themselves.
Vision.
Forward.
In class. Unnoticed. Stepping up to the river. Still Lal. Go in, try and see who's in the tree line. Rolling Thunder at the ready. They'll look to chase down the mid. See if they can get their hands on Notice. Or get the call.
Deflected.
Not going to do what they wanted to do there, Vision. Satanic's got a back up for the blade. Fury. The grip's there. They're locking him down. He's dead.
He spent the gold.
Dead for 90 seconds. Spirit, they're ready to dive on for more. 9 class falls under the tower. No one tries to hold his arm, but he's completely surrounded. He's dead.
Inilah saatnya tim Spirit comeback, bro. Tepet.
Game bro, kalau baru
Mobil
begini.
kamu. Oh, itu mobil kamu. Iya nih. Kuro di depanku.
Yes, he's right.
I don't think Notice is getting out of this one.
He's got vacuum as well too. He's got Notice.
Collapse playing with his food.
Collapse is playing out of his mind in this game.
Darkseer tuh repot banget anjing.
As clutch as possible.
He really is. And I just fit the Game 5 Grand Finals joke fogged. I'm getting some similar vibes as we've seen in the past.
I'm sure all the viewers are too. The fans as well in the stands. Seeing the reminiscent thing that we saw from Ame last year.
Nggak main anjing dari tadi.
We'll see again
It was
here.
so quick that he got that Lotus onto him.
Just straight in. They want to try and turn and fight.
It was like split. I mean, he got it like split second, right?
I think it really was.
Holy crap, collapse. And then the Fiend's Grip, the hard counter versus that jump.
No way to stop it.
So fast.
For now, he is all of their damage really, Satanic, with him gone at the start of any fight.
And it's a small gold lead, but it feels like a very commanding move that Spirit was able to hit with her. You can see the pressure, Satanic, he's starting to feel it.
Absolutely. I mean, in the carry-to-carry matchup, you can just tell that Yatoro right now, he is so comfortable, so confident. He knows the matchup. He's not afraid of a Juggernaut. He knows exactly where he needs to be with his item progression. And right now, this Lifestealer at a point where it's so hard for the Jug to take him down.
Who do you Omni like with all this armor that they have to Lotus on Laurel too? They just have so many different ways to protect each other. So much armor. It's 50 armor on some of these heroes, it feels like, for just the Jug, and it's
so difficult for Satanic.
He can't get this connection, he can't get the damage either. This Invoker, we've seen it falter in these later stages of this tournament. No one is having a tough time in this mid game. Roche now, the option. Yatoro will get tossed in the pit from the Roche. They're going to quickly bring this down. The Roar will disarm them for a second. It will get scouted. Vision. Do they even want to fight over here? It's dangerous.
Gila SPD-nya, bro.
They've got to sit back, let this go the way of Spirit, this Roche.
What do you do to itemize, right? What do you do for Vision to counter this? Looking for the Lincolns for the Jug.
I mean, this is the thing, right, as a Jug as well. It feels like you need so many items to make this hero work, but you've only got 6 slots like the rest of them.
And there are counters versus him. There's multiple different ones now with these Lotus Orbs. Even if potentially they have just like Ghost Scepters, right? Because he doesn't even have a Nullifier. I mean, if they even have a Ghost Scepter, they could just eat the whole Omni Slash as well, too.
He just needs so much. He
needs so much.
He wants a Lincoln Sphere, he wants a Nullifier, he wants a BKB, and then at that point, he probably wants more damage as well. So many things that Satanic has got to try and address. In so little time and under immense pressure here against the lead that Spirit currently have here in this Game 5.
Labs just keeps dunking new items out, too. He has a Hex. He has 7,000 gold after these fights, too. Treating themselves to an Aghanims on the Mirana now, level 18. Spirit, with this Aegis, going toward the high ground. 4 minutes left on it.
Ini dia 2-3-3 guys, sudah aku bilang guys.
They've got a Nullifier at the least here. So the Axe
LS
now has
Netco gendong banget, anjir.
Lu tau gak Pi ini menangnya kenapa Pi?
LS anjir udah depan.
Iya.
Digendongnya gendong parah anjing ini sama dia.
LS bro,
padahal dia gak mau rusak Nikes-nya.
Early game dihajar terus kan LS ya kan? Gue liat tadi early game.
Masalahnya kenapa gak dihajar terus? Maksud gue terus aja. Tapi dikasih space farm gitu loh LS-nya, goblok banget.
Ini main nih, silarnya nih, midnya kali ini main. Pakai pango. Mundur lagi. Oh dia nggak Aghanim ya? Oh udah Aghanim. Hebat, sampai Aghanim 2. Naik sih. Tadi liat nggak Pi yang row-nya nyulik di Invoker Pi di bawah Pi? Di atas. Gokil row-nya bro.
Gua kan.
Iya Butterscotch.
Gaby sama siapa tuh sampai tengah-tengah.
Just much easier ways for them to jump and take these fights.
It's very difficult to see how
it's a 4D chess kind of angle. How
Ya dia lagi nonton Dota.
get a successful Omni Slash, or the fight's just over. And as we said, there's so many different angles, so many different answers. And Yatoro, on top of just taking up with the armor, right? The longer goes, just watch that HP.
Ini masukin ke dalam tas gue aja Pak. Mundur dulu Di. Pas ada mobil belakang lagi. Terus
How are they going to push him back? One. The Hex into the meatball. Not enough.
So many ways to bail him out. Takes some decent damage running along the Meteor, but has the Infest. The protection is there.
I mean, Lyle could be ready to jump straight back in with him. They get this creep wave pushed forward, and Spirit see an opportunity. They might just dive again.
No one's BKB back on cooldown in 5 seconds with the Aeon Disc down for 30. Can get caught and killed. Has to play very careful.
Back onto the barracks. Notice. Look at the core. Be able to drag him in decently deep, but again, the damage to threaten him, even the once, just doesn't seem to be there for him.
He gets instantly lotused as well, too, so you can tell Satanix, I can't Omni Slash. What am I supposed to do? Spirit. Age is still for 90 seconds. They're backing up, looking to maximize on the map, get some of that extra farm. Not me, looking for the level 20. Getting close to that. It's a lot more burst damage they'll be able to get from that as well. See if Vision, do they want to go for some type of sneaky play outside? It feels almost necessary to catch Spirit off guard now at this point. A head-on fight feels so difficult for the side of Vision.
Full Abyssal on Yatoro.
Oh, God. They keep getting these massive core items. Did Collapse decide which one he wants to go for yet? Okay, he gets a BKB, and then he buys it. He's going for the overwhelming blink as well afterwards, so... Good luck getting that nullifier on him now since he has a BKB. Can't get dispel that Aeon Disc either, so looking for more answers. They're answering pretty much everything we do see that Vision is trying to answer their answers with.
And especially when you're ahead and you go for this sort of overwhelming blink, Shiva's Guard build, it's just so good at jumping in and forcing out these early reactions, right? Making the enemy team feel that they have to press these BKBs before they're able to sort of start the fight on their own accord.
And it's going to mitigate the majority of the damage that can come out from the Jug too, which is most of the damage that we've been seeing in this one.
Maybe a bit extreme, but maybe you gotta be thinking about a Rapier on this Jug. Just to go for that blink Omni Slash play, hope that it connects, hope that you get the bounces, because without something that extreme fogged, I don't think they're doing the damage.
It does
It's gonna be
like
tough for Satanic.
If he goes for it, right, that would be the craziest inventory either. The most aggressive inventory I think I'd ever seen if he does go for that type of build, but it might be necessary.
I mean, he could be thinking about it. As I say, for the moment being, he has Lincoln's Nullifier, BKB queued up.
Another BKB piercing disable. Yatoro, the Abyssal has been picked up. He's starting to disassemble items here. That SNY that he had disassembled. Now he has a casual Yasha. He's going to be selling the Talisman, and he will be going for that crit and an amp damage on the bottom side. Roche, still some time until it's going to be respawning.
Yeah, they'll play it careful, Spirit. They'll be waiting for their next Roche. The question is, can Team Vision get out and try for a play here in these moments before Roche is back up? They look to try here with the smoke.
Well, they have to. They have Wind Waker now, so Ducalis does have a hard save versus the Fiend's Grip as well, too. They don't have to rely on some, clearing the illusions, getting a wild grip as well, too. They do have a way to stop it at the least, but he has to be alive for that.
Smoke at the moment doesn't look like it's going to connect.
Not me. Playing on the front lines here. Level 20's hit. He does have that extra burst damage now.
Vision, they're already heading back.
Yeah, they're scared.
They could not find a chance to make a jump happen here.
Noticed is not, though.
He's very deep.
Gem. He's very far forward. He has some vision to play around here. He's getting pinged immediately, so it does seem like they are aware of his positioning at the moment. Scaling feels like it continues to grow for Spirit, and for Vision, it has stagnated how much they are getting increased. Satanic, he's trying to think of what to buy. He's queuing up the BKB. Feels like he does need that.
I don't mind the BKB. The BKB at least allows him to jump in and sort of not have to immediately panic with a Blade Fury or an Omni Slash, right? Should give him a bit of a window to jump in and just get some regular right clicks off and wait out sort of these Lotuses before he goes for the Omni Slash. Still risky, of course. Very likely that there's going to be enough physical damage coming out from Yatoro to sort of tackle him in the 1v1 when they're just right-clicking each other.
And they have disables through it too, right? The Abyssal, the Fiend's Grip. I believe the Basher also on Laurel, and he's about to have Abyssal as well too, so multiple different ways if he does go for it.
I mean, Vision, they need this to go well.
See what they can connect with. No one. He has a lot of items. It just hasn't been, we haven't been able to see that damage that can come out from him because they just have the answers for him.
They have
to save. If Yatoro is able to find any sort of window to get the Rage off, to get the Infest off, feels like the fight's pretty much going to be over. They have to fully combo him down, and it's so difficult.
Execution much harder for Vision. Collapse is switched up, by the way. He's still debating which build he wants to go for here. So Refresher is the next one that he is thinking about. Always a good hero to have it. Soon level 25 for Laurel. Laps has hit that 25. That AoE surge. They can zoom in and out of the fights and closing the gaps versus something like the Invoker, which he hates having. Yatoro, they're gonna go for him.
They're gonna try. See if they can take him down through the combo, but there's gonna be the 9-minute buy sometime. Feed Script comes out, controlling the axe. Satanic jumps in, he's looking at Yatoro.
He's got Yatoro.
They'll find the chance to bring down the Lifestealer. And now Vision, they can try and clean up more. Nobby's gonna jump away. Satanic hot in the chase in with the blink. He'll be held back by the Yules, but the further grabs there from 9-class. Telekinesis onto Not Me. To Carlos, Satanic and 9-class chase on forward with the stolen leaps there on the Rubik. Not Me's gone. Vision, they find exactly what they need. A fight gone wrong there. And this grand finals may have truly slipped away from them, but they get the grab, they get the catch, and they're able to bring down Yatoro.
Perfect execution of Chain Stun, literally perfect. I believe the lift catches him toward the end of things there, and he gets brought down. Beautifully done, because we did see the sleep, but it's a fraction of things that it actually ends up stopping there, and they can't prevent the rest of the damage coming through.
And time to push.
That was crazy execution.
Ini bener-bener pleset sedikit aja.
Yatoro is dead. He felt like he couldn't die, but they will be able to prove that wrong on Vision. And Roche, it is spawning. Might be able to back up and go for it here with the damage that Satanic has.
Looks like they're trying to see if they get small kills out of mid. Satanic jumping in.
I can't believe they get that kill with the team all around him as well too. 20 seconds.
Oh, I mean, he's trying to do a Meteor Hammer play here, but he gets caught by the vacuum immediately, forced the Aeon Disc out of him.
That was very risky there from no one. He gets his Aeon Disc popped, so for the next fight, he won't have that ready.
Amplified damage rune here to help with the Roshan.
They might be able to kill it in time.
I mean, they take it down so quickly. I think they've got this Roche easily. Spirit,
Alacrity.
They are not going to be able to get anywhere close to this. This Roche dies so quickly here with the Amplified damage rune on Satanic. Aegis is going to be there in his hands for the next fight. Vision coming back with an absolute fighting chance here off the back of that tier 2 defense.
That was absolutely insane. Able to find the connection when he wasn't Lotus finally. And now the potential of 2 Omni Slashes. They're there. Maybe he will be able to find these angles as well. Spirit looking for the fight. They don't want Vision to be able to set up like that again. Much longer on the amp damage. It will be going down. Timeless Bauble for the Invoker. Long disables that he can put out here.
Bringing in both the mid and the bottom lane here, Vision.
Just with that kill, it went from what? Dota Plus at 83 down to the 58%. So a massive one they were able to swing into here. Having this Aegis now for Satanic. He's got this second life.
Such a difficult move to execute. They do it here.
Can they do it again?
Much harder when it comes to making that play into the hands, into the base of Spirit themselves.
Carl immediately gets Lotused up. They're anticipating that they're still standing out there. The banner all the way in the back lines for these creeps.
These creeps are going to do some work here.
With the Alacrity too.
Yeah.
Surge to go for the banner. He will be able to take it away. Such a tense game.
Team Vision. With 3 minutes here to think about what they want to do with the Aegis.
Satanic looking to continue to get that growth. These Jugs are really, they're allergic to buying Aghanims, Owen.
That is true. I mean, you're not wrong. Especially when you've kind of already got like 8 items, 8 slots filled.
He wants that next one to be able to stand and just right-click versus that Lifestealer and hold him down with the bashes. It makes sense, right? But let's see if that works. He did go for the Nullifier in between to deal with these Aeon Discs, to deal with some of these other annoying items.
Moonlight out from Spirit. Heading out.
Trying to sneak forward, collapse. Get the call.
Jump onto him, they've got the call. Here comes the damage in with the Omni Slash. Kind of gone.
Didn't have the BKB in his inventory.
Spirit, they still want to fight. Yatoro gets in, takes out 9-class. Lal with the roll forward, looks towards Satanic. He's got the Blade Fury. They'll turn for no one instead. He's got the angle to keep him controlled, allowing Yatoro to close it. The call is there. Notice jumps back over the grips there. There's a lock notice down. The radial definitely blocks the door, pushes him back. Satanic caught by the Abyssal. He'll turn, try out right grip.
It's stolen.
But the vacuum comes in and put a stop to it. Doesn't matter, Yatoro still falls. And Satanic is ready to go once more. Pop the refresh out, another Omnislash is being tanked heavily by the illusions. He'll blink out off to the side after it collapsed. Will chase out Notice. No one being focused by Lal. They've taken the Aegis out of his hands here on Satanic. Buyback coming in from both of them. The three of them collapse through Yatoro. They want to go for round two. Satanic will try and play Fury Run. They
Blink's getting canceled.
Catch him.
Mantap buka.
Lal.
Blink gets out. Laurel chasing.
Oh, Ducalis.
Alah.
Will get found in the tree line, but he may have just drawn their attention away long enough to allow Satanic to run.
Look at all these buybacks.
Buyback ya?
The stolen grip for a second gets canceled. The secondary Omnislash, I think, ended up bouncing only onto
Pretty
the
much
illusions
just onto the
there,
wall illusions, but still.
Look at the buybacks.
What that extra chaos in the fight where they just weren't able to, even with the buybacks, find an opportunity to lock down Satanic and get that crucial kill. Satanic survives, continues to sit on an absolute mountain of wealth there. 9k gold on the Juggernaut. He has got many options.
Are they going to go for him here? They might catch him off guard. Alacrity.
But there's the jump forward, Satanic. The Daybreak Blast looking him out. The Infest will buy him a bit of safety. The rest of the team's trying to get over to help out. Have the Abyssal to hold back Satanic and run. Collapse. Should be able to be there with his presence to keep Yatoro safe. I mean, they're maybe even thinking about trying to turn back over towards the Jug. Satanic heals up back to full with the healing wall.
My God, that was so scary there. If he does have Omnislash, they can go for the kill, but Yatoro, knowing that they don't, just get that Infest, he does survive, but a risky positioning.
I mean, Spirit,
insane.
Are they really going to try and stay on the offensive whilst they don't have 3 buybacks? It's going to be pretty crazy. 6 minutes here where they have to be so careful.
They're seeing, though, that Yatoro isn't as safe as he anticipated that he was from earlier. These jumps from Vision is catching them off guard a couple times here. Catching me off guard, too. Looking for more Wind Waker pickups, but as he said, there is that nullifier that he did pick up. This has seemed like the clutch answer for the side of Vision. Satanic having this one. Now going for this Abyssal.
Okay.
Can't stand his ground. They're smoking. They're looking for this. They have a win condition.
They really do.
Yatoro.
If they kill Yatoro, the game's over. Very, very likely so. Without the Lifestealer for 2 minutes, that should be enough time for Team Vision to close this one up. So Yatoro has to be protected here at all costs by Spirit. They cannot let the Lifestealer get caught. Not me. He's found.
We have the most raid boss builds I think I've ever seen on these carries. Look at this. There's both completely 6-slotted.
Yeah, Yatoro with what, 5k HP here with the arm that turned on, thanks to the fact that he's picked up the Satanic on top of it.
He's just looking to tank up.
Has to survive through these calls if he does get caught by the jumps of Notice, which is very likely with how well Notice has been playing. He has been finding these jumps.
He has been, and no one can get these connections. This long hex, they will die during it. Eyes on the save, the Bane, the sleeps, the little sleep, the Lotus Orbs could be everything to protect Spirit.
I mean, they're in such a risky position, but this is what we love to see from Spirit. Even when they're in these sort of spots where they don't have buybacks, they are not afraid to take these risks. They know that you have to try for these sort of risky moves if you want to claim the Aegis of Champions. Pretty much even on the net worth here, coming up to 57 minutes here in a Game 5.
We were asking who's going to think that they have that greater late game. I think we're seeing that both of them have that great late game. Not really clearly seeing an advantage for either one at this point.
Yeah, all about the play right now.
All about the play, all about the catch. Eyes on Noticed.
Both teams have the tools.
Yeah, okay, I do see the BKB getting swapped back in, so Collapse not able to play with the Refresher Shard in his inventory. Absolutely necessary. He needs to be able to protect the Nullifier.
They're going to get the catch on towards him outside of the base. Low!
He's got by.
I mean, Spirit, they're going to try running in at this. They're looking at Satanic. Yatoro's going to jump in aggressive over towards him here with the Infest. The wall gets dropped down into the Abyssal. They look down.
Hilang. Oh!
For now, can he turn? Abyssal drop down.
Ya, nggak dapet.
Spirit on the aggressive here. Despite the fact they don't have the buybacks, they're ready to turn and fight. They look towards Notice. The BKB only going to buy him moments here before they inevitably bring him down.
Yatoro knows it. He's like, if they don't jump me, I'm gonna kill every single one of them. So he buys back immediately, back the other way.
Just doing this in this situation, this is absolutely peak Team Spirit here in a grand finals coming up to 60 minutes in. They never play scared.
Never.
They never play scared. And now they're in a spot where, despite the fact that their buybacks are on cooldown, they might just be able to force these crucial buybacks out from Vision.
No one has a full refresher picked up here for the move. How much damage he can do on the hold. Yatoro.
And when do the buybacks come out? Do the buybacks come out? What's the move here from Vision?
Let's see. Yatoro playing it safe, going for the push here.
I mean, do you buy back or do you let these 2 sets of racks go? Because you still have a tier 2 down on the bottom lane. Do you just sack the 2 sets of racks?
I think you might. Unless they overextend on the side of Spirit, you see a position where you can go for this kill on this lifesteal, you might wait.
See how much Team Spirit try and push for. They'll take the mid racks and indeed they'll move over towards the top.
20 seconds. Now at this point, you do not want to buy back. The Hex will come out, but he's got saves.
I mean, it's a tough call to make here, but it feels like the lesser of the evils really here for Team Vision. They have to hold back on the buyback. They don't actually end up losing the full set top, so a little bit of a bonus for them there in that sense. But overall, Spirit strike back, able to do heavy damage here, taking out the full set mid, taking out the range racks top. But at the least for Team Vision, they don't have those big buybacks forced out. They keep their cool.
2 minutes left till Spirit has their buybacks back at the ready. Spamming the Moonlight Shadow for positioning. Seeing the pickup here from Noticed, I love this. This could be a game-winning refresher. If he gets a double call, trying to find Yatoro on the angle, could be everything for the team. They can follow up. There is going to be saves. We are seeing the Wind Waker now picked up for Not Me. So it does have that potential to also get the save, even if there is a nullifier, since it's going to be a raged lifestealer. So there's a lot of layers in these team fights to look out for.
Satanic wants the Moon Shard, wants the bots to be able to play out the map, and yeah, still not the Aghanim's.
Not the Aghanim's. They hate it.
They don't like it.
Nope, they hate it. Don't know why, but they hate it. It is a short Omni Slash, of course, so maybe he's just feeling like it's not going to make the difference anyway. $60 minutes.
See what we get on the neutrals. A little bit of a breather here for both teams. They can head back, get the neutrals pretty safely. Neither team quick to make an aggressive play, as they'll just wait out those final minutes where the buybacks are going to be back online. It's only going to be Lals that's going to be on that longer cooldown.
These neutrals can make the difference always too, right? If you just get that Audacious, if you do get that crazy damage item, it could just kill these targets in one of these stuns. Baubles. They're bobbling. Collapse was hanging on to the greedy tier 3 for a very long time there. He had the bauble at the ready. He picks up the first bauble, so he'll be able to bauble the secondary one, which is upgraded immediately at that 60 minutes. Yatoro, he gets the Deso.
Oh, he's going to be hitting hard.
And look at his HP, Owen. He gets the evolved one as well, too. So he's
6,000
HP, 40
Buat
armor.
ngilangin debuffnya itu dia.
46 armor they need to get through.
Buat ngilangin debuffnya.
And with the Stygian, he might just... I mean, how does this sort of go? If these two get in a situation where they're... What have we got?
Yeah, ada
No,
pintu
he's just going
pusat.
to probably bobble again on the Juggernaut with the...
Maybe Audacious.
Dapat tendangan
I
bagus
think
lagi dia.
Audacious is going to feel pretty nice, right?
Yeah, could be the case.
A lot of attack speed, a lot of magic attack damage. That really boosts up your output.
Bingung dia tuh ngedeng bagus soalnya.
Looking to hit again. Buybacks are coming back up for them. They have Yatoros at the ready.
Actually switch it, so he goes for the Rift Shadow Prism here on Satanic.
Okay.
They're able to push out a little bit with those illusions, maybe able to play into the heads of Spirit, try and catch them out, bait them out.
That is what a lot of these players do. I mean, Yatoro and Satanic, the most notorious ones for doing these Manta and illusion plays to bait things. Smoke on smoke action.
Will they fall for these plays from Satanic?
Roche is up. Not me. Pushing out the waves with his arrow, with his Starstorm.
Both teams pretty much getting the buybacks back online.
Book of the Dead scouting a lot here. It's an illusion, so the bait, the Rift Shadow Prism, falls for it once. All the buybacks coming back up, as we were saying. Laurel, the big one that doesn't have it for the side of Spirit. He's probably going to be playing more onto the back lines in this next upcoming fight in particular.
It could be important because around this sort of fight, around the Roshan, both teams are going to want to use those buybacks.
Yeah, 100%. Who's got the smoke still left too? Spirit, they still have one. Do they have one left on the side of Vision? I'm not seeing one.
Can they find some sort of angle to approach Vision here that surprises them?
God, Collapse. He hasn't really been able to find a massive vacuum, but if he does find an angle for it too, the fight could just be decided.
Especially with the refresher.
Ini dia.
On the approach.
No one.
They're going to jump the high ground. Noah's going to turn straight away with the Hex Yatoro. He's going to look towards the Evoker. Noah's going to get lifted back down to the low ground. On the high ground, the stun's there. The bash it on towards Notice. They turn with the Omni Sash on Yatoro.
Gak gerak. Anjir. Anjir. Penuh lagi dong darahnya, monyet. Tumpah tadi dikit lagi lu. Ditidurin. Masih ada bebek.
Vision. Noticed by his back. Satanic still holding on to his. No one. Wants to refresh a second combo drop down. But the roll-ups there as the Satanic Lal away. He brought back.
Sumpah. Mati lagi kah? Dayback kah? Dayback kah? Dayback. Dayback nih, dayback. Dayback kah? Dayback. Oh enggak. Nice. Empat tubannya tadi nyusahin banget itu dikit lagi loh. Ya kena stun. Kena stun. Titanic. Lawan mati. Nggak ada bebek. Menang Spirit anjing.
Anjing menang Spirit, bro.
The 3 cores are gone.
Team Spirit onto the tier 4.
GG!
GG is gone. Team Spirit have done it again.
I cannot believe what we're seeing. The 3 times. They've done it. They have solidified. These guys are the absolute maniacs of Dota. Collapse and Utoro.
They keep their cool in the toughest of moments. These grand finals, it is where they absolutely revel in the action, Team Spirit.
Oh my God, what an unbelievable series. Not me, his first TI appearance, and he wins it.
Holy moly. First time for him, and Rue, a second time for Lal, and a third time for Collapse and Jotaro. Incredible scenes here in Shanghai. Team Spirit. This game 5,
Gila,
I mean,
Titan
they
2 kali
stepped it up.
menang,
They had to, they
cok.
pushed it the
Anjir.
distance. 64 minutes in, they took a risk, as we've seen both teams do throughout the draft of this grand finals. The jump doesn't pay off, but my goodness, Satanic gives it his
3 kali.
absolute best.